We're live at Coletco. New week, new invoice, new day, new holiday, new everything. Welcome to the machine. Welcome everybody. Matt Ketcherin's first. My phone must be on really low power. It is. No wonder it's acting weird. My other phone I hadn't plugged up or hadn't turned on in 2 or 3 days and is acting weird, but we're good to go now. And welcome. This is going to be like a Labor Day sale pretty much. I look forward to it. We should have a lot of stuff here to knock out. And let's get this rolling. All right. Holiday Road. I got Lindsey Buckingham Holiday Road stuck in my head. Sitting on the park bench. In the city. All right, everybody. So let's get everything shared. I'm got to get back in the swing of things. Paul will tell you if you don't do this for a while, it takes you a while to get like resituated. Whew. I came here early this morning and did a lot of work, went back to my house, took a nap, and I'm right back in the swing of things. Now tonight's a little different because there's no new vinyl deliveries. Okay, so usually if I know there's not going to be any new vinyl deliveries and John and Laura and Paul's not here, we pretty much just do on sale stuff all night. And luckily we do have KISS auctions to keep that streak going so we don't miss out on anything. So we do have KISS auctions. And I'll try to mix in some other stuff too. Honestly, I don't have, everything's I'm surrounded by crates. I don't know what's in them. I kind of know what Paul showed, but it'll take me probably the first hour to really start figuring out what was left over, getting some stuff sold and everything. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to hit the like button on tonight's feed. We're going to hit copy, link, and share, and then group. We're going to share it there, and we're going to share it there. We're going to hit copy, link, and we're going to go down here to Coletco. Let me post that. Make sure everybody has paid attention to today. So what I've spent most of the morning doing, and I guess the night before, and just on the way here, I've been knocking out these Rocktober pre-orders. There's like 43 Rocktober titles. Those are being posted. I'm going to try to work on the rest of them tomorrow. So tomorrow during the day, you get about as many posts. If I can do 15 or 20 a day, 2 or 3 days, by Wednesday, they'll all be posted. I want to get them all posted because we get asked about at least one of the titles every day. So I'm going to make Ed's life a lot easier. I told Ed, I said, Ed, I'm going to go ahead and get all these posted. And when I get all these posted, I'll be able to say, hey, they're all live, and we can send people links. But there's some amazing Rocktober titles coming out. Stuff that's been out of print for years, stuff they've never reissued. Rocktober is always a huge deal for us. So every one of them will get posted eventually. I went ahead and one of the first couple big ones I noticed was Porno for Pyro, Stone Temple Pilots. I posted those, I think, even the first day. Most of them were posted today, and then I'll start working on the rest of them tomorrow. Like I said, no new vinyl deliveries today. It's Labor Day. The mail don't run. UPS don't run. I gave everybody the day off here. Some people still showed up. Most people can't stay away from this place, even employees. Even employees don't want to be off. I'm not joking. People still showing up here, even when they're supposed to have the day off. So most people want to be here, whether they're working or not. So it is 90125 day. 2 or 3 people's brought that to my attention. I was like, dude, what? So I'm almost done sharing links. We're going to do nothing but on sale vinyl tonight. We'll have some. I don't know if John actually stickered anything or not. He might have just been working on the dollar sale. So for those that are locals, there will be a $1 sale here at the store Friday and Saturday. Please make plans for that. He may have marked some stuff today. I don't really know if we'll have new, even if we do have new arrivals, I might just wait and show them. But we'll be going through best offer. And the big thing tonight, I'm going to start doing new vinyl on sale. So there'll be kind of some dramatic pauses as I flip through all of our new vinyl inventory. I really need to discount stuff, and I think y'all are going to be A-okay with that. I think y'all are going to love when new vinyl's on sale. I think the word's getting out on that. There's 2 or 3 Mr. Bungle albums being reissued. Mr. Bungle, self-titled, Disco Volante, California. Several of those are coming back into print for October. The Rhino Hi-Fi series, the David Lee Roth box set. The David Lee Roth box set. The Rush box set. Some major titles for sure. So people's been asking me about that David Lee Roth box set for a year. It's only got a couple pre-orders. I'm sure some people's went ahead and bought it through Rhino. But let me tell you something. Eventually, they'll have it available. A lot of people are like, I got to get it right now. But I do tell people, hey, guess what? I would just be patient because they're either going to release it individually or as a box set. So we are getting the David Lee Roth box set. We are getting the Rush albums box set. So all that's very exciting. Looking forward to that. I'm halfway across the room right now. I am sharing links while I'm trying to look through some of these crates and find empty crates. And I'm working on that right now. I got to get the video for this morning back here, which is some of our most recent stuff. And then I'm probably going to try to go ahead and get started with these KISS auctions early. So it is Monday. Ed came in to do invoices. Tanner's had his baby, or I should say Addison's had her baby. Tanner did not give birth. Tanner and Addison had their child. So Tanner's gone for the week. I actually texted him earlier. He's still trying to keep up with stuff. And I said, Tanner, here's what I want you to do. I want you to pretend like you don't even have a job. I don't want you here for a whole week. I don't want you here at least until next Monday. And he just sent back a thumbs up. I think he's full dad mode right now. So no Tanner this week. Tanner has had a child. So Tanner, congratulations. And I got some pictures to share tomorrow probably. I got to make that announcement formally on Coletco. So I need everybody to wish them good luck on that. And I'm almost done posting on our story. And I'll get caught up on some of y'all's comments over here. And in about 5 seconds, I'm going to put my phone down over here, and then all invoices have been sent. And so as usual, if you know for sure, hey, wait a minute, Chad, I bought something, I didn't get an invoice. What the heck is going on, Chad? I'm going to be like this. Well, that means you got it and didn't realize it's probably in your junk folder. That's typically what happens. They're in junk folders. So might want to go check on that. Here we go. I'm very excited about the Tennessee Vols' future. We might not win another game. We might win 10 more games. That would be ideal, winning about 10 more games. So we've got we got a shoe-in next. I won't be here this Saturday. It's a home game in Knoxville. It'll be an easy win, hopefully. And then the big game is in 2 weeks when we play Georgia. That's when we'll really figure out who we are. It'll either be probably close. It'll be close if we win, or it'll be an absolute just destruction. And I'm talking about not in my favor. All right. Here we go. There's maybe that possibly could be the first crate we go through. Yeah, we'll actually go through that later. Let me put these Aussies. We don't need those till tomorrow when the rest come in. Sorry. Sneezy. Uh-oh, I'm starting to get sick. Here we go. It only happens when I start doing the sales. That's good news, though. I'm not sick, at least not yet. I just started sneezing, and I feel kind of congested all of a sudden. Uh-oh, here we go. The curse of the whatever. All right, let me move some stuff around here. Paul's got my KISS auctions. Let's put this board right here. And let me see what this is. Those are autographed. I don't need those right now. Those are this. Here's this. Here's you. Here's me. Here's you. All right. Those are leftover $6.99ers. We're going to try to hit some of that. That's leftover $6.99ers. This is leftover $6.99ers. Put those there. Gotta get my office back in shape. It's weird when you've been gone out of your office all week. It's like, holy heck. It feels like a week, even though it was one day, essentially. Let me see what's left here. Hullabaloos. I think those were $6.99ers. No one got the Hullabaloos? Beach Boys, Blues Magoos. We'll make those $6.99. We'll get them gone. And then Wilson Pickett needs to be probably back here in the $14.99 stuff, I guess. Yeah. All right, got that condensed. And here's this. All right, there's Japanese, and there's the other bonus auctions. John does have some new arrivals.
I do.
Right there is pretty good.
New Orleans.
New Orleans. Gotcha. We'll do best offer on some of that then at some point tonight. I'm trying to get through everything over here. I think this was stuff you marked too. I'm going to mark it right here. Trying to get it, keep it all together. And let's do our first crate of sorting of new vinyl on sale. This is new stuff here, though. Dropkick Murphys, Rancid, Black Crows. That's brand new stuff. We'll put all that over here. Don't need to discount that yet. Got to sell that before next month, though. All right, so let me find a couple auctions to get going up here. And let's see. Let's go right over here. First thing, let's see what's going on with this Kiss record here. We'll put up Kiss Forever, 1990 UK 12-inch. This actually comes as a gatefold jacket. It's going to go up for a $15 start. How cool is that? That is Forever, The Street Giveth and The Street Taketh Away, Deuce, and Strutter, both original demo versions. Those are pretty cool. $15 start on that. That's now up for bid. There's a whole crate of Kiss auctions here. This is, got to make sure I got all of our new vinyl together. Stuff I do want to discount. Stuff I won't be discounting that's really new, like right here from August. And that'll be good because after tonight, I'll know how much new stuff I still have in stock and how much I need to reorder and what not to reorder. Some of these titles, I'm like, dang, I could swore somebody was going to buy these. How do we still got all three of them still left? So tonight might catch some deals. It's Labor Day. Consider this a Labor Day sale of all celebratory / Labor Day sale. That's kind of my plans. That's kind of my theme of tonight. And that's what we're doing. This stuff from John was marked August 30th. And then this stuff here from John looks like it was marked August 28th. That would have been a day I was gone, yeah. So let's put all that right in here. Because there was a couple crates of stuff he marked that I didn't even get to. And this is probably one of them. Paul did mark all backlog, though. So everything has been shown from that backlog. Got Japanese over here. All right, Kiss already has a couple bids. We're going to start with Kiss now and be doing it all night. It is already 6 o'clock. This is a crate of stuff that looks like Paul's marked at some point. Let's put right there. John, you heading out? Let's also... Okay. Thank you as always. Here is a laser disc. This is the last Waltz, which is a laser disc. That's a laser disc. The Last Waltz. That's going to go up for a $10 start. That's now up for bid. The Last Waltz. August. Wow, I forget about some of this. We've ordered some really good vinyl lately. I got to re-show some of this. August. Yeah, there's some good stuff in here. August. Yep. All right. And then what's in here? August. And August. And more August. And all that's pretty much new, brand new stuff. That's pretty sweet. Okay. All that was August too. There's that. Let's put this piece of cardboard right there. Is that new vinyl? It is. It looks like Van Halen. Okay. Let's see what we got. It's really hot in here. I know that. All right, let's put this. We'll probably have a great Labor Day. Some people work on Labor Day. Some people have Labor Day off. To me, it's like Labor Day, let's labor. That's my thoughts. But I think the whole goal is you're supposed to take the day off. But who would want to do that craziness? Take a day off and do what? Sit around and eat Oreos? Pass. Okay, let's put these with that. That's that half-off crate Paul said he had. Excellent. All right, let's see what's in this crate. This is early August. I'll probably try to discount some of this. It's pretty recent stuff, though. Let me go get our first crate, and let's get the show officially rolling, okay? Here we go. Let me go get that over here. Let me go get that first crate. See what people bought or did not buy from this morning's video. We've got a lot of new stuff in stock. Just got to chip away at it till it's these first few videos. I think there was some claims in here. There was a 9 a.m. video. I think I missed Sundays, though. I got confused and I did a couple that were pre-recorded for my trip. The one for the next morning and then Saturday morning, but I didn't have anything for Sunday morning. So I apologize if you was looking for the Sunday morning. So, all right, let's get started here. The first thing was Kiss, which is now at $25 with Mike Zubin. Mike Zubin has this for $25. Mike Zubin, $25. That's the high bid right now. I'm going to make sure Jamie Diaz, Stanley Ridgem, and Matthew Sherrick don't want to bid again, but this is at $25. This is Kiss Forever, special limited edition gatefold. Really cool, and it's got the Deuce. It has Deuce and Strutter, original demo versions, and this is a 1990 UK 12-inch. High bid on this right now, I believe I just said was $27, right? 25 of Mike Zubin. Yeah, 25 of Mike Zubin. JD Conklin wants a pack of outer sleeves. We can do that. A pack of outer sleeves for JD Conklin. No problem at all. Let's pull up this morning's 6 a.m. video. And let's open this. And let's open this. And let's pull up that 6 a.m. video. And let's go ahead and do this right here. And let me find the 6 a.m. video. I've posted so many pre-orders. I got to scroll for 2 minutes now to find it. That's the bad thing about posting a lot. When you're trying to find something, there's a lot to flip through. I should have been able to find it pretty quickly right here, though. Hey, 10 comments. That means we've sold something. We've sold the Melvins, Power Slave, Venom, Prong, Morgan Wallen, Rush, Sublime, Cranberries, Beatles, and Blizzard of Oz. All right, let's go. So Laserdisc, this is the movie, The Last Waltz. It's a Laserdisc. It has one bid for $10, and that's a final call. That is a final call. And now Kiss is a final call. Nobody else has bid. Haven't heard back from some people. Some people did say out, but Mike Zubin has it for $25, and he has it. Jerry Stone wants a pack of outer sleeves. I'll have to look into Sammy Hagar, and here we go. First thing we have is Pink Floyd, The Division Bell. This is a 2LP, $49.99. Originally released in 1994. This is a remaster, of course, over 2 LPs. Make sure you have hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube. This is a new week, a new invoice. So anything you've bought this morning in the videos, anything you buy tonight, and anything you buy for the rest of the week is $8 in limited shipping. You have a new invoice ahead of you. That means you can pile it on. Pink Floyd, The Wall, that's $49.99. A 2 LP, another remaster. These are 2 LP remasters, always keep in stock. $49.99. Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power. That's a 2 LP, $49.99. And over here we have Far Beyond Driven. So these are the Pantera remasters they've done over 2 LPs. There's Vulgar and there's Far Beyond Driven. That's the ultimate listening experience there on Pantera for vinyl. And then we have Rush, Power Windows. There's 2 claims for Grace Under Pressure. This is Power Windows Remaster, $36.99. So make sure Jerry Stone gets a pack of outer sleeves. JD Conklin wants a pack of outer sleeves. And then John Robb says, Chad, did you see my message? Chad, can you please read my message? And John Robb's message reads as follows. Chad, what do? I message Ed, my Kiss Alive skips on side 3, get a return label and refund. Have you contacted Ed? If so, that's all you need to know. He will get back with you. I promise. I promise he will get back with you. Kiss has a new bid for $28. That was Matthew Sherrick. We were waiting for him to come back. Have not heard back from a couple people, but now Mike Zubin, you've been outbid, and now the Laserdisc has one bid with Tony McDaniel, and that's sold to him for $10, okay? That's sold to him for $10. Give Ed 24, 48, 72 hours. If you ask me about something to do with customer service, my answer is always going to be the same. One, I wouldn't have any idea even how to do all that for you. Two, that's Ed's department. If I start interfering with him, that's going to screw everything up. Then everybody's going to be running around screaming, and then there's entire chaos. So John Robb, to prevent total chaos, if you've contacted Ed, he'll take care of you. Otherwise, if you want total chaos, then you can start asking me. Let's not have total chaos, though. We have Filter. This is on Crimson Moon red colored vinyl. This is a 30th anniversary pressing. Filter short bus is $33.99. All of our contacts can be made through Facebook Messenger, or you can email through Square, which you can do that through the website, or you can reply to like your Square invoice, I'm pretty sure. I think that'll give you a direct relay there, but you can message through Square, you can message through Facebook. So if you get on Facebook and you message Coletco, you're talking to Ed directly. That's where most of our messages we prefer to get, unless you don't have a Facebook, but you can message through there 100%. That's the best way to reach him. I have people commenting on posts. I had somebody the other day ask for an invoice correction on the pre-order from that post from like 8 months ago. And then I had to screenshot it and send it to Ed. And I didn't see it till 3 days later when somebody asked me here live. And I replied to their comment. I said, this is probably the worst place you can ask for a correction. It's in the comments of an 8-month-old post. So I would never, ever do anything like that. A Facebook message or email, and he'll take care of you. He is super quick. Now, keep in mind, he wasn't here Friday. He wasn't here Saturday. And today's Labor Day. He wasn't even supposed to be working. He took care of invoices and went home. So if you've sent a message on Thursday, it's been Friday. He wasn't here. Saturday, Sunday, or today. So it's been a few days. It's been the weekend, and he's off on Monday. So you got to give him some time, okay? The worst also time to send a message is Friday afternoon. You're not going to catch him Friday afternoon. You're not going to hear from him Saturday. You're not going to hear from Sunday. And you're probably not going to hear from him from Monday either, because he's very busy sending invoices. And then Monday afternoon, he would normally be here right now fixing and correcting invoices and replying to people. But it's Labor Day, and he has the day off. So you got to give him some time. This is Van Halen, Diver Down. This is a 1982 U.S. Winchester OG. It's in shrink and hype. The vinyl's in VG condition. And this was from a Hatchet Ed crate last week that didn't sell. We're going to re-put it back up for a $15 start. Okay, next thing over here is Kiss. The high bid over here was Matthew Sherrick at $28, and then David Tate bid $30. Matthew Sherrick, you're out. Our first Kiss auction, as usual, has been up for about a half hour. It's at $30, and I'm about to sell it. I haven't heard back from about 7 people. That is a final call to David Tate for $30. Van Halen's now up for bid. Next album here is Billie Eilish. This is Hit Me Hard and Soft. Billie Eilish is a special edition splatter LP with poster, foil cover, $39.99, and Melvin's Lysol. Melvin's is sold to John Howard, $29.99. And I've always told people, probably the worst thing to do to let me know about a problem is let me know. Or probably the last thing you need to do is let me know about an invoice correction or a problem, because otherwise on that, if you tell me, I'm like the last person you want to tell about a problem, because I'm going to be like, well, I don't know where your record is. I don't know how to get to your invoice. I don't know how to fix your invoice. I don't know what your sales tax rate is. I don't know how to print a return label. I'm the last person. So, of course, some people don't realize that, and they come to me first because they think, well, Chad can help me. I'm probably the last person you want to talk about a pre-order or anything like that, an invoice correction. John Bobing gets rushed, Grace Under Pressure. Let's put Matt Parsons on a waiting list. John Bobing was first. That's sold to John Bobing. And now let's go ahead and sell Kiss then. This is sold for $30. Also, if you're done bidding, make sure you let me know you're out. I think we had like a new bidder on this, but I lost them. So this is sold to David Tate for $30. That is sold to David Tate for $30, okay? That is sold to David Tate for $30. Van Halen's at 20 and now 21. The faster I can get through stuff, the more records you're going to have an opportunity to buy. Next thing over here is this right here. This is Kiss, Making Live in Nagoya. And this is live in Nagoya, Japan. However, it's damaged. Side 3 has a gash. So we've had to grade side 3 GG+. That's why we're putting this one up for a $15 start. The vinyl on Van Halen's in VG condition. VG condition on Van Halen. Okay, there's that. And then over here, Van Halen 23, Van Halen 25. Yeah, and I think the way Ed does returns is the best way is for you just to return something and then he reimbursed you after you send him the cost. I think that's the best way to do it. I think that's what Guy Shar just did. And basically, you just return it, send Ed a picture of the receipt, and he'll reimburse you. The Beatles, the Soda Kelly Vlodacek, that's Past Masters. If anybody else wants one, let me know. It's a 2 LP remaster, Past Masters, $49.99. G.G. Allen is $29.99. G.G. Allen, $29.99. That's available. And then 3 Days Grace, live starts now, $29.99. $29.99. 3 Days Grace. Kiss, Music from the Elder. Speaking of Kiss, $39.99 for Music of the Elder. Music from the Elder. Van Halen's at $25 of Blaine Zapnick. Everybody else is out. Final call on that. Like I said, this is a pretty cool Kiss bootleg, but it's damaged on side 3. So you're going to get 3 sides of music. It's a $15 start for that bootleg, going a once and going a twice. REM Chronic Town. REM is $24.99, black vinyl. And then the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. That's a 2 LP, $46.99. Prong, we have Cleansing, and we did sell a copy to Paul Catrich. I still got a few left. Limited edition 1500 on smoke-colored vinyl, $39.99. The Cramps, Black Leathers, $33. And then Sleep Token, Take Me Back to Eden. Sleep Token is $38.99. I've got a few of those still in stock. That was crate number 1 of 3 of new stuff that I will be showing tonight. I have, from the video this morning, I guess I should say, of pretty recent arrivals. The other crates up front, I'm about to go grab it. Let's read through these one more time. We still got Sleep Token. I got the Cramps. I got Prong, the Beatles, REM, Kiss, 3 Days Grace, G.G. Allen, Billie Eilish, Filter, Rush, Pantera, Pink Floyd, and Pink Floyd. All those are available. James Young says he'll take The Wall remastered. That's so to James. And then over here, Stephen Chesney wants a pack of Outer Sleeves. Can I see the Cramps? You can. That is the Cramps, black leather. Looks like he's like gagging on the microphone. $33.99. That's live at the Stone, San Francisco, May 1980. All right, so Van Halen, I didn't see another bid. I'm about to sell it to Blaine for $23. I've lost a couple people. Kiss is at $16 with Brian Berger. Patrick Mathis says he's out. And if anybody else wants anything in there, let me know. Jersey Devil wants a Pantera, the Rhino, Far Beyond Driven. Brian Call wants a Cramps. There's 1 Cramps left. Thank you, Brian. Thank you also Brian Berger, who bid on Kiss. And the Panteras. We just sold out a Far Beyond Driven. There may be one more around here. It was 44, and then Vulgar's 49. These are the Rhino 2 LP editions. So those are the Rhino 2 LP editions. Those are absolutely incredible. Kiss is still getting bids. And let me go grab the other crate of new vinyl. I can remember a time in this business when it was really just me and my mom and dad, and my first couple help was Tanner, and then I hired John, and we was selling just enough. I could just about keep up with everybody's orders, and we keyed in most of the stuff manually. I did most of the invoicing myself, and I packed up most of the orders. And now, at this point in this venture, the way the business has come along, I kind of know what people buy because I'm the one selling it, 95% of it. But anything after it leaves my site, I really don't know what goes on anymore. And I told my mom that today. I was like, do you realize after I put a record in one of these sold crates, from that point on, I really don't even know what they do anymore. We've got a great team here. So at that point, I'm like, I don't even know what they do with the stuff. I know they tag it and key it in. I know the process because I set it all up and I kind of created it. But at that point, I'm like, I don't even know what they do with stuff after that. They have this incredible system. They've built. I was like, I know how the process works, but I used to, somebody could... Man, I remember I used to try to reply to everybody's messages before I would spend, me and Ed, well, I guess that's when Doug worked here too. I'd sit down and try to I try to sit down and reply to everybody's messages at least like once a day. Whew, and then it would be like, oh my gosh, it's going to take like 5 or 6 hours, which is sometimes how much Ed spends a day just replying to people. You know, if you engage in a conversation with somebody, you kind of want to go ahead and knock it out right then. So you'd be amazed. I mean, y'all know, like texting people, just imagine, you know, thousands of customers trying to keep up with messages all day. He does it like 8 hours a day. So I'm here doing this 8 hours a day. So if I tried to do anything like that, we wouldn't have sales. I would just be talking to people all day. And then everybody get mad because they'd be like, where's our new arrivals? We have Van Halen at $28, and that's with Blaine Zapnick. And then Matthew Sherrick has Kiss at $17. That means over here, Brian Berger, you bet outbid. Matthew Sherrick has this for $17. Blaine has Van Halen for $28. I've come back, and there's 2 more bids. This is an OG. It's in shrink, but the vinyl's in VG condition. Keaton Pantera's $49.99. And then over here, the next thing is, can you get in the beginning bootlegs I see going around? No, I cannot. And then over here is this, Creed, My Own Prison. This is $33.99. Let's read through these again. Though Creed, My Own Prison, $33.99. Creed, My Own Prison, $33.99. That is available. It's a craft remaster. Those are the kind of bootlegs, Danny, that I stay away from. Those are heavily copyrighted infringement type deals. And as a legitimate record seller, I really can't be distributing stuff like that. That's the kind of stuff that all of a sudden you'll get letters from lawyers, and that kind of stuff that's being passed around is pretty bad stuff right now. They'll eventually get taken down, or, you know, those are just straight up bootlegs. Todd Emick on Creed. Next thing is Morgan Wallen. This is the double album. It's $49.99. That's what it's called, the double album. I actually think it's 4 LPs. It's one of these is a triple. This is 1, 2. This is a 3 LP, and we So Dangerous. I still have a copy of the double album. $49.99. Over here is Creed, My Own Prison. And Ryan Eaton, I'll have to put you on a waiting list. That was my only copy of that. Now Kiss is at $20 of Brian Berger. That means somebody's out, and that means Van Halen's at $29. Those auctions are still getting bids. I've got 2 copies of the Cranberries, To the Faithfully Departed. The Cranberries is sold to Kelly Vlodderchek. I've got 1 extra copy left if anybody wants it. This is a remaster of the original album that came out in 1996, which 1996, obviously very tough to get on vinyl. So I've got 1 Cranberry. Still got both Morgan Wallens. We can start a waiting list for Creed if anybody else wants one. We got Ryan Eaton on there, and we have Ram. This is remastered at Abbey Road, of course. That's Paul McCartney. One of his great first solo junctures there, $33.99. Now Van Halen has a new bid for $30. And then Kiss, the solo album from Ace Frehley. This is $33.99. They call that a 2014 remaster. Kiss is up to one person, the auction. It's up to Matthew Sherrick. Matthew, it's all up to you, okay? Info on Kiss. This is Making Live in Nagoya. It's live in 1977 on red vinyl. Disc 1 is EX Plus near minus. Disc 2 is GG Plus damaged. It has a gash on side 3. That's why we started it at $15 and not $55. And the high bid on this right now is $20 of Brian Berger, okay? And then Van Halen's at $30. And Ryan Eaton wants Paul McCartney Ram. That is such a good album. One of my favorites. And then we have Pearl Jam Unplugged, 2 LP. This is on red vinyl. This is an unofficial, $38.99. Pearl Jam Unplugged, $38.99. And then we have Lynyrd Skynyrd's Street Survivors. Lynyrd Skynyrd's Street Survivors. That is $33.99 with the original cover. $33.99 on that. I feel like the camera could be tilted a little. That looks more centered to me. But who knows? Over here, I've got Tool live at Lollapalooza, $34.99. That was originally a radio broadcast. Parachute Records, silver vinyl, $34.99. Tool Lollapalooza. Morgan Wallen This one is called One Thing at a Time. No, he did want Dangerous. Okay, what is this one called? It is called Dangerous. It's not called the double album. It is called Dangerous. Okay, this is sold to John Bobing. All right, and let's make sure Matt Parsons was on that Rush Grace Under Pressure waiting list. Aaron Andrus on Pearl Jam Unplugged. That's sold to Aaron Andrus. Thank you. And we still have Van Halen's self-titled debut. And this is $33.99. Matthew Sherrick, I'm assuming you're done bidding on Kiss. Spoiled Husband Life, I'm assuming you're done bidding on Van Halen. Matthew Sherrick is not done bidding on Kiss. He just bid $22. I'm assuming Spoiled Husband Life is done bidding on Kiss. Blaine Zapnik's had it for 3 minutes at $30. I have Ghost Skeleton, that's their newest album, pink colored vinyl, $33.99. Tonight we're going to kind of do a Labor Day sale. So essentially everybody had the day off today, except for a few people that come in and took care of y'all's invoicing. So what does that mean? We're going to be going through a lot of new vinyl on sale, stuff from last month, or actually stuff from July that's still available. But man, a lot of the July stuff got wiped out when we did the 20,000 subscriber sale. So I'm going to go through August stuff and maybe pick some stuff that I over-ordered. And then the rest of it will be any kind of July or further back sticker I can find, even if it's a victim of Hatchet Ed, which means it could be a pretty new release that I've just restocked, but it has an old sticker. I'm just going to clear out all the old stickers. So you should get an opportunity tonight to get a lot of new vinyl on sale. That's going to be the majority of the show. And then, of course, discount vintage bins. I'm going to mix those in whenever we're doing in between crates of new vinyl. So we should have plenty of cool stuff to show tonight, mostly on sale. I know y'all are going to like that. And then over here, we got Kiss at $25. That's still getting bids. So everything's still getting bids. Van Halen has a new bid. Kiss has a new bid. And Fred Carnell wants the new Ghost album. There's that. And then over here, we have another Van Halen. That's 1984 remastered at $33.99. And I still got Skid Row. And Skid Row is $33.99. That is their debut, and that is $33.99. Okay, over here we have Kiss live in Nagoya. It is damaged. This too has a gash on side 3. It is damaged. It has a high bid right now of $25 of Brian Berger. We're about to sell it because Matthew Sherrick's out. Van Halen Diver Downs at 82 US Winchester. It's in shrink with hype. The vinyl's VG condition. The high bid on this is $32. Last week in the Hatchet Ed crate, it was an unpaid auction that brought $60. I was like, if no one buys it now, we're going to re-auction it next week. Here's that re-auction. It's about to sell. We're down to one person. We have Iron Maiden Power Slave. This is sold to Scott Dwallow. Thank you, Scott. Iron Maiden Power Slave is sold to you. Appreciate that. And that was our last copy. If anybody wants on a waiting list, here's our last copy of Venom. This is sold to Paul Cruz, C-R-E-W-Z. And Todd Emick wants a Skid Row. There's one Skid Row left. And we have Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying. Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying is $36.99. Keith, the Iron Maiden in the background are puzzles. So this Seventh Son, Fear, and the Trooper, those are all puzzles, 500-piece jigsaw puzzles, $24.99. Assassin, Interstellar Experience, that's on yellow vinyl. Assassin is $39.99. And then Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz. Kind of surprised we still have these in stock, $33.99. One sold to Joshua Cross. Thank you, Joshua. That's sold to you. There's Ozzy, there's Ozzy, there's Ozzy, and Sublime. Sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. This is called Secondhand Smoke. It was my last copy. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. I still got one copy left of Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason. Pink Floyd is $33.99. This is New Order Technique. New Order is $39.99. And Def Leppard, the story so far, the best of Def Leppard, $44.99. All right, these auctions are finished. Van Halen is sold to Spoiled Husband Life for $32. Kiss is sold to Brian Berger for $25. And I think I have Fear of the Dark in stock. I may not. I can find out, though. Let's go ahead and put up another one. This is called Tribute to Kiss, Rock and Roll. It's a official pressing on red vinyl from 2020. It's called Tribute to Kiss, Rock and Roll. That's going to go up for a $15 start, okay? So we've started Kiss auctions. We've only sold 2. We sold the 12-inch single Gatefold of Forever. We sold the damaged one you just seen. There's number 3. There'll be Kiss auctions for the rest of the night. I have a whole crate over here of killer Kiss bootlegs. Auction number 2 is Metallica. This is a sealed remaster of Master of Puppets. This is a sealed remaster of Master of Puppets, a $20 start. So there's our next couple auctions. Good luck, and let's read through these one more time. Glenn Kesey wants on the Fear of the Dark waiting list for the vinyl. I will check on that. We might even run across a copy tonight. We're going to be going through most of our new vinyl inventory. Anything from July and back will be on sale. If I find a sticker from July or back, it will be discounted. I've already went through 4 crates. Everything in here is August. It's killer vinyl. At some point, I'm going to go through it one more time, make sure there's nothing in here I'm overstocked on. But for the most part, this crate right here was actually when I wasn't even here. This was a crate that Paul went through. Just FYI. And Metallica has a bid for 20. And let's read these one more time. So the Best of Def Leppard, 44. New Order Techniques, 39. Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason, 33. Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz, 33. Assassin was 39. No Prayer for the Dying's 36. Skid Row, 33. Back-to-back Van Halen's. The last with David Lee Roth and the first with David Lee Roth. Their self-titled debut in 1984. Both amazing remasters at $33.99. Over here, we have Morgan Wallen, One Thing at a Time. That's a 4 LP colored vinyl. 54. Tool Lollapalooza's 34. Leonard Skinner's 33. Pearl Jam Unplugged is 38. Ace Frehley's 33. Ram is 33. Paul McCartney. And then the Cranberries 36. And the other Morgan Wallen, Dangerous, is 49. Keith Moyer's also once on that Iron Maiden Fear of the Dark. Sure thing. I'll load up on the entire Iron Maiden discography for Thursday Night Metal Night. We'll get everything in stock we can. Tracks on this. I was going to wait for Craig to post a track listing. I don't know if he's watching yet or not. This is, it has no information on artists, okay? It's on Metal Bastard Enterprises. It's from 2020. There's the track listing: Rock and Roll, God of Thunder, God Gave Rock and Roll, Love Gun Shot Me, Firehouse, I Was Made for Loving You Deuce. It doesn't basically say anything on who's playing or who it is. And the Metallica's at 23. Kiss doesn't have a bid yet. And then over here, we got Jim Ciascio on the Leonard Skinner. That's so to Jim Ciascio, okay? Thank you. That was crate number 2 of number 3 that was posted this morning. Last, one more crate before we do a recap, or one more before we start basically showing new vinyl on sale. I'm going to start doing July and back, and maybe some early August, because sometimes I get those early August titles that I'm like, man, I've shown this for a month straight and no one's bought it, so time to discount it. We'll probably have at least a crate of titles like that that technically aren't exactly ready for a discount, but they could be. And then I've got all the stuff up here on our racks. I'll have to come up here. At some point I'll be like, well, I got to go up front to the racks and get all this stuff off the racks up front, which it's a lot. That's probably definitely eligible for discount. So big night, Kiss auctions, and quote, a Labor Day sale. We'll see what happens. We need to sell a bunch of vinyl. Not much new arrivals tonight, so if you do see something, it's probably going to be, quote, on sale. All right, Kiss is still getting bids, and Brian Berger wants the Ace solo album from the previous crate. I heard Ace is about to do a signing, and anytime I hear that, I'll go to order stuff, and like all of his albums will be sold out. I think where people are buying them up so they can get him to sign a bunch of solo jackets and the picture disc and all that cool stuff. So there's this, and that is sold to Brian Berger, okay? So Kiss is at 22 of Fred Cardinale. The Metallica is at 25 of Chris Martin. I think it's just up to one guy, Steve McGee. We have 3 Days Grace, Outsider. 3 Days Grace is $29.99. That's Outsider. I've got Nirvana Incesticide. That's a 2 LP. It plays at a 45 RPM, $54.99. Nirvana Incesticide. Cannibal Corpse, Worm Infested. Cannibal Corpse is $38.99. Bjork Post, Bjork is $39. And I still got a Pink Floyd live bootleg. This is live at the Fillmore Volume 1 and live at the Fillmore Volume 2. So collectively, 4 LPs, $44.99. Signing this weekend. Yep. Whenever I see that, I'll get on my distributor's website and all the Ace solo albums will be out of stock. And I'm like, yep, he must be, that's where people like buy up all the jackets and try to get them to sign as much as possible. Very cool. We have AC/DC Powerage at $29.99. Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. That one's still in stock at $29. Flying High again. Metallica has a new bid for $27. Chris Martin, You're Out. Kiss is at $22. Fred Cardinale. Chad Smith, I think it's just up to you on that one. I also have St. Vincent, All Born Screaming. St. Vincent was $33. Olivia Rodrigo, Guts is $36. We have Megan at $39. Bjork Debuts $39, and then this is Iron Maiden Somewhere Back in Time, which is essentially a greatest hits comp. It's a double LP picture disc at $69.99. Sabbath Volume 4 is $33.99. Nirvana Roam As You Are, Nirvana $29.99. Yes, Close to the Edge is $59.99, and Nirvana Unplugged is $39.99. I think everybody got everything they wanted from the video. There wasn't any claims in this. This is like really recent stuff here. Yeah, this is pretty recent stuff there. Set list on Pink Floyd. Fillmore show should be pre-1971, so pre-Dark Side of the Moon. Green is the color. Careful with that axe, Eugene. Set the controls for the heart of the sun. The Heart of the Sun. A Saucer Full of Secrets and Interstellar Overdrive. Grantchester Meadows, Astronomy Domini is how I've always said it. I think that's pronounced differently though. Cymbeline, that's from the Moore soundtrack. Adam Hart Mother and Embryo. The very psychedelic side of Pink Floyd there. $44.99. Bill Hannum on Black Sabbath. Bill Hannum gets Black Sabbath. Scott Williams put Kiss. Scott Williams on Kiss. I don't think there was a Kiss in here, so maybe he was just about to say something. And Chad Smith's out. So first thing we're going to do is Steve McGee. He's done. All right, let's sell this to Steve McGee then for $27. This is sold to Steve McGee for $27. And Chad Smith went out on Kiss. And so this is sold then to Fred Cardinale for $22. There we have that. So welcome everybody to Monday night, Labor Day here at Coletco. That was my last recap crate. We need to sell something out of there though. Maybe somebody can at least, or we just did though, didn't we? Hold on a minute. What did we just sell? Yeah, we sold Black Sabbath. Okay. That's all we need to do then. Let's start putting up some other Kiss stuff. Let's go ahead and put up this Paul Stanley album. Is this Japanese? Unofficial, never officially released. So this Paul Stanley album was never officially pressed to vinyl. It's called Live to Win. It is on gold vinyl. It isn't unofficial. Paul Stanley's going to go up for $45. That's now up for bid. Anybody else on anything in here? Nirvana, yes, Nirvana. Iron Maiden, Bjork, Megan, Olivia Rodrigo, St. Vincent. And then Ozzy, AC/DC, Pink Floyd, Bjork, Cannibal Corpse, Nirvana, and 3 Days Grace. And then let me put these over here. I'm going to say that those 3 crates have now turned into 2. That means we did something right. That means we sold something out of there. So let me put some of these in there. And if you decide, wait a minute, Chad, I've messed up. I've been thinking about it. Go ahead and just give me everything that's in that crate, even all the duplicates. I just can't stand the fact that records like those titles, amazing albums, are getting unclaimed. So just go ahead and give me everything that's in there, even all the duplicates. I'll be like, you dog, but we'll go ahead and do it. So, won't be a problem. Let me start officially flipping through the next crate and looking for some July stickers. I know the first crate I'm probably going to do. Let me knock out this one right quick, see what's all in here. This is, some of this in here I think I'm going to discount. I'm going to discount these. And then this is pretty early August stuff, but it just hadn't been shown in a while. They're really good titles, not nothing I really want to try to get rid of. I'm kind of overstocked on these. It's a fairly new pre-order too, so I'm going to go ahead and mark these down. So I got some, it looks like I'm building a $29.99 crate all of a sudden. Yeah, the rest of these are pretty recent. I probably need to give them one more chance. And then somewhere around here is stuff from the last sale that didn't move. I'm going to mark that down even further. And I tell you what I really need to do. This is my catch-all crate, so stuff in here, new releases end up in here, Hatchet Ed stuff, and yeah, there's going to be a lot of stuff right here that's on sale. So let me bring over a crate, and let's get going on that one. And then over here is this. Make sure I didn't miss anything. And then Paul Stanley's at $45. Pink Floyd set list. Did I not just read that off, or am I crazy? Joseph, I think you just missed that. And then over here is Paul Stanley 45 and 46. I just went to a whole description about that. You must have had flicked off the screen. Give me 1 second, I'll bring it back out. But it's a 1971 concert. And let's, I've got a crate of Japanese over here, okay? That's going to be my next move. I got this crate of Japanese to do. And that'll be some of our other auctions. So let's go ahead and get those rolling. And the first one I have over here is George Harrison Dark Horse. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. This is a Japanese pressing. Should have several Japanese pressings early tonight as well. There's George Harrison. This one's closer to EX, okay, than Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Still very cool, though, with Obi. And that's going to go up for a $35 start on that one. Paul Stanley's at $50 with J.D. Conklin. Chad Anderson, Fred Cornell. That Paul Stanley solo album, like I said, has never really been released on vinyl. Let me just slide this crate over and figure out what needs to be discounted and what doesn't. June, July, August. Not that one. Let's see. Do we have a whole set here? What day? These need to be put somewhere else. All right, that's July from the last time. July. Here's some of the Hatchet Ed catch-all stuff. And that's June. Yeah, I mean, some of the stuff I've recently restocked, but it's going to be on sale. I still hadn't figured out who that goes to. Then these are new. That's a new release, honestly. That needs to be put somewhere else. Those are new. Yeah, so about everything else in here is probably going to be on sale right now. So let's go ahead and get started with these, okay? Need to empty this crate out. Let me put this brand new stuff right here. And then let me put all this, I don't really know what to do with it, stuff somewhere else. It's kind of stuff I was still trying to put together a puzzle. It's like, let me figure out what needs to go here and there and everywhere, okay? So all that's been taken care of, thank goodness. Here's this. All right. Okay, and let's see what I got. So a lot of this I don't have sorted like I normally do. I'll probably just discount it based on the fly. So we'll say off the bat, a no-brainer, Chris Cornell, $34.99, which this looks like July 16th. I know I've ordered this since then, but it needs to be discounted, probably from a Hatchet Ed crate. So $34.99 for Chris Cornell. $34.99 for Chris Cornell, okay? That's the on-sale price. First come, first serve on all these. You got to be quick. If you ain't first, you're last. That's how this stuff's going to go. Hopefully everything in here gets absolutely obliterated. That's what I want. $10. I don't think I've ever offered that as cheap as that. Next thing is Kate Bush. This one's from June 30th. $10 off, $34.99 for Kate Bush Hounds of Love. That was $44. We'll do Kate Bush at $34. It's on purple vinyl. That has Running Up That Hill, A Deal with God. James Davidson gets Chris Cornell. That's sold to him for $34. Whoever's tagging the show, I probably will go through each record and discount the price, and I'll tell you what the price is a couple times because all these are going to be different. James Davidson got Chris Cornell at $34.99. Paula was second. Kate Bush is sold to X-Wing at $34.99. That's sold to him. The last bit on Paul Stanley here was $65 to Fred Cornell. No one's bid on George Harrison. We're about to make that a buy now. And then next is the Electric Wizard. Let's do $10 off on this one. This is $29.99. I feel like I just restocked this. I probably did. This is on crystal meth colored vinyl. $10 off. Only copy, too. Most of these are going to be only copies and no waiting list. The only time we'll do a waiting list for these is if you're okay paying the original sticker price. So there'll be some people ask for waiting lists because they'll see new vinyl and they'll go, holy crap, I'll take one. But the thing is, these are the on-sale prices. Most of these, I guarantee, plus or minus $1, maybe $2, most of these prices I'll be reading off to you is my cost in them. Just clearing out some stuff for Labor Day, okay? $29.99. Electric Wizard is sold to Chris Martin. I want to fill up about, hopefully, 6 crates of new vinyl. And sometimes I get a little frisky. And sometimes we sell out of all the old stuff, and then all of a sudden I'll bring all the new stuff over here. I'm like, all right, let's just discount all the new stuff too. All the stuff from last week. But we have to sell all this first. Overkill, 33. We'll do this at $24.99. Overkill was $33. Half-Speed Master Yellow Marble Vinyl, we'll do that at $24.99. Also, White Line, this was from back in June. We'll do that for $29. So that was $38. Music on Vinyl, White Line, Black Vinyl, $29.99. $29.99. White Line Main Attraction, $29.99. Did you go to the Indy race in Lebanon? No, I've never been to anything like that. We have a big track right down the road here in Lebanon, but I've never gone to it before. No, yesterday I slept basically yesterday. My mom called us. Sometimes we go out to dinner. I woke up to missed calls from my family saying, "Are you alive? Are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm just sleeping." I rarely get to do this because we're about to get into a new week here at Coletco, and I'll be nonstop for like 6 days straight. And then I'll be at a football game, and then it'll be right back to Sunday just trying to sleep. So, but yeah, I have NASCAR people all the time ask me, "Chad, I can't believe you don't go to more stuff out there. You're just like 5 minutes from a NASCAR track." I'm like, yeah, I just don't have time. Sean Schaefer on Overkill at $24.99. Steve Lackey was second. Dave C. on White Line at $29.99. All right, George Harrison, you didn't get a bid, so you can pick that up for a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on George Harrison. This is Dark Horse. I did wake up like at 5 o'clock at one point in the afternoon. It's like, man, I really need to do a coin and knife sale, but I knew if I came here and did a coin and knife sale, I'd be up all night. And we'd be selling stuff, and then it'd be right back to it here tomorrow. So I was much better basically sleeping. And then Paul Stanley, this is still getting bids. J.D. Conklin is out. Chad Anderson has it for $70. Fred Cardinale's also out. So over here we have $70 with Chad Anderson, okay? And then here is Motorhead. This is the Manicore tapes. We'll do this for $24.99. This was $33. This was the original Lost album, never released. $24.99 for Motorhead. And the next two are Motorheads as well, but let's skip that one. So that was $33 from back in June. Let's show Repulsion. Repulsion Horrified is on green vinyl. Let's do that one for $24.99. That was a relapse stock from back in May. I don't know how that's lingered around for so long, but we'll do that for $24.99. Brad Waits on Motorhead for $24. Repulsion sold to Justin Deckelman at $24.99. I love Labor Day sales. Let's do Rush at $10 off. So this was $44. We'll do Vapor Trails from back in May at $34.99 on that one. Paul Stanley has a new bid for $72. Let's try a different Japanese pressing. Let's put up Deep Purple, 24 karat purple, which has always been a solid compilation to have on Japanese vinyl from Deep Purple. And this one is going to be a $25 start. $25 start for Deep Purple. There's that. There's the LP. There's the inserts. There's the cover and Obi. And Rush is sold to Lothel. Matt Parsons, $34.99. Matt, why have your attention? So on your invoice, you got a Lamb Lies Down on Broad Street. I went ahead and ordered you this version instead of the $100 plus Analog Productions. If you still want that Analog Productions pressing, I can take this one off your invoice. But this one's actually in stock as a half-speed master. That's what was on your invoice. It's a 2LP. And I have one left if anybody else wants it. The other version in print is the Analog Productions, which cost well over $100. And then the other version is a box set that comes out this month, but that's about a couple $100. So just preference on whatever you want, okay? All right, let's do some $29.99 here that I've got several copies of. The first $29.99 one I have is Dead Kennedys live at the Old Waldorf, 1979. So this is the Dead Kennedys. It's $10 off. It's a live unofficial official. It is 10 tracks on 1 LP as a gatefold. Let's do those $10 off. Dead Kennedys, $29.99. $29.99, okay? Let's go back over here, and Paul Stanley had a bid with J.D. Conklin for $72. Matt Parsons got Vapor Trails. Paul Stanley got a new bid for $75. Deep Purple has a bid for $25. He says he'll take that one. And then Paul Stanley's at $80. Both Dead Kennedys are sold, one to Eddie Pasir and one to Kelly Vladarchuk. Those are $29.99. Hope everybody's hit the like button. This is a fairly new release. I just have a few too many. Let's go ahead and slip in a deal on the new Pretenders, the singles collection, which is a double LP compilation of the Pretenders music. First time that's been reissued, and it includes bonus tracks not on that original release. $29.99. That's the Pretenders, the singles collection. 2 LP, essentially a Pretenders greatest hits. Deep Purple has one bid for $25. We're about to sell it. And then Paul Stanley's at $81. What does LAM stand for? LAM? That was our previous store name, Lebanon Antique Mall. We would abbreviate it LAM, L-A-M. When I changed my name, my friends was all like, dang it, Chad, we can't abbreviate Coletco. They used to say LAM, L-A-M. Are you at LAM? LAM, LAM, LAM. That was Lebanon Antique Mall. All right, we got the Pretenders. That's sold to Amanda Darby, James Davidson, Michael Potts, George Barris, Fred Cardinale, Blaine Zapnick, and Chad Smith. Sold out, sold out, sold out. They're all gone. 29, Chad Smith was the last one. Make sure those go in for $29.99. All right, here's another Motorhead, $24.99. Motorhead Bomber. That is a blue and black splatter half-speed master. There's the next Motorhead on sale, $24.99. Godsmack, this should not be on sale, but it's qualified. 24, it's early August. It's an early August date, and it's in here, and I only got one left. That was long out of print, $24.99 for Godsmack, 1,000 horsepower. James Young gets Bomber, Motorhead at $24.99. Steve Lackey was second on that one. Aaron Andrus, you get the Deep Purple for $25, and guess what? They're still bidding on Paul Stanley. There will be a KISS auction up for bid tonight for about the next 6 or 7 hours. Most of these get extremely competitive, and sometimes they go into beyond extended bidding, okay? Chad Anderson's back in at $86. So that's Paul Stanley. I'm going to take a pause. I'm going to take a quick pause on a Japanese pressing. That way, since that's Paul Stanley, we can put up a KISS, and we can bid on it as KISS, okay? So sometimes I'll have two up. Sometimes I might have like a solo album, or I might tell you different ways to abbreviate your bids so we can keep up with the differences. So this next one, we're going to bid on it, and we're just going to call it KISS, okay? And this is Lick It Up. And Lick It Up is an 83 Hop Hog original with the original on her sleeve, VG Plus condition, $20 start. Godsmack is sold to Fred Cardinale for $24.99. All right. And then Carl Berger gets the George Harrison Japanese pressing for $35. All right. That's what Nick Saban says. All right. All right. All right. Here is our next Motorhead, $10 off on this one, $29.99. Motorhead self-titled, a new 2 LP that includes an EP, $29.99. And then let's do this. This should not be on sale, but it's eligible. Just a Hatchet Ed victim from back in July, $29.99 on Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Sky's Crying, $29.99. The Sky's Crying. And let's do one more at $29. That's that 5-finger Death Punch. Once again, $10 off. Silver Galaxy colored vinyl, the best of, $29.99. Paul Stanley's at $90. Over here, we got KISS at $25. Beast Smoker on Motorhead at $29.99. All right. That's so the Beast Smoker. Mark Stanley was second. Robert Warner was third. Todd Coe first on the Stevie Ray Vaughan. Fred Cardinale next on Motorhead. Michael McCullough next on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Joey Fingo first on the 5-finger at $29. And then Brian, then Calvin on SRV, then Razman on SR, then Anthony Riddle, then Paula, then Bill Hannum. Wow. So KISS has a bid with Brian Stern at $30. And over here, Paul Stanley's at $91 with Chad Anderson. Still bidding on those. What's next in here? I've got a bunch of these, so just pretend I have like a big stack of these. Let's do $10 off Saxon, Dogs of War. Music on vinyl, limited edition of 1,000 numbered silver copies, $29.99. Another music on vinyl. And buy these as if I have a whole stack of them because they're up front on a rack. I would really love to move those. I accidentally double ordered those. Sometimes y'all get great deals on new stuff. It's victim of me not keeping up with what I've already ordered from different places. And when a new release comes out and everybody kind of gets what they want and I don't get to sell them out that week, it typically stays around almost for a month and I really can't even sell it again until I do what? Discount it. So they're Saxon at $29.99. I've got several of those, okay? Several of those. Over here, we got Paul Stanley at $92. We've got Kiss at $30. And then I'm going to mark these down probably as much as I can, and I'll do these at $14.99, and that's Montrose Now Playing. You heard me correctly, $14.99, and we'll do Richie Valens Now Playing, and Richie Valens for $14.99. Richie Valens is on red vinyl. Montrose, of course, was Sammy Hagar, and Saxon's $29, okay? So there's your next $14.99 auctions. Paul Stanley still getting bids. $89, $90, $91, $92, $93 of Chad Anderson. And then Paul Stanley still, or Kiss still has one bid with Brian Stern. He's had it for 2 minutes, so that's a final call. When it gets around 3 or 4 minutes, or even sooner, I'll go ahead and sell it. Topographic gets a Richie Valens, just $14.99. Both Montrose are sold, $14.99. Brian Call and Sieg, those are gone. No more Montrose, Brian Call and Sieg, and then the Richie Valens are going to go to Joe Salamo, Kelly Cook, Robert Barnett, and there's only one Richie Valens left. It's only one Richie Valens left. Joy Fino wants to put back the 5-finger death punch. All right, let me give that to the next person. Let me give that to the next person over here. The next person in line for 5-finger death punch is this following person. So we do not need to give this to Joey Fino. The next person in line for 5-finger death punch was Brian Reynolds, FF for 5-finger. So Brian Reynolds, you get 5-finger death punch, okay? That's going to go to you instead of Joey Fino. We have filled up our first crate. The last Richie Valens I pulled out was Robert Barnett. And there's one left, and I still got plenty of Saxons, okay? Yes, we're already hot and heavy in discount crates. It's Monday, Labor Day sale. If anything has a sticker from July or back, it doesn't matter if I just restocked it last week. That particular record is going to be on sale. I'm even going to discount some stuff from early August. Some early August stuff will be on sale too. That was kind of like Godsmack that was in here, and there was even one other just a moment ago. Later on, if I find one more of that same record, I'll go ahead and sell it as well. But something to remember, no waiting list for these because these are the on sale prices. Several of those I just sold for less than what I paid for it myself. So just clearing out old inventory. This is the catch-all crate that's been right here next to me. Here's the only two left in here. Richie Valens is $14.99. Saxon's $29.99. That's silver vinyl numbered over here. We got Kiss sold for $30. Brian Stern, are you a first-time buyer? If so, just say yes. This is sold to you for $30. And OG, lick it up. Next on sale LP was Lil Wayne. We'll do $10 off on that. It was $39 from back in June. Lil Wayne is $29.99. And then Under Oath, the place after this one, from back in April, this was $33. Let's do this for $19.99. $19.99, ruby red vinyl. And we'll do this one, Volcano. I think the last time this was $29. Let's do another $5 off on this one. This is a thrash metal album. A thrash metal album from 1986. It's called Volcano, Bloody Vengeance, $24.99 on that one. Brian Stern is a first-time buyer. Welcome to Collectco. Now, I see that you're on Facebook, so what I need you to do is I need you to send us a message with your email address and your mailing address, okay? Your email address and your mailing address. I need you to send that in the form of a message. And when you're done doing that, just say message sent. That way I've got all of your contact information. You won't get an invoice until 1 week. It will be 1 week from today until you get an invoice. And that is today, Monday, we do invoicing, okay? Here, is actually a vintage bootleg. This is made in 1988. It's called Vintage Kiss, Japan, 1980. A 1988 Italian import unofficial. Kiss at Budokan Hall in Tokyo, 1977. Vinyls in VG condition. And this Kiss bootleg, a $35 start. Paul Stanley's at $102, by the way. The first thing I have over here is Dwayne Caldwell on Under Oath, and he's going to get that for just $19.99. That was so did Dwayne. Joey Fino gets Volcano for $24.99, and Paul Stanley's at $102. Next thing is Coulter Wall. Let's go ahead and get that one down to $19.99. Red vinyl Coulter Wall, Songs of the Plain, last copy at $19.99. And we have Bullet Boys. Let's make that $10 off at $24.99. Silver colored vinyl Bullet Boys, $24.99 on that. And these are not on sale. These are coming in this week. That's the Aussie restock. Those are definitely not on sale. But the rest of them will be in this week. Some people got a few tagged to their invoice this week. The rest of them will be this week. All right, we got to sell everything in here. We're so close. We're so close to selling everything in here. Right now, Paul Stanley is with Chad Anderson at 102. J.D. Conklin, you're out. Kiss has a bid for 35. Sean Schaefer gets Bullet Boys for 24. Wow, we're so close. We're so close. Scott Markham next on Bullet Boys, then Joey Fino. So right now, Richie Valens, the last one left, red vinyl with La Bamba. It's called Now Playing. Just $14.99. Saxon, Dogs of War. And there's going to be... I know we're going to, if we can't sell one, I've got about 9 more, so I know we're not going to sell out of that tonight. Saxons, $29.99. Silver vinyl, numbered. A numbered colored vinyl, limited edition from Music on Vinyl. Lil Wayne, also $29. That was $40 at one point, $39.99. And then Coulter Wall, Songs of the Plains. That is $19.99, which is $10 off. That was $29. That's it. Just those 4 records left in that crate. We're so close to selling out of our first full crate of new vinyl. Now I've got to get to work and start trying to find the next one. I do have some leftovers of some vintage flip crates over here. I'm going to do that later. And I got to go up front and pull everything off the racks. But we'll go ahead and sell Saxon here. That is so to Carl Berger. Thank you, Carl. I'm going to just slide these right over here. Here's where I'll put all the leftovers tonight in case you're thinking about something. Guess what? Kiss is still getting bids. It's now at 35 with J.D. Conklin, and they're still bidding on Saxon. One of the first things I'm going to do, or they're still bidding on Paul Stanley, I'm going to go up front and go ahead and grab some stuff off the racks up here, including those Saxons, because I have a feeling some people may be getting claims in, and the rest of them's up here. I'm also going to pull everything else off the racks that's eligible for a discount. Yeah, a lot of June and July stuff up here on the racks. Wow, some great titles too. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and grab some stuff I've already sold, and I knew I had extra copies up here. Yep. I already see stuff up here on the racks that we've sold that now we need to go ahead and restock back here. And let's do that, okay? So here is the first thing to do. Let's bring these Saxons. Let me get another crate ready. Most of the stuff I have in stock has August stickers on it. So I honestly don't have too much, but it's probably going to be a lot more than I realized, okay? So another Saxon is sold to Steve Lackey at $29.99. And then I'm going to put all these over here. And there's some more stuff behind those Saxons that were about to be on sale. Thanks everybody for joining us on Labor Day. Let me check the dates on this crate. This is July, June, May. No date, but we've already discounted it. July, yeah, let's do this one here. I think you're all going to like this one. And some of this stuff was left over from the last sale, and I'm going to discount them even further, okay? The first part of this crate is a lot of stuff Laura ordered, and it's just a couple titles she had left. And yeah, so we're about to make some of this stuff probably really cheap because this is the second month of eligibility. And y'all know how I am. I'll keep discounting till it's time to sell it. Guess what? Kiss just got one bid with J.D. Conklin for $35. So that is gone. Thank you, J.D. That's so to you. And then he went out on Paul Stanley, and Paul Stanley lived to win. Is sold to Chad Anderson for $106, okay? $106. Lonnie Jolly put LW and LW was for Lil Wayne. That's sold to Lonnie Jolly at $29.99. So let's bring these over. Here's some stuff I've already discounted tonight, and I've just found extra copies. And they still have old stickers, and these should sell pretty fast. The first one is Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Sky's Crying. Y'all probably just seen that earlier. Music on vinyl, $29.99. Do what? Yep. And then Overkill. We've already sold one of these. I know there was backup people, so there's another one. Half-speed yellow marble vinyl, $24.99. That was $33. This is also $24. It was $33. The Steven Wilson remix on blue vinyl of the Yes album, that's $24. And then we've already sold one of these. Here's another one. Chris Cornell, $34.99. Chris Cornell, $34.99. Brian Berger wants an Ozzy and Blizzard from the previous crates. Now, those were new arrivals at sticker price, or those are from the recap crates from today. So let me find those. They should be right here behind me. If I don't pull those right now, Brian, then they may easily disappear. They should be in this crate right here. He wants an Ozzy, Diary, and Blizzard. We can take care of you right there. And these, of course, are sticker price at $29 and $33. Sorry, I'm already out of breath. I'm out of shape from missing a couple nights. These are sold to Carl Berger, of course, at sticker. And then over here, let's tag these, and then I'm going to go ahead and put up the Kiss stuff. We got Paula on Stevie Ray Vaughan at $29. A lot of the backup people now grabbing them. You got to make sure you pay attention. Stuff you miss out on could easily come back. So Paula got Stevie Ray Vaughan at $29. Steve Lackey on Overkill for $24. Melissa Bailey on Chris Cornell at $34. Gerald Whitworth gets a yes at $24. Paula next on Chris Cornell. Blaine next on Chris Cornell. Dennis next on Chris Cornell. And we have Carl Berger, not me. Okay, so let me go back over what just happened so I don't mess anything up. Paula got Stevie Ray Vaughan at $29.99. Steve Lackey got Overkill at $24.99. Melissa Bailey got Chris Cornell at $34. And then Yes is sold to Gerald Whitworth for $24, okay? The next on Chris Cornell was Blaine, and then Dennis. And then over here, what did I mess up on? They said, no Carl Berger, not me. What happened? Saxon went to Carl Berger at $29.99. Steve Lackey also got a Saxon at $29.99. Okay, I'm not for sure even what I said. No Carl, Brian, Carl Berger, not me. I have no idea. Okay, there we go. All right, yes, that's the only thing left right now. $24.99. Surely somebody needs that. All right, let's go ahead and put up some more auctions. Here we go. Next thing is the following. Hope everybody's paying close attention. If you miss out on something now, you better be ready for the other opportunity to pop up. It could happen at any given time. You just got to make sure you're on your toes and ready to bid. Our next auction is Kiss 30 Anos de Musica Rock Savant. This is Rock and Roll Over as a Mexican import. Wow. This is an official pressing. This is real. It's a Mexican alternative cover of Rock and Roll Over. How cool is that? That is the album Rock and Roll Over as a Mexican import from 1984. VG Plus condition, a $45 star. You said Brian. Carl Berger on the Aussies. Okay, the Aussies. Carl Berger on the Aussies. I got you now. Carl Berger. Boy, y'all burgers. We got Carl Berger. We got Brian Berger. We got Michael Hamburger. We got a bunch of meat in the chat. A whole lot of meat in the chat. Next thing is Brian Adams, Reckless. This is a Japanese pressing. Heaven, the summer of '69. This is going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start. There is the LP, there's the insert, there's the cover and Obi, all right? Next thing in here, half off music on vinyl. This is the Dunkirk soundtrack. This was $49.99. This is half off. We'll go ahead and make it $24.99. Christopher Nolan film, more importantly, a Hans Zimmer soundtrack. That's been around now for a few months. $24.99. $24. Dunkirk, my last copy, my only copy. $24.99 for Dunkirk, and that's so to Greg Herman, okay? Next thing, we'll do this at $34.99. That's $15 off. It is Gorillaz Humans. That was $49. Now we'll do it for $34. $49.99, now $34.99, $15 off. It's a 2 LP. Everything in here is new and sealed. First thing is Kiss, the official Mexican import of Rock and Roll Over. It has a bid for $45. It has a bid for $45. And then over here, David Jennings wants that last yes. Sorry. You might, sometimes yes claims get me really confused because people keep saying yes and yes, and I'm like, why are they saying yes? And then I realize they're buying a record. David Jennings gets that last yes at $24.99, okay? Next thing over here is the following. Kiss 45, Kiss 45. David Jennings did get yes, okay? And then Greg Herman got Dunkirk. Kelly Vladicek gets Gorillas at $34.99. Brian Adams, 25, 25, 26, 28. And then J.D. Conklin, Kiss 45, Brian Adams 30. All right, here we go. This is, see, these were 54. Let's do these $20 off. Blackstone Cherry is now just $34.99. These were pricey. First time ever on vinyl. Magic Mountain, $34.99. First time on vinyl, limited edition, gold and purple marble vinyl, $20 off, numbered on the back, Blackstone Cherry at $34.99. I've got 2 of them. Those were 54. $34.99 on Blackstone Cherry. Snail Mail. Let's do this at $19.99. That's for the album Lush. Might be some lower stuff in here you can grab at great prices. Snail Mail, just $19.99. Bob Riger and Fred Cardinal on the Blackstone Cherries. Make sure these go in for $34.99. That was it. Those the only 2 I had. That was so to Bob Riger and Fred Cardinal. James Davidson next, then Tom Kelly, then Danny Thomason. Brian Adams is at $35. That's a Japanese pressing of Reckless. The last bid I seen on Kiss was J.D. Conklin at $50. Snail Mail sold to Fred Cardinal. Make sure that goes in for $19.99. So still getting bids on these 2 here. Here is Rat Wars, and this one is Health. And this is indie exclusive. Let's make this $19.99. It was translucent ruby red vinyl at $33.99. Rat Wars Health Rat Wars, $19.99. I've only got 1. That was $33 last copy. I'll also do this $10 off, just $19.99 for Jubilee by Japanese Breakfast, $19.99. This is Kiss. It's a 1984 Mexican import of Rock and Roll Over. It's still in shrink. The shrink's kind of torn right here, but it is still in shrink. It is a 1984 Mexican import of Kiss Rock and Roll Over. Very different than the cover we're normally seeing here in the United States that came out in, I think, around 76. This is an 84 Mexico pressing with a much, much different cover. Fred Cardinal on Rat Wars at $19.99. Brian Adams has a new bid for $37 with Joe Salamo. Next thing over here, this is, you know what, and I don't know a lot about this, but it's always on the top sellers. And Laura ordered it, but it's McGee, 2-star, and the Dream Police. They're not cheap when you order them. The MSRP is $39.99. I'll do this for $29.99. It's called McGee, M-K-G-E-E, and that's 2-star in the Dream Police. But this is usually on it's usually on page 1 or 2 of like new vinyl bestsellers. $29.99 on that. Still got Japanese Breakfast. I'll do that one, $10 off. Also, I've got Faye Webster. We'll do this at $19.99. I Know I'm Funny. That's $10 off, $19.99 on that. And we have 1 copy here of Vader, De Profundis, yellow vinyl. Let's do Vader for $24. It was $33.99. Gatefold Jacket Vader at $24.99. George Samberes, I think it's up to you on Brian Adams. They're still bidding on Kiss, $60, $65. All Night Tonight Kiss auctions. Next LP in here, Vader was $24. This is Jail Persona on Plum colorway colored vinyl, $19.99 on Jail. That's $10 off. $10 off on Jail. And here is Winter Sun. This was on the metal stuff I ordered that night. Time 1. Let's do these $10 off. Clear with purple and white and purple splatter from Nuclear Blast, $19.99 on Winter Sun. And the last one here is Carolina Polacek on copper colored vinyl, Desire I want to turn into you. Not $19.99 on that, which is $10 off. This is some stuff back from July. Also $19.99. These were 33 title fight shed. Those are $19.99. And I've got one copy left of Drain Living Proof. That's $19.99. We're into some newer type stuff here. I think that Laura had ordered at some point, and it's on sale for the first time. $19.99. And we have Earl Sweatshirt, some rap songs. I'll also do those for $19.99. So Earl Sweatshirt, Drain, Title Fight, the last couple there. Here is Ozark Mountain Daredevils. Now hear this. I'm down to 2 copies, which were originally $38.99. Indie exclusive clear vinyl. So let's get these down to $19.99. That's almost half off. If the original sticker price was $1 more, that would get those close to half off. I've had those since early July. That's my last 2 copies, just $19.99. Ozark Mountain Daredevils. Fred Carnell is going to try the McGee. He's going to get that at $29.99. Make sure this goes into him at $29. Brad Adams is now at $40. Joe Salamo's out. Final call to George Samberez. And Kiss is at $70. Ozark is sold to Danny for $19.99. And Randy Klein put Shed. And Shed was for this right here. That's sold to Randy Klein at $19.99. Steve Lackey on Jail Persona. That's sold to Steve Lackey at $19.99. And Mark Steele on Winter Sun at $19.99. Okay, so all those are gone. Next in here is Dwarves. I've only got one copy here of Rex Everything. $10 off, $19.99 on Dwarves. Jerry Stone coming in on the Ozark Mountain Daredevils. Make sure that goes to Jerry, and make sure that goes in for $19.99. Dwarves is $19.99. And Motorhead. Let's do these for, let's go ahead and do them for $19.99. People say I'm crazy. Motorhead, $19.99. They were $29. Let's get them sold. It's going to come in so quickly. So quickly. Motorhead self-titled, $19.99. Everybody's like, holy moly, what is wrong with Chad? All right, let's go ahead and sell Brian Adams. That is sold to George Samberez for $40. That is sold to George Samberez for $40. Thank you on that. Let's put that away. Tomorrow's, when the mail actually runs, we should have a ton of new arrivals because pre-orders would normally have been delivered today. So tomorrow, if everything delivers, we'll have a minimum of 3 or 4 crates of new vinyl tomorrow. If everything that was supposed to be delivered Tuesday and Monday all gets delivered on Tuesday, we probably will have 5 or 6 crates of new vinyl tomorrow, mostly pre-orders. All right, let's go over here to Kiss. And Kiss over here is sold or has a high bid with Chad Sauls at $70. So that's a Mexican cover from 1984 of Rock and Roll Over. That's at $70 with Chad Sauls. Going once, going twice on that one. The Motorheads are sold to Glenn over on Twitch and Robert Warner. Those are $19.99. Chris Jansen was next, and then Scott Arnold was 4th, and then Nick Bargeron, and then Tony Riddle, then Kelly Cook, then Brad Waits, and then Chad Smith, then Mike C, and then we have Super Drag. I'm also going to do that for $19.99. Super Drag plays Regretfully Yours on pink vinyl, $19.99. All done on Kiss? Yes. Chad Saul, $70. We're about to sell it. That's a 1984 import of Rock and Roll Over with a much alternate cover. Very cool. I love collecting stuff like that. That's kind of how you get down in the weeds of collecting, folks. If you think you got everything Kiss, just start looking at all the foreign pressings you can get. Holy moly, just when you think you have everything, you're not. All the bootlegs, foreign pressing 45s, alternate picture sleeves. You could be looking at stuff for years and years. Very cool. Men at Work is a Japanese pressing. $25 start. Business as usual. Who can it be now? $25 start. There's the insert. There's the cover and obi. Super Drag. Sold to Eric Van Leuven for $19.99. We're going through on sale new vinyl right now. Next thing I have is Dwayne and Greg Allman. Let's do this one. $10 off, $24.99. Dwayne and Greg Allman, $24.99. That's $10 off, $24.99. and then Lana Del Rey. So this was 46. Let's do this one for $29.99. NFR Lana Del Rey, $29.99 on that one. And the last copy I have of 311, which was 46. I think the last time I did it 34. $29.99 for 311. That is the newest 30th anniversary on blue colored vinyl with 7 bonus tracks. $29.99 on that. So that's another $5 off from the last time. So 29 and 29. Pergy 33 gets 311 at 29. Mark Stanley was next. Chris Kirkley gets Lana Del Rey at 29. X-Wing was third on 311. Let's put up another Kiss auction. To do that, I'm going to go ahead and sell this one. And this Kiss auction is sold to Chad Sauls for $70. Very cool. Look at that label. How cool is that? Sold to Chad Sauls for $70. Okay. Thank you on that one. Let's put that away. Lots of people next on 311 and Lana Del Rey. Just have ones, though. What is the Kiss one somebody keeps requesting? I'll have to figure out where that is in just a second. Let's go ahead and put up this bootleg of The Brewery, East Lansing, Michigan. Kiss alive in East Lansing. This is live during the Hotter Than Hell tour. It's at the brewery in East Lansing, Michigan, 1974. How cool is that? VG Plus, Kiss, a $35 start. Rick James. So let's do this $20 off. My last copy was $54, $20 off, $34.99 for Rick James Collected. Rick James Collected, $24.99 on that. We'll do Cancer at $24.99. Cancer at $24 to the gory end. These were $38.99. So $14 off on that, $24. And then here's another Overkill, Under the Influence. There's been backups every time on that. There's another opportunity at $24.99. James Hicks on the Rick James. Make sure that goes in for $34.99. Next, no, Matt Parsons was first. My bad. Matt came in on Rick. This is sold to Lothel. Matt Parsons gets the Rick James at $34.99. We got a request for Crazy Nights. We got a request for Smashes Thrashes. Kiss has a bid for $35. James Hicks second on Rick James. Sean Holford gets Overkill for $24. Danny Thomason gets Cancer for $24. And Brian Stern was maybe about to claim Kiss. Kiss is an auction, so make sure you put in your numerical. Mike C on Overkill, and then Chad Smith next on Rick James, okay? All right, first thing I have is Metallica. I'll do these $5 off, just $24.99, hardwired to self-destruct. Already at a great price. This sticker, $29 for a double LP from Metallica. I always thought those were at a great price. So $5 off, $24.99 for hardwired to self-destruct. Sell one to Deckelman, and we have one left if anybody else wants it, okay? Let's do Matt DeMarco for $14.99. Just $14.99. I have one available. These were $28. $14.99 for Mac DeMarco. That's brand new and sealed. Everything in here is brand new and sealed. Metallica is sold to John Smetzer at $24.99. Sean Schaefer was third. We'll do singles at basically $10 off and make this just $29.99. Do what? Yeah, you heard me correctly. The single soundtrack, a double LP at $29.99. There's about a dozen people back up on Metallica. Unfortunately, only had 2. And then here is Gorillaz, $10 off for Demon Days. Just $34.99 for Demon Days. $34.99 for Demon Days. Yes, you heard that correctly. $10 off. That is with Feel Good Inc., okay? Let's go right over here. Kiss 40, Kiss 45, Metallica. So what did we have here? We had Kiss at 40, Kiss at 42, Kiss at 45. Deckelman got a Metallica. John Smetzer got a Metallica. Sean Schaefer was next. Trent Peasley, then Mike C. Richie Lander bid 65 on Kiss. Craig Sweden on the singles soundtrack. Let's send this to Craig for no charge. Let's go ahead and get a free record right out of the chute this week for Craig. This is sold to Craig for $0. Let's go lay that on Ed's desk and say ship to Craig Sweden. Thank you, Craig. We'll get that done early this week. How about that? Brian Hickson, you were second. Ron Duffield was third. Matt Lothel put 4 for Gorillaz. This is sold to Matt for $34.99. Paula next on singles. Jay Castillo gets Matt DeMarco. Make sure this goes in for $14.99. It was only $14.99. Fred Carnell next on Gorillaz. Kiss 70, Kiss 70. And Men at Work just got one bid, and let's go ahead and sell that for just $25. And that was sold to Tim Rory. He's had it for 5 minutes. Tim, nice pickup there. That's sold to you for $25, a Japanese pressing of Men at Work. All right, so there's a KISS auction up. Let's put up a Ace Frehley. That way we can kind of keep two going over here. But whoever tags that, when he gets to that point, just lay it on Ed's desk and say, ship that to Craig. Ship that to Craig. Try to throw him a bone at least once a week. Everything he does for us, sharing track listing. How about this right here? This is Ace Frehley, Frehley's Comet. We got your rock. Ace Frehley is a unreleased original first studio album by Frehley's Comic. An unreleased original first studio album by Frehley's Comic. Wow, that sounds pretty significant. It's on yellow vinyl with insert. It's very nice, near mint minus. It has the insert here with the information. And Frehley's Comic, let's put that up for a $45 start. There was only one Gorillas. It went to you, Matt. I thought I had bid. Mike C said, I thought I had bid. Okay, let's see what's going on over here now. Mike C says, I thought I had bid. Now, you're talking about Men at Work, right? I see where you bid 25, and I said where Tim Rory bid 25. Actually, it looks like your bid came in second, so this is going to go back up for bid. Let me know if you want to bid more than $25. Tim Rory, that was tied. That's been tied this entire time. That's going back up. Let me know if you want to bid again, Mike C. I scrolled up 2 more links, and there's your bid, okay? So now this is going back up. Let me know if you want to bid more than $25 on that one, okay? So Ace Frehley 45, Ace Frehley 45, 50, 50. Everything's getting lots of bids. Next on sale, about the 3rd time I've shown one of these, Motorhead, the Manicore tapes. This is $24.99. Several Motorheads tonight. Every one of them have had multiple claims. Tim Rory, you've been outbid on Men at Work. Mike C has it for $30. Tim, scratch the thought of you winning that auction unless you outbid him, okay? Now, we have Frehley's Comic at 55, and KISS still getting lots of bids. Motorhead is sold to Beast Smoker for $24.99, then Glenn, then Robert, then Michael Snared. Next over here is Depeche Mode. Let's do this one, about $10 off. We'll make it $29.99 for live Depeche Mode, London Dungeon. That's now $29.99, and that's a 2 LP colored vinyl limited edition. The Motorhead got claimed quickly to Beast Smoker, then Glenn, then Robert, then Michael, then Kelly, then Steve, then Mike, and then Lothel, Matt Parsons on Depeche Mode at $29. Ace Frehley's at $75. You know what I need to update? I need to update KISS. This is a live in East Lansing, Michigan, October 1974. This has not had a bid since J.D. Conklin bid $70. Brian Stern also bid $70, but Brian, your bid came in second. You tied J.D. Conklin. J.D. still has KISS at $70. It's been overshadowed by Ace Frehley. It's already more than KISS. Bill Samus has it for $85. Now Men at Work is at $32, and Men at Work is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. Near mint minus and pristine. That's the Men at Work album. It is near mint minus and pristine. Paul, it's near mint minus and pristine. It's near mint minus and pristine. Fred, you were next on Depeche Mode. Next is Pantera, just $24.99. The Great Southern Trendkill, white and sandblasted orange vinyl. My only one at $24.99. Now KISS is at $75. Now Ace Frehley's at $90 with Fred Carnell. J.D. Conklin, you just tied them. Rod Stewart, Ultimate Hits on green vinyl, $10 off, $29.99 for Rod Stewart's Ultimate Hits. 2 LP, that is now $10 off. And we have Bill Hannum on Pantera at $24. That's sold to Bill Hannum. And then the next thing is Wendy O. Williams, just $19.99 for Wow. For Wow, Wendy O. Williams. We got Stacy Metternich on Rod Stewart at $29.99. Cleaning out some on-sale new vinyl here. That was a great crate. Right now, I'm going to show you what's left. I'm going to go try to find the next one. If I find anything from July or back on a sticker, it's going to be on sale tonight for the first part of the show. After I feel like I've gone through everything, we'll start doing some vintage on sale, etc. Also, though, if anything, early August I have lingering around here that's eligible for discount, and everybody's still wanting more, I might bring some of it out. But most of all are our July stuff's going to get obliterated right now. If you know by now, we don't keep new vinyl hanging around long. Wow was sold to Steve Lackey for $19.99. All right. So far tonight, here's the only things that's left. Let's start with the last crate. I still got Richie Valens at $14.99. La Bamba, now playing on red vinyl, just $14.99. That's crazy. And then we have Coulter Wall at $19.99. Songs of the Plains, red vinyl, $19.99 for Coulter Wall. And then Saxon, Dogs of War, $10 off, numbered on the back. This is number 323. Silver vinyl, Saxon's $29.99 if you missed those earlier. Hopefully we have everybody hitting the like button on Facebook and YouTube. Wow, 363 people watching on all platforms right now. No wonder all these crates are getting obliterated. Holy moly, that's more sometimes than we have at this time of the week on a Thursday night metal night. Good gracious, I better start bringing more stuff out. I better not even take a breath of air. Better keep showing stuff. Very quickly, I'm going to knock these out one more time. I had Japanese Breakfast, Jubilee, $19.99. Faye Webster, $19.99. Vader, D Profundus, Yellow Vinyl, $24.99. Winter Sun, clear with blue, white, and purple splatter, $19.99. Mike C wants a Saxon. Make sure he gets that for $29. Quick update, Freely's Comic is at $130. Kiss over here is still with who? Brian Stern at $75 maybe? Brian Stern, $75. Brian Stern, $75. That's who I'm showing. I feel like y'all tied earlier, though. Man, I don't even know at this point. Yeah, Brian Stern, Kiss, $75. That's who I think has the high bid. Ace is at $130. And Men at Work, the last bid on Men at Work was Mike C at $35. Tim Rory, I think it's all up to you, okay? I think it's all up to you. And what just happened right there? We got a Saxon for Mike C. We got a Saxon for Brian Stubbard. And now there's only a couple of those left. We got Faye Webster also for $19.99. Shed Title Fight for $19.99. Drain Living Proof is $19.99. Earl Sweatshirt is $19.99. And we have this, and we have Dwarves. This is Rex Everything at $19.99. Dwayne and Greg Allman, some of my favorite recordings, $10 off. The Allman Brothers, $24.99. And then there's the ones you just seen again. Richie Valens, Coulter Wall, and Saxon, $29, $19, and $14. Gerald Whitworth wants a Saxon for $29. Now there's only two left. So Saxon's $29, Coulter Wall $19, and Richie Valens. And everything here back was all $19.99. Dwarves, Earl Sweatshirt, Drain, Shed, Carolina Polachek, Winter Sun, except for Vader. He was $24. We'll put him up here. And everything is still getting bids. Kiss is still getting bids. Ace Frehley is still getting bids, and Men at Work is still getting bids. So Men at Work just got a new bid for $36. Kiss has a new bid for $80, and Ace Frehley's tied. J.D. Conklin, you're out. The first person to bid $130 was Bill Samus. Paula wants the Allman Brothers at $24.99. Autumn Betts gets a Winter Sun at $19.99. Okay, Devin Reese, you were second. I've already had one earlier, but that was my last one. All right, awesome. Let's take this off the table, and let's find another crate like that. Thanks for tuning in. Let's see, and a lot of this is going to be what we call victims of Hatchet Ed crates, which is going to be stuff from probably July and previous dates that just unfortunately need to be discounted because they got basically resurfaced back into inventory. So some of them not, though. Some of them, like this. Yep. Let me make sure on all these. Let me read through these again. This is pre-owned stuff, but we'll go ahead and just... Actually, I'll just auction those at some point tonight. That really shouldn't be on sale, but we'll make it. Same thing for that. Just a few here. Let's go ahead and empty this crate, though. This one literally still has a Hatchet Ed sticker on the front of it. Most of it gets sold, and we're just left with a few. We're just left with a few leftovers. So, and let's knock that out right now. Okay. So first thing we have is Zeppelin at $24.99. Led Zeppelin 2. Jimmy Page Remaster, $24.99 on that, okay? Ace Frehley, $140. Men at Work, $37. And that means Kiss is at $80. Whoever else is bidding, if you're done, let me know, okay? That's now, Kiss is now at $80. I think Brian Stern, it's up to you. Make sure if you're done bidding, you say out. Bill Hannum gets Led Zeppelin at $24.99. All right, here's another Saxon, $29.99. Another Saxon, $29.99 on that. I'll do this one, $5 off. It's a MoFi, so about 10% off for Dreamboat Annie. That really shouldn't be on sale. I think I got some people have been asking for that. $54.99. We'll say $55, $54.99. That's Heart Dreamboat Annie. And we'll do that at 10% off, and that's now $54.99. I've got our second crate full here, mostly with new vinyl titles. You heading out, Paul? I'll see you maybe on Wednesday. Maybe. Let's go over here and say Heart is $54.99. That's for the new seal MoFi. Here's that newest pressing of Billy Joe River of Dreams. Let's do that for $24.99. A random Hatchet Ed. That's actually August 6th, so that one's a little early. And then here's Rush. This should not be on sale, but we'll do it $7 off. Signals is $29.99. Signals, $29.99. All right, let's go back over here. I didn't hear back from Brian Stern on Kiss, so I'm going to do a 5-second countdown on Kiss. J.D. Conklin's had it for $80 for almost 4 minutes. And we're going to say 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, buzzer, all done. So did J.D. Conklin for $80. 2 people have asked, what is Ace Frehley? Ace Frehley, Frehley's Comic, We Got Your Rock. An unreleased original first studio album by Ace Frehley, Frehley's Comic. And this is now with Bill Samus at $140. It's up to Fred Cardinale. It's at $140. Men at Work is still getting bids. And the last bid that came in, Mike Rory went out. This is sold to Mike C for $37. Never mind, that's sold. Brian Stern, your bid came in late. Your bid came in late on that. Make sure as soon as you get outbid, I would bid again. First thing we have is John Griffin, 32862. John, you bought from us before, right? This is sold to you for $24.99. No, it's sold to Mike Quandrini. He was first. Mike, have you bought from us before? You get Billy Joel at $24.99. John Griffin, you were late. I would not, make sure you know there's a lag. If I say that I'm going to sell in about 30 seconds, I would bid again. I wouldn't wait and try to like beat the buzzer, because it really doesn't matter if you try to beat the buzzer or not. If it sells, it's going to be gone. And then if you bid, it's just going to keep going. So let me try to find some of these heavily requested items. Maybe this one right here, Kiss, Creatures of the Night. This is an unofficial 2020 unknown origin purple vinyl with insert. That's going to go up for a $35 start, okay? Have not heard back from Fred Cardinale on the Ace Frehley. Bill Samus has 140. We're going to give it about 1 or 2 more minutes. John Griffin from Facebook is the person who did not get the Billy Joel. The first person is Mike Quadrini. We got to confirm he's a first-time buyer. If you are, just say, yes, first-time buyer. How much is Rush? The only 2 things that didn't sell so far in here was Dreamboat Annie at $54, which is 10% off, and Rush Signals is $29.99. It was $36.99, my only copy. Also, Black Sabbath, just $24.99, Never Say Die. I was making sure there's no damage or anything on it. No, it's good to go. I don't even think that was supposed to be in there. Last copy, only copy for sure, $24.99 on Black Sabbath. Also, we have Godsmack. We had one of these earlier. There's another one, $24.99 for Godsmack. We have Black Sabbath, so to Mark Stanley. Brian Reynolds was next. There's Godsmack. KK Priest, let's do $10 off. Why am I putting this on sale? Honestly, I don't know. Clear Vinyl, $10 off, $24.99. We have Blind Melon, $10 off. Why am I putting this out? I don't know. $29.99. Kiss is supposed to look like a Brazil pressing, but it's not. It's an unofficial bootleg that looks like a Brazil pressing. We actually don't know where it's made. It's a bootleg to make it look like a Brazil pressing. It's not actually, as you can see, there's Vinnie Vincent on the cover, right? That's not how it originally looked. I think this has always been just like a fantasy piece. I don't think it ever was officially released with him on the cover. Maybe if it was in Brazil only, but I don't think so. I always think that's been like a fantasy piece. But correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure there'll be an argument now break out in the chat. That's what we want. We want the algorithm to pick up. We want arguments about who's the better Kiss guitarist. We got Kiss at 35, Kiss 40, Kiss 40, Kiss 45, Kiss 40, Kiss 50. Mark Stanley got Black Sabbath, Brian Reynolds next, then Joey Sinkbill, then Bill Hannum, and then Brian Stern, and then Shakedown got Blind Melon. Shakedown gets Blind Melon for 29, then Phil Freeman. Brian Studdard got KK Priest for 24. Not a first-time buyer, just paid an invoice today. Welcome back, Mike Regini. Then Mike Strauss next on KK Priest, then James Davidson, then Danny Thomason, then Paula, then Fred Cardinale, and then Kristen Barr next on Blind Melon, and then Fred Cardinale, then Cheryl Smith. There never has been an official cover released with him on, the Brazilian bootleg as well. Yeah, so there was never an official pressing with Vinnie Vincent on the cover. That's always been a fantasy item or a bootleg. So, of course, that's about the time Ace was leaving the band, blah, blah, blah. And then here is Vinnie Vincent. So there's that on, there's that. So that's just, quote, a bootleg, et cetera, et cetera. So like a fantasy piece people like to make. But, yeah. Okay, so let's go back over here. And let's do this, and let's say this is Ace Frehley, and so this is sold to Bill Samus for $140, okay? That's sold for $140. There's that, and now, who has the high bid on this? There was about 300 bids as soon as I laid it down. Anything with Vinnie Vincent here on the cover lately, I get asked this question, Chad, do you have anything with Vinnie Vincent on the cover? I want to bid on it. Brian Stern has this for $55. That is going once, going twice. Godsmack, that did not get claimed. It's still available for $24.99. I have one Billy Joe Glass Houses for $24.99. And we have Taylor Swift at $20 off, $34.99. That was $54.99. $34.99 for Taylor Swift, okay? Over here, let's go ahead and put up another auction. Next thing I have is a Kiss auction's up right now. Let me see if I can find something solo. If I can't find something solo, here we go. We'll call this just Vinnie Vincent. Holy moly, this is really going to get some people's mind spinning. Their brains are going to be blown after I put this up. It's called Vinnie Vincent. It's a vintage bootleg. It's a vintage bootleg of Vinnie Vincent. Appears to be a smorgasbord of live demos and outtakes. 2 LPs EX, a $45 start. Vinnie Vincent, a $45 start. Let's go back to the top. So Kiss over here was at 55. Kiss is at 52. Kiss is at 60. Kiss is at 60. Kiss is at 56. Kiss is at 62. P-Free 3 on Twitch gets Taylor Swift at $34.99. Mortgage Guy Rob was second. Brian Reynolds on Godsmack for $24.99. Then Kristen Barnett on Taylor Swift. And we have Kiss at 63, Vinnie Vincent at 45, 50, 55, 55, 50, 55, 50, 55, 55, 45, 45, 50, 50, 50, 65, 65, 65, 65, 45, 65, 60, 65, 60, 65. Wow. Okay, there's only 3 records in here, all great titles. We need to sell these, okay? Kiss Night is hot, hot, hotter than my Pop-Tart when it comes out of the toaster. We have Vinnie Vincent at $70. Kiss is at $70. And over here, Rob's Yay was supposed to be Taylor. He was still second. Yes, he was still second. P-Free put TS for Taylor Swift. And then Rob was second at Yay. Yep, I knew that was for Tay or Taylor, and he was still second. All right, so the only thing left over here is this. Heart Dreamboat Annie. This is now $54.99. I've just said 10% off on this. Really doesn't need to be discounted, but there it is. Dreamboat Annie, MoFi, a 2 LP, $54.99. Rush, Signals, how much? just $29.99. Sell that to Razman. That's gone. Subdivisions. Dun, 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 dun. And we have Billy Joe, the newest reissue remaster of Glass Houses, $24.99. Rob can have Taylor. Phil Freeman says the Barnetts can have the Taylor Swift. Change this from Phil Freeman to Robert Barnett. Make sure that still goes in for $34.99. Melanie Jennings says she'll take the Hart Mo-Fi Dreamboat Annie. Boy, that just leaves Billy Joe. Surely somebody wants that at $24.99. All right, so the Vinnie Vincent is at $85. Vinnie Vincent's at $85. And the Kiss bootleg, I'll go over these again. I'm showing Brian Stern at $70, okay? I'm showing Brian Stern at $70. And let me go ahead and restack these crates over here. Welcome everybody to Monday night Labor Day sale, also Kiss night and other extravaganzas. And you may say, my God, Chad, what's an extravaganza? Sounds like something I'd like to order. And I'm like, well, you just got to wait and see. Boy, these are really recent records here. That's from August. Let's put these over here. All right. Let's put these over here. And yeah, that's all new stuff there. I think I have found our next crate though. I feel like these were shown pretty recently in a flip video. August, yep, here we go. Everything in here is going to be on sale. And there's actually a few things in here we've already shown tonight. And there's a few things in here that may have been recently restocked, but they have old stickers, so let's discount them. And then I got to go up front and get everything off the racks. That's going to be my next venture, but I have a whole nother crate here to knock out. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see here. Pickle 2369. Melanie Clausen claimed the heart. I am not Melanie Jennings. I may have said Melanie Jennings. Make sure this goes to Melanie Clausen. I have made a major mistake. This goes to Melanie Clausen or Pickle 2369. That's all under the same account. Michael McCullen on Billy Joe for $24.99. Sorry to the Pickles and the Clausens. I have called you Melanie Jennings. Now you made Melanie Jennings feel bad. We have Billy Joe Glass Houses, $24.99. That's sold to Michael McCullen. All right, thank you, Michael McCullen. Now, let's go over here and update Kiss. So this is a bootleg unofficial, essentially a fantasy piece. Vinnie Vincent was never officially on any cover of Creatures of the Night. And this is Kiss Creatures of the Night. This is a bootleg unofficial. And Kiss, the last bid was Brian Stern at $70. No one else has bid since I said that 4 minutes ago. This is sold to Brian Stern for $70, okay? That is sold. And then over here, Vinnie Vincent, Brad Waits has this for $91. This is at $91 with Brad Waits. $91 with Brad Waits. That is a final call. Brad Waits. That's a new bid though, okay? And now Vinnie Vincent's at $92. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. This time we'll do one under the title Kiss. And I know some people's waiting for some pretty cool stuff we have over here. Hot in the Shade. This is an actual original retail copy. This is Kiss Hot in the Shade, an 84 USOG with the original under sleeve, EX Plus condition, a $55 start, an 89 USOG. It has the original under sleeve, a $55 start, okay? Chris Gardner says he already had Kiss at $75. Kiss is going back up. Chris Gardner has thrown a challenge flag. He said, what you talking about, Chad? I already had that at $75. You have no clue what you're talking about. Chris Gardner bid $75 on Kiss. He did. You doubled up there on me. Boy, I didn't see that. You doubled up. Vinnie Vincent 80, Kiss 75. That is true. All right, this goes back up. Brian Stern, you were outbid. Creatures of the Night. Purple vinyl, too. It's a bootleg from 2020. An unofficial pressing, of course. Unofficial pressing. Unofficial pressing. Unofficial pressing. Unofficial pressing. I need y'all to put Creatures now if you're bidding on this one, okay? Brian Stern's right back in. So now it's going to get really, 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 really confusing, okay? Y'all got to help me out. Before you place a bid, I don't need you to put KISS. You can, but give me a little something extra. Give me a KISS Creatures. Give me a KISS Hot. Put Hot. You can put just Creatures. Either one works, okay? I must have missed that a year. KISS should be 89, not 84. How about 1989? I may have said 84. I may have read Paul's chicken scratch incorrectly, or I may have messed up. That is supposed to be 89, yes. Sorry. Boy, the human in me is really coming out tonight. Unfortunately, I do make mistakes. The bad part is there's a lot of people watching me right now, and I'm under intense pressure. Everything I say is being picked apart. It's being dissected. I've got to be extremely careful here. Otherwise, I could make some major public mistakes, and they will be amplified and shared and on the internet for the rest of my life. This is a very stressful thing I have to do every night. All right, let's get back to the on sale crate. First thing I have is, this is actually something that was pre-owned, but it was sealed, and that was the Garden. And I'm going to do it for just $14.99. The Garden. That's $10 off. And don't forget, there was a note on the back from Laura. Laura loves the Garden. $14.99. That's still available. $10 off. Just showed it, okay? Next thing over here is Vinnie Vincent. Vinnie Vincent, the last bid on Vinnie Vincent. I don't know. It's still getting bid, so we'll just wait. Here is Motley Crue, Too Fast for Love, $24.99. Motley Crue, that was $33. How about $24.99? Everything on here, everything in here is going to be discounted. And the price I'm telling you is the discount price. No more, no less. No more, no less. These are the final sale price. No more, no less, okay? First thing we have is, I have no idea. We have over here, Hank 987. Who is Hank 987? You get Motley Crue at $24.99. Fred Cardinal gets the Garden at $14.99. Scully Max next on Motley Crue. Brad Waits next on Motley Crue. Mark Steele next on Motley Crue. And then over here, we have Metallica. We'll do this. This really shouldn't be on sale. June 16th, though, a victim of a Hatchet Ed crate. Let's do it $10 off at $49.99. $10 off Metallica, $49.99. Okay, now I really need to update these auctions, but not before I show the next album, which will be an instant seller, Pantera at just $24.99. Did I get Never Say Die? I honestly have no idea, but I will tell you who has the high bid on Vinnie Vincent. This Vinnie Vincent bootleg is a final call. Now here, I'm going to tell you who has the high bid, which is the most recent comment. The most recent comment may not necessarily be the high bid because they're always out of order. So if you're not J.D. Conklin at $100, then you do not have this high bid. You do not have this high bid, okay? Now, if you think you're in higher, or you think your bid came in first, or you want to be in higher, you've got to outbid J.D. Conklin at $100. We'll go ahead and say that's a going to once and going to twice. Over here is Hot in the Shade. KISS, Hot in the Shade. This is an '89 U.S. original retail copy with the original under sleeve. The most recent bid on my screen for Hot in the Shade. Hot. People are putting Hot. That's how we know what they're bidding on. J.D. Conklin, again, $82. $82. J.D. Conklin, $82. And then over here was the one I screwed up on, which was Creatures. There was a bid higher. I missed it because the bids got out of order. And Creatures. The last bid that came in on Creatures was Brian Stern at $85. Brian Stern at $85. Now, Chris Gardner said I missed his bid earlier, and we brought it back over. So, right now, Creatures is at $85 with Brian Stern, and Chris Gardner, you've been outbid. Let's get back down to the bottom, okay? We have Motley Crue sold. We sold the Garden. Lots of backups on Motley Crue. Anthony Riddle's going to take the Metallica at $10 off. Probably won't see that again for a while. That's sold to Anthony Riddle for $49.99. Mega Blast gets Pantera at $24. Christina Curtis next on Metallica. Scully Mack next on Cowboys from Hell. And then we have Chris Johnson next on Pantera. Scott Arnold next on Pantera. Hank 987 is a first-time buyer. He's already signed up through Square. Vinnie Vincent is at 105. Brett Michaels Wiggs says, no, sir, I have it for 85. You're going to have to let me know which one. Now we have Hot at $90. Now Vinnie Vincent at 110. Then somebody bid 83 on Hot. There's already a bid for 90. And then we have Creatures at 86. Now we got Creatures at 90. Vinnie Vincent's at $110 now. Creatures is at $90. And Hotter Than Hell is at $90 with Nathan Mosley. Okay, there we have it. Next is Dynasty. Do what? Yep, $24.99. 2,000 man, $24. It was Hot. Now he's done. Okay, so Brett Michaels Wiggs says he's done. All of a sudden, new bids coming up. The other 1 week, this is the 11th week, by the way, we've had KISS auctions. When my friend Moose came in one of those Mondays during the summer, I guess one of the first 4 or 5 weeks, he was helping me key in records, and he was like, boy, who is J.D. Conklin? He's bought like every one of these KISS auctions. I was like, he bids on every single one of them. Usually he'll bid and he'll be across the board. J.D. Conklin, J.D. Conklin, J.D. Conklin. Some of these other people bid on every single one of them too. By the way, this is the 11th week in a row we've done KISS auctions. Laura and Paul's telling me we've got enough to do it for another month or two. We might get into week 20 of KISS auctions like this. One of the most incredible collections we've ever bought. I feel like it's almost went under the radar though. Even though we've been doing it 11 weeks in a row, I think the KISS fans are very appreciative, but just the insane amount of stuff we've had. I mean, there's not many records where I buy a collection and the average price of every record is $100 plus. That stuff don't happen, especially somebody having 3,000 or 4,000 records. That's just an insane collection. Dynasty is sold to Josie Sinkbell at $24.99. Brian Stern was second, then Jared Inc. Hey, if you've been second and third and fourth, here's back-to-back Motorheads, the Manicore tapes. There's still some people that's coming in second and third, $24.99. Stanley Richmond, you're at 115 on Vinnie Vincent. Mr. J.D. Conklin, you've been outbid. J.D. does have Hot in the Shade, not Hotter in Hell. He does have this. That means Mr. Mosley, you've been outbid. And then over here, Creatures was up to 2 people. Chris Gardner says he's out on all. We can sell this to Brian Stern for $90. This is sold to Brian Stern for $90, okay? Now Motorheads are sold to Glenn on Twitch and Robert Warner. Michael Stern, you were second. Make sure those go in for $24.99. This is Men at Work, the Ultimate Collection. $5 off. Who can it be now? $24.99. $24.99 on that. Men at Work, their Ultimate Collection. We're down to 2 KISS. We'll put up more new ones whenever these are done. However, Vinnie Vince is at 115. J.D. Conklin, this is up to you. Hot in the Shades at 95. That's still getting bids. J.D. Conklin was at 92. Daryl Johnson gets Men at Work at $24.99. $24.99. And we'll do this at $29.99. My last copy, the Ultimate Aha, Time and Time Again, $29.99. That's a 2 LP, the Ultimate Aha. And right in front of that is the Very Best of Talk Talk, a 2 LP compilation. Big 80s groups right there, back to back. Aha and Talk Talk, $29.99 each on those. Holy moly. Here we are. Let me clear my throat. Chad's going to need some water or a Monster here pretty soon. The next thing, big night for on sale new vinyl, Labor Day sale. First thing was we sold Men at Work. Stacy was second. Dave C was third. Daryl Johnson got Aha. Make sure that goes in for $29.99. Hot in the Shades at 98. Hot in the Shades at 100. JD's out on Vinnie Vincent. He's done. I've set a final call to Stanley Richmond for a few minutes now. This is sold to Stanley Richmond for $115. Vinnie Vincent is sold. $115 on that. Put that away. Now, that just leaves Hot. Nathan Edward Mosley has it for $100. Nobody on Talk Talk, $10 off. Let's do Sam Cooke at $24.99. Sam Cooke on clear vinyl, $24.99. It's technically a self-titled album. So that's KISS. Let me see if I got anything solo. If I don't have anything else solo where we can distinguish, we'll do something creative where we can bid on a couple at the same time. Or I do have more Japanese stuff over here, non-Japanese Kiss stuff I could also put up. But I think the rest of it's mostly just Kiss. So we'll either have to get creative with the titles or, you know, and everything. Okay, so next auction's a Japanese pressing of Vandenberg, heading for the storm, heading for a storm. Vandenberg's a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. And that's going to go up for a $25 start. There's the Japanese insert and cover. Talk Talk is sold to Melanie Jennings at $29.99. Hot in the Shades at $105 of Jim Stafford. Now JD has it for $110. DJ Shadow. I think this is some stuff left from the last on sale crate. It was $38. Then I made it for $29. What if I make DJ Shadow $24.99? Action Adventure, $24.99. That was $38.99. Still got Sam Cooke for $24. So $24.24. Daryl Johnson on DJ Shadow at $24. Next is Coil, Black Antlers. We'll do this one $10 off. $24.99 for Coil. Black Antlers, limited edition 1500 clear vinyl. What's that doing on sale? $24.99. That was from back in June, my last copy. Here is Wise Blood. We'll do this $10 off, just $19.99. And in Darkness, Hearts Aglow. Wise Blood is $19.99. Craig Thomas on Coil at $24.99. Then Robert Warner. Okay, Vandenberg's a $25. What did I say? We'll do it for a $25 start. Hots at $110. Jim Stafford and Nathan Edward Mosley. Y'all been outbid by JD. Y'all can bid again, or you can say out. Totally up to you. All right, what we're going to do for this one is, let's do this one. We'll call this one Sonic, okay? So if you want to bid on this one, put Sonic. It's a blue vinyl, unofficial. It's a bootleg. It's even got a sticker making it look like it was sold through the KISS website. It wasn't. It's an unofficial on blue vinyl. If you want to bid on this one, put Sonic, $45 start on that one, okay? Next, for $19.99 is Unto Others, Strength. That is $19.99. That's $10 off. Unto Others from back in July 10th. That's been around. Jim Stafford's out. I think we're done then on Hot. And we have Autumn bets on Wise Blood. Make sure that goes to Autumn for $19.99. Mike's Torres is in on Sonic. Mike Torres is in on Sonic. And we have Chelsea Wolf. And this is called She Reaches Out. We'll do this one $10 off. $19.99 on Chelsea Wolf. $19.99. $10 off on that. Also, we have the Callous Dow Boys, Celebrity Therapist. Also $10 off. $19.99. Cleaning out, I think, with some stuff right here. Looks like stuff the Lore ordered from back in July. Our last copies and possibly restocks. Charles McDonald on To Others. All right, we got to sell Hot. That's been up for now 3 minutes at that high bid of $110. This is sold to J.D. Conklin for $110. Always make sure if you're bidding, if you're done, you let me know you're out. We can expedite a lot of KISS auctions tonight. No one bid on Vandenberg. That's a $25 buy now, and that's called Heading for a Storm. Let's get that in a new sleeve. And Sonic Boom has one bid with Mike Torres for $45, and that is a final call. Next thing over here is Vandenberg. George Samberez gets this for $25. He might have been bidding. He might have just placed his bid at a perfect time when the buy it now came up. Either way, that's sold to him for $25. How about MC5? We'll do this for just $19.99. Live, $69.70, $5 off. $19.99 for MC5. Let's put up another KISS. If you want to bid on this one, we'll just call it KISS. And this is Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. This is the original picture disc. So they did this on vinyl and on picture disc in 1988. This is the picture disc from 1988. Paul's graded at VG++. Gatefold jacket, $65 start on that. Daryl Johnson gets MC5 for $19.99. Charles McDonald gets Drain for $19.99. Thank you on that. Those are sold and sold. And then the next record is Cradle of Filth. Let's do that $10 off. $24.99 for Cradle of Filth, Evermore Darkly. Sonic Boom just got that. No, we got another bid. Scott Williams came in at $50. Mike Torres, you better not bid. If y'all want to bid on this, put Sonic. If you want to bid on KISS, put on KISS. KISS already has a bid with Kaysen for $65. Brian Stern has it now for $70. Let's put up another auction. And that next auction is a Japanese pressing of Journey Frontiers. It does have an Obi. The vinyl's near mint minus and pristine. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. Very nice Japanese vinyl with Obi. The Obi over here is a top loader. So it goes on the top like that, and that's now up for a $35 start. Cradle Filth, $24.99. All right, Dag Nasty, we'll do these at $19.99. Wig Out at Dinko's. I've got 3 available, $10 off, $19.99 for Dag Nasty. We'll do this one, $10 off, Cold, a different kind of pain. Boy, I remember when these came out, it's like, nah, I can't get enough of them. I was contacting, they were back ordered. We had a waiting list. I was getting asked about them. Chad, I need Cold. And now they kind of just linger around. And now you can pick this one up on sale, $29.99. A different kind of pain, numbered to 1,000, $29.99. Silver vinyl. Let's do Holy Moses, Queen of Siam. This was $33.99. Goes back to June. I'm going to make it all the way down to $19.99. Get into some metal there with Holy Moses, Queen of Siam. Death, now just $24.99. Symbolic. That was a new reissue, that album. Boy, and OGs of those are extremely expensive. I think they were first pressed in Germany, hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Next thing over here was Sonic Boom at $65. Okay, hold on one second. Sonic Boom, all right, so Kiss is Smashes, okay? Kaysen opened it at $65. Brian bid $70, Stacy bid $70. Sonic got a bid from Scott Williams for $50. Then Mike Torrey's $55, then Scott $60. Kiss got a new bid for $75. Kaysen out on Smashes. Brian out on Smashes. Sonic Boom got a new bid for $65. Ever seen a Japanese raised on radio? Yes, we've had those before, several of them actually. Journey has a bid for $35. Sonic has a bid for $65. Brett Michaels wig on Holy Moses. Make sure he gets that for $19.99. Smashes has a new bid with John Kaiser for $80. Brian Stearns also bid $35 on Journey. Michael Woods bid $70 on Sonic Boom. Death is $24.99. If you don't want it, then it goes to Brian Campbell. We have Moss Icon. I'll mark this down to $19.99. $19.99. The Definite Edition of Maryland Band's iconic Giron-defining masterpiece. Available on vinyl for the first time in 25 years. Limited edition transparent white vinyl, $19.99. Cradle of Filth was $24.99. Evermore Darkly, $24.99. And then this is that newest reissue of Train, My Private Nation. That is $33. First time ever on vinyl, Train, $24.99 on that. Sonic Boom is now at $80 with Neil Smith. Brian Campbell gets Death at $24.99. This is sold to Brian Campbell at $24.99. So quick update. Over here on the far left is a picture disc of smashes, thrashes, and hits. The high bid on that is John Kaiser at $80. In the middle is a blue vinyl unofficial of Sonic Boom. Gerald Whitworth has that for $80. And Journey just got a bid for $40. Chris Kirkley gets Train at $24.99. Thank you. Everything in here is on sale new vinyl. This is crate number 3 or 4 so far for tonight. Everything that hadn't sold is right over here. We'll condense everything and definitely go through it again. Calvin was next on Train. But here's what's left in this crate. First at $24.99 was Sam Cooke. A reissue of an earlier album of his, clear vinyl. $24.99, okay? Unto Other Strength is $19.99. We've sold one. There's one left. Chelsea Wolf, I still got both. Those are $19.99, $10 off. The Cowboys Cowboys, that's $19.99. Celebrity Therapist. Still got all 3 Dag Nasties. Wig Out at Dinko's. Those are $19.99. Cold, $29.99. It was $38, a different kind of pain. Moss Icon, $19.99. And Cradle Filth is $24.99. I would love to sell everything in there. We need everything in there sold. All you got to do is say, Chad, give me everything. That's all it takes. Leslie Phillips has Kiss at $90. Stacy Brown, you were just outbid. Sonic Boom is a blue vinyl unofficial. Sonic Boom just got a new bid with Neil Smith at $86. Journey is with Mike Quadrini at $40. The other bidders have set out. I'm not going to waste any time, though. I'd rather go right into more, so going right into more. Oh, I got one more in here, the Essential Johnny Cash. Let's do that for $29. Almost forgot about Johnny there. $29 for Johnny Cash. That was $36.99. I'm going to move all the stuff that didn't sell right over here. If you don't claim it tonight, right now, we'll recap it again tomorrow. And or we'll recap it again tonight, and then it'll be in the video in the morning. And a lot of it gets grabbed there for sure. Y'all don't realize how many people are watching right now that will claim a lot of this in the morning, okay? And over here, we got Kiss at 95. Kiss at 95. Autumn Bets on Chelsea Wolf, and that is sold to Autumn Bets for $19.99. And the last thing there was Johnny Cash, $7 off, was $36. Double LP sealed, $29.99. When I come back, we may be selling some auctions. Brandon Jones gets Johnny Cash at $29.99. All right, let me try to find another one. Here in a second, I got to walk up front and start plucking stuff from those racks up there. That's where some really good titles are at going to be on sale prices. Actually, let me go up there right now and do that. And this usually is where our shelves get obliterated, and everybody comes in the next morning and goes like, oh my God, what has Chad done? And I'm like, oopsie, my bad. I've sold everything in the store. And the shipping department's like, oh my gosh, look what Chad's done. He's literally sold everything in the store. Oh my God, red alert, red alert. Holy moly, good gosh, everybody, buckle up. Hello, hello. Yep. So, anyways, I'm crating up some stuff right now. And there's this, there's that. Here's me, here's you. I'm crating it up. I'm crating it up. I'm crating this up, crating that up. I got some stuff here that was actually left over from the last sale. And guess what? It might get even a little bit cheaper now. It's some stuff here that doesn't need to be on sale. So let me just put all this right in here. Let me put those in there. And here we go. Here we go. Here's a whole crate, and everything in here is on sale. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know if y'all could even hear me up front. I was rambling on like a, I don't know. All right, that's going to be on sale. Yep. Yes, last copy of that. Yep. Those need to be discounted. This, I think somebody's already bought one of those. I hadn't pulled it yet. There's that. That's on sale. We've already done a couple of these tonight, so if you were back up, you're getting another opportunity. So here we go. Let's get started. There's some great stuff in here. Most of these are going to be 24, 29, 34, 19, whatever it takes. I'm going to get them at the right price, and here we go. Okay. Let's see what's going on. First, first thing is first. Sonic at 100, Sonic at 101. Okay, so the first thing we got to do, okay, first thing we have over here is the following. We have John Durden says, flag, I claim Johnny Cash first. Flag, I claim Johnny first. Mega Blast Plus, where the F Johnny Cash? Is that a claim for Johnny Cash? Where the F Johnny Cash is evidently a claim for Johnny Cash for this right here. If so, that means he was first, and Brandon Jones, you were second. He was first. He put where the F blank 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 Johnny Cash. So I think that means he is claiming Johnny Cash. So give that to John Durden for $29.99. And that means that Brandon Jones, you were second. All right, so that means Journey, this Japanese pressing, is officially sold. And Journey over here, the last bid on Journey that came in was Mike Quadrini at $40, and that means it's sold to him, okay? That's sold to him at $40. Thank you, Mike, and let's put that in a new sleeve. Let's update these other auctions, and let's go through some more vinyl. I've got to go through this stuff fast early in the show. See, when I walked up to the front, there was 301 viewers. Me taking that little break and going up front and getting more vinyl, 26 people got off the chat, and they've already fallen asleep. They're already falling asleep. That gives you less competition because they're like, oh, well, Chad's going to go up and, oh, I get some more new vinyl. I'm going to go ahead and head to bed. And now they're going to miss the best crate of their life, the best crate of the night. So hopefully you don't leave the chat for the next couple hours. let's go ahead and update Sonic Boom. This Sonic Boom booms a lot of people's minds. They're like, holy heck, it's Sonic Boom. It is on blue vinyl. It's a bootleg unofficial. This is a bootleg unofficial on blue vinyl. Neil Smith has it for $101. It's a final call. Over here, we're calling this one just Kiss. It smashes, thrashes, and hits. It's an original picture disc, VG++ condition. Stacy Brown has it for $105. We got $105 on this, and we got $101 on this. Okay, that's the high bid. I'm going to add a third auction, which is a Japanese pressing. And this Japanese pressing is the Eagles, the long run. In the city, aha. And this is a $35 start. Beautiful Japanese vinyl. Awesome. A tough U.S. original fine and high grade because of the black cover. And this one is really nice. Charles McDonald says he'll take that last Chelsea Wolf at $19.99. All right, let's get started. There's a bunch of $24.99 in here. Stuff that was $33 and $34. So I can look at the tops of them and tell you what a lot of them are. Plus, I just looked at them from the front anyway. The first one, most of these, there's only one copy of, as you probably can see. That is In Excess on clear vinyl. Was $33, now $24. Gatefold jacket, Atlantic Records anniversary celebration, $24.99. $24.99. That is In Excess. Number 2 is Depeche Mode, Music for the Masses, $24.99. Never Let Me Down Again, $24.99. $24.99. That is a gatefold jacket. And then Incubus, we'll do this one at just $24.99. Wow, $10 off on Incubus. Morning View, $24.99. Over here at the top, we got John Howard wants a pack of outer sleeves. I asked for one and never got it. Outer sleeves to John Howard. Make sure he gets a pack, please. Melissa Bailey on Depeche Mode at $24.99. James Davidson on In Excess. He was first, then Paula, then Christina Curtis, then Mark Stanley. And actually, Incubus might be for James Davidson for sure got In Excess. Mark Stanley was your in for In Excess or Incubus. Michael Snared was your in for In Excess or Incubus. And then Staley Brown put N-I-N. Here, that's for Incubus. Okay, so Mark Stanley got Incubus for $24.99. That is sold. Also, I just got on Facebook, and I've got 39 new notifications, all where people are pre-ordering stuff. I've put up the first big wave of Rocktober exclusives. They're up for pre-order. Rocktober exclusives, yes, Big Generator. Dream Theater, Systematic Chaos, The Ramones, Pet Cemetery, Black Sabbath, We Sold Our Soul for Rock and Roll, Hi-Fi, ZZ Top, Yes, Not on 125, Rhino Reserve Analog, the David Lee Roth box set, Mr. Bungle, The Doors' Greatest Hits, Rhino Reserve, ZZ Top Deguelo, Hi-Fi, Rush box album, studio, what am I trying to say? Rush box set, studio albums, 2002, 2012. And then the other day I went ahead and posted STP, and then there's a big one right here, which is Porno for Pyros, okay? That's wave number 1. That's wave number 1 of what am I trying to say? Hold on a minute, let me cattle prod myself. Okay, that was a cattle prod. Now, I'm trying to say those are Rocktober exclusives. Back here. We have Lost Feed, Where is Kiss? We have Incubus, and we have 3 live Kiss auctions right now, okay? The first Kiss auction is Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. We've had 3 people ask what the high bid was, okay? We have Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. We're calling this one just Kiss. Stacy Brown has it at $105. She has it at $105. I'm about to sell it. Now, I see that Paul's on the chat. Paul, I just stuck a cattle prod to myself to get myself woke back up and focused. Hopefully, you were that dedicated when you were doing the sales on Fridays and Saturdays. If you didn't bring out the cattle prod and shot yourself and shoot yourself in the foot a couple times, then are you even selling records? And that's the question, Jimmy. Paul says he did not use the cattle, exactly. Okay. And then Sonic Boom. The last bit on this. It's been a long time ago, but people are asking. Neil Smith has it for 101. And then Eagles has a bid for 35. I hope everybody's on the same page now. There's been 2 people put Eagles question mark. The long run, $35. Also, our viewers went back up by 15. All of a sudden, everybody might have decided to go use the bathroom right quick. Hope everybody's locked back in. Incubus is gone. It's sold out. These are all on sale. When they're gone, they're sold. CCR, Cosmos Factory, red vinyl, $24.99. Red vinyl, up around the bend, run through the jungle. Who will stop the rain? That's a tough challenge. $24.99. Red vinyl, Cosmos Factory. Anthony Riddle wants a pack of inner sleeves and outer sleeves. Next record, we're going to do this one for $19.99. It was $29 from Discord Records. Rites of Spring. How about $19.99? And also for $24.99 is Rage Against the Machine. $24.99. $24.99 for Renegades of Funk. Sonic Boom is sold after a long, hard-fought battle over many people, many battles and wars. The end result is sold $101 to Neil Smith. Neil, you've bought from us before. Yes, no, maybe. And then over here is Kiss, Smashes, Thrashes. Did anybody else bid again? John Kaiser bid $110. Stacy Brown, you've been outbid. John Kaiser bid 110. Eagles was at 35. Eagles was at 40. Eagles was at 40. Make sure Anthony Riddle gets a pack of inners and outers. Brian Stern wanted CCR, $24.99. Sold to Brian Stern. Bob Riger was next. Craig Thomas wants a Rights for $19.99. So to Craig Thomas. CCR, Brian Stern, you got it. Mark Stanley on Rage, $24.99. Mike Quadrini next on Rage. Ryan Eaton next on Rage. Sarah Louise on Rites of Spring. Sarah, are you a first-time buyer? If so, welcome. $19.99. Neil Smith, I don't even know what I asked you. If you are a first-time buyer, please go ahead and message the page. If you bought from us before, welcome back. I forget to word that incorrectly. By the time you say yes, I don't remember what I worded that at. Either way, here we go. Who got Incubus earlier? Incubus. Incubus was sold earlier to the following person. Mark Stanley. Michael Snared was next. Stacy Brown third. Then it was Ron Duffield, okay? That was the lineup on Incubus earlier. Who asked me right then? Ron Duffield. You were, in fact, fourth, okay? Next, Pat Frat. Welcome all first-time buyers. It's very simply, if you're a first-time buyer, make sure you've sent us a message on Facebook. If you're on YouTube, make sure you've registered and you have registered and filled out the first-time buyer form. $8 in limited shipping. Also, if you're a first-time buyer, this doesn't apply to too many people typically, but if you're on here for the first night and you're winning a $100 Kiss auction, a $150 Kiss auction, another $100 Kiss auction, another $200 Kiss auction, all of a sudden you've spent $1,000, we may go ahead and say, hey man, we need $1,000 you've already spent. So make sure if you're a first-time buyer and you rack up quite the bill, you're ready to pay for it tonight. We had that happen 2 or 3 times last week. Everybody paid immediately. So far, so good. But all of a sudden, you win 5 or 7 Kiss auctions tonight. That's going to be probably like $1,000. Just keep that in mind. It adds up very quickly. Here we go. Stacy Brown, it's up to you on Kiss. She bid 115. John Kaiser was at 110. John Kaiser, you've been outbid. Now over here, the Eagles. Michael Salazar's out. Stanley Richmond has it. Mike Quadrini, you tied him. Then Mike bid 42. Stanley Richmond went out. Now James Davidson's bid $43. Next is Soundgarden, Bad Motorfinger, $24.99. Bad Motorfinger by Soundgarden. There's 2 available. at $24.99. This is a great crate. Almost everything in here is going to be obliterated, okay? John Durden on Soundgarden at $24. Jay Nutra gets a Soundgarden at $24. Next is a classic album. Dusty Springfield, Dusty in Memphis, clear vinyl, Son of a Preacher Man, 75th anniversary celebration from Atlantic, $24.99 for Son of a Preacher Man. Billy Ray was the preacher's son. And then blah, da, 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 da. Kiss is at $125. Over here, Eagles at $43. Mike Quadrini, you have been outbid. Let's put up another Kiss auction that we can bid on and call it something else, okay? Like Crazy. If you want to bid on this one, all you got to do is put Crazy. That's what I'm going to take the bids at, Crazy. Okay? Crazy. Crazy. This is Crazy Nights World Tour. It's live in Market Square Arena, which is Indianapolis, 1987, and the War Memorial Coliseum in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Yellow vinyl, number to 100. Crazy Nights is a $75 start, okay? Next is Dusty Springfield, $24.99, sold to Charlie DeFrank. We've only got one left. We had one of these earlier. How did these get laid around long enough to be put on sale? What is wrong with y'all? What is wrong with y'all? Here is Led Zeppelin 2, $24.99, probably because I've sold everybody watching 3 different copies. But here's another opportunity for you to own a fourth. $24.99, 180-gram remaster. Ramble On. You need 10 or 12 of those sitting on your shelf. If not, are you even a fan? What in the world? Why is this $24.99? Pink Floyd Animals. It's been around since July, though. It's been sitting up front. And I've been questioning myself every day. Is this reality or is this just fantasy? $24.99 for Animals. What is going on? And let's go ahead and do one more. Holy moly. $9 off. We'll do Queens Rock Empire for $29.99. Let me just step right over here and shoot myself in the foot right quick. $29.99 for Queens Rock Empire. What is going on all of a sudden? All right, so Kiss got a bid for $125. John Kaiser got outbid. We sold Dusty Springfield. All of a sudden, the Eagles 46, Eagles 45, Eagles 46, Crazy 75, Crazy 75, X-Wing 81 on Led Zeppelin. Make sure X-Wing 81 gets that at $24.99. Josie Sinkbell was next. And then we got Crazy at $80 with Steve McGee. Led Zeppelin 2. Pickle was third. Pickle was third on Led Zeppelin 2. And then Jay Nutra on Pink Floyd at $24.99. Then Matt Parsons was next. Then Bill Hannum. Shakedown on Queens Rock. Make sure he gets that for $29.99. Jared Ink next on Pink Floyd. Brett Michaels next on Queens Rock. Stanley next on Pink Floyd. Brian Stern next on Queens Rock. Chad Sauls next on Queens Rock. Fred Cardinale next on Led Zeppelin. Pink Floyd next to Fred Cardinale. Crazy's at $90. And John Kaiser's out on Kiss. This is sold to Stacy Brown. No more bids. $125. Done. Crazy's at $90, now $95. And Eagles. Mike Quadrini's out. The last bid on the Eagles that came in was James Davidson at $46. Final call. So they're bidding on, quote, Crazy. Let's put up one called Kiss. And this is called Satan's Blood. If you want to bid on this one, put Kiss, okay? This is for Satan's Blood. Crystal with blood-splattered vinyl. This is Kiss live at Mid-South Coliseum in Memphis, Tennessee, December 2nd, 1976. Numbered to 500, a $55 start, okay? Next record on sale, Lana Del Rey, Ultraviolence, $10 off, $29.99 for Lana Del Rey, Ultraviolence, $29.99. Do what? You heard me correctly. $29.99 for Lana Del Rey. Also, we'll do this one here. This is our last copy of FKA Twigs 33. Not even 24. Let's go ahead and do it for $19.99. It's called Eusexua. Eusexua. FKA Twigs, $19.99. Lana Del Rey, FKA Twigs. And now, this looks like Pestilence. It is. Testimony of the Ancients. Some thrash metal here for you. Was 33. Let's do that for $24.99. Pestilence. Testimony of the Ancients. $24.99. Wow, what a busy night. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in to Monday night. It feels like Thursday night. Monday night Labor Day sale at Coletco. It also doubles as Kiss auctions. So I was like, all right, if you want to get crazy, let's get crazy. Speaking of crazy, JD Conklin just went out on crazy. It looks like the high bid's at $105. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in so far tonight. We are live. We have 307 people back on the chat. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. We're doing on-sale new vinyl. Things are going to be moving at a pretty fast pace. I probably can fill up 2 more crates like this just from up front on the racks. I'll do 1 more big purge back here, and we're about to sell off a lot of our new vinyl overstock, okay? So the first thing we have is we're calling Kiss over here. This has a bid with Neil Smith at $80. The Eagles was a final call, and I think we're done. There was no other bid, so we can go ahead and get that off the board before it gets laying around. And this was sold to James Davidson at $46. There's a couple claims I hadn't pulled yet. Let me take care of business on that right quick. Don't forget, if you're local, we're having a $1 sale this weekend. And boy, is there some good stuff. I mean, I just basically told John, I need you to go through these tubs. If there's anything in here, $10 or less that we typically wouldn't put out, we got to get it out of here. We got to free up some space. So as y'all know, we don't put out much stuff that's under $10. So we have thousands and thousands of $5 records, $7 records. They're going to be $1 out here on our sidewalk Friday and Saturday. So if you're local, or even if you're just lightly out of town and you want to drive here Friday and Saturday, 10 to 4 o'clock, $1 sell on the sidewalk, okay? Be prepared. There'll be a lot of people here, and there'll be thousands of $1 records. I essentially am just trying to get rid of stuff, and man, people show up, they fill up their entire car full of dollar records because, I mean, the cost involved with selling here, we really can't sell too many $5 and $7 records. So we end up with thousands of $5 and $7 records, and we just don't know what to do with them. We can't get rid of them fast enough. So we have to just sell them for $1 and then just try to move them and send them new homes. So if you're local, you might want to think about coming to that. All right, so the first thing was Blaine Zapnick on Lana Del Rey. He gets that at $29.99. The next claim was what? It was Danny Thomason on Pestilence at $24.99. That's sold to him. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is update these 2 auctions after I swap out our 3rd full crate of sold vinyl. Excellent. That is sold. Let's put that right there. Let's start filling up another one. Excellent. No mail ran today, so perfect timing. First of the month, Labor Day, but also everybody had the day off, so there's no new arrivals from Paul, no new arrivals from Laura, no new vinyl deliveries. It's just on-sale stuff. After we get on with the new vinyl, I'm going to be going back through all the stuff that I wasn't here for, and we're going to be taking offers on that, the Paul crates, the Laura crates, et cetera, et cetera. Crazy. The last bid was Steve McGee at $110. Travis McLarty, you had been outbid. It's at $110. This Kiss is at $100 with Brian Stern. $100 with Brian Stern, okay? Back to the discount stuff. This is Law Dispute Wildlife, was $39. Let's do that for $29.99. Law Dispute Wildlife, $29.99. Law Dispute Wildlife. Also, MF Doom, Food. How about $10 off? Just $24.99. There is a tear up here in the shrink. It's a 20th anniversary edition, 3-color Sweet Tart marble vinyl, $24.99 for MF Doom, Food anniversary edition. Let's go back to our Japanese crate. And our next Japanese auction is going to go up for just, and I put an emphasis on just a $15 start in excess the swing. How much, you say, Chad? Just a $15 start. There's the disc, there's the insert, there's this, there's that, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. This is Metal Warrior. This is $10 off the crushed souls of our enemies. Let's do that for $34.99. $34.99. $34.99. We have Kiss at $115. Jim B on MF Doom. That's sold to Jim B for $24.99. Kiss is at $120. NXS 15, now 16. What hours is the sale? 10 to 4. 10 to 4 Friday and Saturday. 10 to 4 Friday and Saturday. Next is, this is now just $19.99. This is Fancy That Pink Pantheress. Fancy That Pink Pantheress, $19.99. $19.99 on Fancy That Pink Pantheress. And then we're going to do these at $10 off. and that is Witchcraft. These were $39.99. It's called IDAG, IDAG on colored vinyl. Witchcraft is just $29.99. So let's work down the comments. The last claim was MF Doom for Jim B. And then NXS got a bid for $16. How much was Doom? Already sold. Chad, Josie Sinkbell was next after me on Led Zeppelin 2. If she still wants it, you can move it to her, not the copy I want. Anthony Riddle was next on Five Finger Death Punch. There wasn't even a Five Finger Death Punch in here. Kiss got a new bid for $130. Kiss got a new bid for $120. NXS got another bid for $15. Anthony Riddle on MW. That was Metal Warrior. That sold Anthony Riddle at $34.99. NXS got a new bid for $20. We have Crazy Nights at $115. NXS $17. Kiss $140. NXS $20. And NXS is at $22. So what is going on all of a sudden? You may ask, how did you find yourself here? And I'm going to ask you this right now. Do you want to be the high bidders on these? If so, you still got time. Neil Smith has this for $126. There's already a bid for $140. There's already a bid for $140, okay? This is Satan's Blood live in Memphis. Now it's at $150. Over here is Kiss Crazy Nights, Travis McLarty, World Tour live. This is now at $117. NXS is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Near Mint Minus and Pristine. I think the other night I put that up for a $35 start. Now it's at $25 with Daryl Johnson. So far left behind in here, I still got 4 copies of Witchcraft, which was $10 off. That's kind of surprising. Fancy That, Pink Pantheress was $19.99 on red vinyl. Still got Law Dispute at $29. Got FKA Twigs at $19 and Dusty Springfield at $24. Let's keep going. This was a long got a print, always a pricey record, and now all of a sudden I've got them for $24.99. Quicksand Slip, 30th anniversary, remastered from the original master tape on Diver Orange marble vinyl. That is $24.99 for Quicksand Slip. $24.99. Quicksand Slip, $24.99. I've got 3. I've also got 2 copies of Morbid Angel, $29.99. So Josie Sinkbell, let me go back. I hadn't forgot about that. Let's go back a couple records ago. Josie Sinkbell, do you still want that copy of Led Zeppelin 2? Okay? If you do, just let me know, because Brandon was wanting to pass on it. Brandon, I can tell you this, X-Wing, I don't have any. If any Zeppelins pop up here lately, I don't think I have any deluxe editions in stock. Okay? Josie does want the Led Zeppelin. So change that from earlier. Led Zeppelin from earlier, that was X-Wing. Give that instead to Josie Sinkbell, okay? Give that instead to Josie Sinkbell. So there's Morbid Angel at just $29.99. Wow. All of a sudden, Crazy Nights is at $140. Over here is Satan's Blood, Kiss. Satan's Blood, Kiss. That's at $160 with Neil Smith. And NXS is still, no, it got a bid for $26, $27, $28, and $30. Let me make sure I didn't miss any claims in there. Which FKA? That was EUSEX, EUSEX as in sex, and then UA. Okay, nobody on Morbid Angel. Wow, nobody on Quicksand. Wow, nobody on Witchcraft. Wow. Okay, let's keep going then. How about Bauhaus at $24.99? The Bella Session. Bella Lugosi's Dead official reissue. Half black, half red vinyl with poster. That was $33.99. There we go. Garrett Cypher, you can always count on him. He's in on Quicksand at $24.99. Bauhaus, so to John Durden. Mega Blast 9, Amanda Darby next, then Daryl Johnson. Next record, Pantera, Reinventing the Steel, colored vinyl, $24.99. $24.99. That is Pantera, Reinventing the Steel, okay? Bauhaus. Jared Inc., you were 4th. Deckelman, first on Pantera at $24.99. And then Fall Out Boy, our last copy of From Under the Cork Tree. That is $24.99. Bill Hannum next on Pantera. Okay, are we done on these auctions? NXS just got a new bid for $31. Crazy Nights, Brian Stern, $140. Brian Stern, $140. That's who I'm showing right now. You tied Steve McGee. He already bid $140. Brian Stern, you're out. Yes, Brian Stern, you're out. You just tied Steve McGee. Now over here was Kiss, Satan's Blood. I'm showing Neil Smith at 160. It's all up to one person who hadn't set out, Joseph Alves. Joseph has not set out. He has not set out. $160, okay? There's that. Next, Bob Riger. Bob Riger on Quicksand. Now, we had John Durden has NXS at $31. The bidder before him was Daryl Johnson at $30. Daryl officially has not set out yet, okay? Now Crazy's still getting bids. Now Kiss is still getting bids. There's 0 Panteras left. I do have Oasis at $10 off. How much? Just $34.99. What's the story? Morning Glory. Oasis, $34.99. Also $34.99 is Radiohead Kid A. This is some stuff from late July, early August that now is eligible for discount. There's Radiohead, $34.99, Kid A. Some of the stuff hadn't been even shown in a month. Some people's like, well, heck, Chad, if you would have showed that earlier this week, I probably would have went ahead and picked up a copy. Now you can get it $10 off. Now NXS is at $35. Now Satan's Blood is at $165. Now $170. And now Crazy Nights is at $150. The Ronettes featuring Veronica, music on vinyl, $10 off, $29.99. Dave Matthews Band is $10 off, $29.99. And Dave Matthews Band, Remember Two Things, is $10 off, $29.99. I'm throwing the best titles I have up front on the racks right now at you at $5 and $10 off. Those are available. All you guys say is hot diggity dog, Chad. I'll go ahead and take everything. That is Dave Matthews Band, $29.99. Dave Matthews Band, $29.99. Ronettes, $29. So did Daryl Johnson. I'm going to start from the back and remind you of everything that's still in here. Daryl Johnson is going to pick up both Dave Matthews Band at $29 and $29. Blaine was next. Guess what? Crazy Nights is still getting bids for $160. John Durden's in on NXS at $36, and Memphis has a bid for $185. David Jennings gets Oasis at $34.99. Champagne Supernova. Wow. Let's read through this crate again. We're almost sold out of some stuff. There's some that I had 2 or 3, 4 copies of. We still have all of them. We hadn't sold a single one yet. They didn't sell a sticker. They didn't sell on sale. What do I have to do to get y'all bought in? First thing is this. Dusty Springfield in Memphis. Clear vinyl, $24.99. Dusty Springfield, $24.99. Son of a Preacher Man. Last copy. We sold one left. Next is the following. FKA Twigs. We'll call it You Sex, Ooh, something like that. $19.99. Memphis has a new bid for $200. Crazy Nights has a new bid for $165, and NXS has a new bid for $40. I can't put up any more until these are done. They're still getting new bids though. Last copy of Law Dispute Wildlife, that's $10 off at $29.99. How about $19.99 for Pink Pantheress? Fancy that. One copy left, red collage colored vinyl. Witchcraft, kind of surprised. Still got 4 copies. I think I started with 5 back in July. I've got 4. Now they're $10 off, $29.99. Last copy of Quicksand Slip, $24.99. That first song, Phaser, pretty good track there. $10 off. Orange Marble Vinyl, $24.99. And then Morbid Angel at $10 off. Authors of Madness, $29.99 for Morbid Angel. Fallout Boy, that's the newest reissue. By the way, the one before this that was in print was like a $50 record. This has Sugar We're Going Down. That is $24.99. And Blaine does get Radiohead at $34.99. So he does get that Radiohead. I was about to say, surely that'll sell. And that's what's left in that crate. I'm going to transfer these over here with the other unsold stuff for tonight. Phil Freeman wants Fallout Boy at $24.99. Thank you on that. Now Kiss Satan's Blood's at $205. Now Crazy Nights is at $180. Now Kiss Memphis is at $210. And now NXS is at $40 of John Durden. Daryl Johnson, it's up to you. Okay? If anybody else wants Morbid Angel or Quicksand, those are going right over here. If you want Witchcraft or Pink Pantheress, they're going over here. If you want Wild Dispute, FKA Twigs, or Dusty Springfield, they're going right over here. And that's what's left. And let me go up front and grab some more stuff, okay? And I wouldn't go anywhere, because as soon as I walk back with these, they're immediately going to be on sale. Tonight, we're going to be hitting pretty much every inventory item from July. My mic might cut out. I hope not. But if it does, bear with me as I go up here and grab some more on sale items, okay? On sale items. Let's start right here with not that. That's actually July. This is July. Wow, some great titles up here. These might be some eye-openers. So, yep, let me go ahead and grab some of these. And some of this, and some of this, and some of this. Holy moly, look at all these. And I've got those. There's this, there's this, there's this, and there's this. I'm going to fill up a whole crate here. Those are going to be on sale, on sale, on sale, on sale. Over here, on sale, on sale, on sale, on sale, on sale. Wow. Okay, what about this right here? On sale, on sale, on sale. On sale, on sale. Dang it. I hate to discount that, but it's on sale. So is this, and this, and this, and this, and these, and those, and surprisingly this, and we got to get this one right here too. Wow. Okay. Hope everybody's ready for that, because this is about to happen. Whew. Man, we still got all those over there too. Unbelievable. All right, here we go. Golly, I don't know about y'all. I'm going to need a monster here pretty soon. This stuff is getting pretty busy. Holy moly. Wow. Okay. Here we go. Right into it. Let's see what we have in here. This came straight off the racks. First thing was Kiss, Memphis. Neil Smith leading at $225. Joseph Alves, you've been outbid. Crazy. Brian Stearns out. The last bid was Steve McGee at $180. Final call. In excess, I was making sure Daryl Johnson's done. He is. This is sold to Mega Blast for $40. Okay? Here we go. That means Crazy Nights is about done, but we're not done on Memphis. It's still getting bids, $230. Let's move those two down and let's get started. Everything in here is marked down and will be on sale. I've been doing that for the last 3 hours almost. We're going to keep it going. We've been doing it for 3 hours. Let's keep it going. I have Demue Bigor, Eonian. This was $38. Let's make this $29.99. That's $9 off. Demue Bigor, Eonian, Coke Bottle Clear Vinyl, $29.99. Napalm Death, $9 off. Harmony Corruption, $29.99 for Napalm Death. Demue, Napalm, both $29.99 each. Paul Stanley, $9 off, $29.99 on that. It's a picture disc from Paul Stanley, $29.99. And Mazzy Star, Among My Swan, also $29.99. $7 off. A Record Store Day Essential Bone Colored Vinyl, $29.99. And Elvis Presley, $10 off. My last copy of Sunset Boulevard, $34.99. Over here, Kiss, Satan's Blood. The last bid that just came in was Neil Smith at $240, okay? Crazy Nights is sold to Steve McGee. This is sold to Steve McGee for $180. Thank you on that one. Brian Stern, first on the Paul Stanley at $29.99. Also, we have Crow Mags, also $9 off, also $29.99. The Age of Coral, red translucent vinyl, Crow Mags, $29.99. And we have Sleep Token. Let's do this for $24.99. Do what? This place will become your tomb. Sleep Token, $12 off. Let's go ahead and knock this one out for $24.99. Make sure Christina Curtis gets Elvis Presley at $34.99. So we're calling this one Kiss. So the next one I'm going to put up, we're going to call Alive, okay? Alive. You heard me correctly, Alive. And this is an official pressing. This is actually official. It's a 45th anniversary on red and blue swirl. 2022 45th anniversary record store day. Is that what that says? Was this for record store day? White and blue splatter with both original sleeves and inserts. EX Plus, a $95 start. If you want to bid on this one, put Alive, okay? Or A2 for Alive 2. That is up for bid. And then over here, they're calling this one Kiss, which is at $250. Glenn was the only person on Sleep Token, or the first person on Sleep Token for $24. Neil Smith's out on Kiss. Jared Inc. next on Sleep Token. Garrett Cypriot gets Mazzy Star at $29. Blaine next on Sleep Token, then JetBlue next on Sleep Token. Bauhaus was $38. How about $29? The best of Bauhaus, Crackle, $29.99. The best of Bauhaus, Crackle, $29.99. Prince, The Gold Experience, was $38, now also $29.99. Bauhaus, So Amanda Darby. I think I've got another one if anybody else wants one. Kiss Alive 2. Are there any inserts? It is. It is over here. It is it comes with the following. It's 2 LP on really cool red splatter. It comes with the tattoos, just like the original. It comes with this thing here that's signed by somebody. Huh, that looks interesting. It's some kind of insert. It's signed by, looks like an artist maybe. It has the book just like the original, and it has 2 inner sleeves. So it does have tattoos just like the originals. All right, let's go back up to the top. We sold a Bauhaus. We have Alive at 95 and then 100, then 98, and then Sarah Louise on Prince at $29.99. This is sold to Joseph Alves at $250. He gets Satan's Blood for $250. Alive's at 100. Now this next auction, we can call it simply Kiss, okay? And this one is live in Atlanta, Georgia, 1979. This is Kiss. Omni Returns, Atlanta, Georgia, 1979. It's a 2 LP red vinyl, June 30th, 1979, with 20-page booklet and poster on red vinyl, a $75 start. Alive 2 is an official web store exclusive. It has booklet, tattoos, inserts, I should say inner sleeves, book tattoos, and an insert. It looks like a painted poster or something. We have King Diamond. We'll do this one for $29.99. A lot of 29 stuff in here. A lot of stuff that was 38 or higher. King Diamond's on blue vinyl at $29.99. Reservoir Dogs, $29.99. Music on Vinyl soundtrack, $29.99. Everything in here is being discounted. We have Scott Arnold on King Diamond at $29.99. Next thing is the following. Sleep Token. How much? $29.99. That was $38.99. $38.99 for Sleep Token. Take Me Back to Eden. And I think I've got a few more copies over here if we happen to need them. Yes, I've got 3 more. I've got a total of 4 I'll do at $29.99. Next thing is the following. Scott got King Diamond. J.D. Conklin's out on Alive. Anthony Riddle next on King Diamond. Wade bet 124 on Alive. Paul Catrich put King Diamond. That means you were second. You were third, Paul. Daryl Johnson on Reservoir Dogs, $29.99. Make sure that goes to Daryl Johnson at $29.99. Kiss is at $75. That's over here from the Omni. Which King Diamond? It's long gone. Alive has a new bid for $125. Jared Inc. gets a Sleep Token for $29.99. So will 3 other people. So will 3 other people. Let me pull these out right now. So will 3 other people. The first person that will get one, the next person that will get one is Glenn at $29.99. Alive got another $125 bid. Then he got a $130 bid. And then JetBlue gets this one for $29.99, and that leaves 1 Sleep Token if anybody wants it. Reservoir Dogs is still available. We've sold 1. Serathon Gold. I'll do this one for $29.99. It was $39. It's called Dark Parade on fog colored vinyl. Serathon Gold is $29.99. Last copy. Also, we have Kicks. I'll do that at $10 off. Cool Kids. That's either on white or gold vinyl. That is $29.99. Kicks, Cool Kids, and I'll do Dead Kennedys. We had this earlier in the show. We've already sold 2. I forgot I had another copy on the rack. We've already sold 2. Here's another Dead Kennedys live at the Old Woodruff, 1979, and that is $29.99. Dead Kennedys live at the Old Woodruff. $29.99. That's a live and official. So Kiss at the Omni over here has hit $75, and that was Stephen A. Young, $75, and then Alive 2 has a new bid with Oh So Adventure. That's an official pressing with all the goodies at $150. Calvin Works gets Kiss at $29.99. That's owed to Calvin Ward. Paula was next on Kiss. Our next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing of Duran Duran Notorious, and I'm starting this at just $15. You heard me correctly. Duran Duran is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. It is going to go up for how much? Just a $15 start. There's the Japanese insert. There's the cover and obi. Next is Greg Smith gets the last sleep token at $29.99. Over here, we have any Reservoir Dogs left. Yes, there's one Reservoir Dogs left at $29.99. Alive has a new bid for $155. Alive has a new bid for $165. Duran Duran 15, Duran Duran 15, Duran Duran 18, Duran Duran 16. Kiss has a new bid for $78, now $85. And then Adam Bernardi said sold, and he was talking about Reservoir Dogs at $29.99. Next, I've got 2 copies of Vanilla Fudge. This is in mono on blue vinyl. I'll mark these down to $24.99. They were $33.99. Vanilla Fudge there on blue vinyl, $24.99 in mono, by the way. And we have, yes, somebody called it earlier, the 13-4 elevators. This is pretty crazy. I'll do these $5 off at $29. The 13-4 elevators, that is a half-speed master, $29.99. 13-4 elevators. Very cool. A mono half-speed master, $29.99. Let's go back to the top. The most recent bids was Kiss Omni at $85, Duran Duran 20, then 25, then another 20, Alive at $170, Duran Duran at 30, Duran Duran at 20. What is the information on the Omni? Chad, do you have the blue sleep token? No, I do not. John Kaiser on Vanilla Fudge at $24.99. And then Phil Freeman on 13th floor for $29. Charlie DeFrank gets that last Vanilla Fudge at $24. And the last 13th floor is Soda Jet Blue at $29. Then Joe Sloop, you were next. All right. So also over here at $24.99, I've got the Misfits. This is $24.99. That is $10 off sticker, $24.99 on the Misfits. $10 off the Misfits collection, just $24.99. I'm going to mark these all the way down to $19.99. If you want an original, you can't find one, and if they do come up for sale, I think the last one sold for $10,000. Not an exaggeration, not a joke. Would you believe Billy Nichols? That's what it's called. Rare, $19.99. That's a reissue from Immediate Records. Duran Duran, $35. Michael Snare gets the Misfits at $24. Then John Kaiser, then Scott Arnold, then Jared Inc. All right, so first let's update Omni. We're bidding on this one and calling it Kiss, okay? We're calling this one Kiss. Omni returns. That's Kiss live in Atlanta, Georgia, 1979. A 2 LP with booklet and poster on red vinyl. And the last bid that officially came in on this was Stephen A. Young at $95, okay? In the middle is an official Kiss web store exclusive of Alive 2. It's on red splatter, red and blue splatter. It has the booklet. It even has the original tattoos and this pretty cool insert here that looks like it's signed by somebody, like some kind of mini Kiss poster. The last bid that came in on this was Brian Stern at $175. Everybody else is out. Duran Duran is at $40 with Mike Quadrini, okay? Next thing, nobody on Billy Nichols. How about Nirvana at $7 off, now $29.99 for In Utero. $29.99 for In Utero. Those were $36.99. Those usually never make it to the discount bin. The 1975, this is on clear vinyl. Being funny in a foreign language, I'll mark that one down to $24.99. $24.99 on that. And I've only got one copy left of Samson. Bruce Dickinson on vocals, $19.99 on Samson. That's half clear, half red splatter vinyl, $19.99 on Samson, okay? First, Amanda Darby on the 1975 for $24.99. Chad Sauls gets Nirvana for $29.99. Paula was second. The Omni has a new bid for $97 and then $99. That means we might be done on a live. Final call to Brian Stern at $175. Duran's with Mike Quadrini at $40. Next is Michael Salazar on Samson. Make sure he gets that for $19.99. Eric Van Leuven on Billy Nichols for $19.99. Gerald Whitworth next on Samson. Hoppy 33 next on Samson. I've already sold out of those. Next is $10 off. First time these have been discounted. It's a new release. Talking Heads. More songs about buildings and food on red vinyl, $29.99. $29.99. Jay Nutra says, I claim Samson. I see that you put an S for Samson. That is so to Jay Nutra. That S almost got buried. Make sure Jay Nutra gets this for $19.99. That means Michael Salazar, you were second. Okay, that's so to Jay Nutra for $19.99. Michael Salazar was second. Then Gerald Whitworth, then Hoopy, and then Devin Reese. And then over here, we have Talking Heads at $10 off. That's for the double LP, $29.99. Alive has a new bid for $175. The bid was already $175 with Brian Stern. Oso, you tied them. So we're not done on Alive. Oso's trying to get a bid in. And then over here is Kiss at the Omni. And that's at $105 with Stephen A. Young. Everybody else is out. Next is Misfits Earth AD. This is $24.99. That's $10 off. Another Misfits at how much? Just $24.99. And then we have Dio at $10 off, $34.99 for Dio. Holy Diver, the Joe Barresi remix, $34.99. Brian Stern, you actually just bid against yourself, okay? So the bid already was $175. Oso actually tied you, and now you've actually bid against yourself. So Oso, now you've got to bid more than $180, it looks like. Just FYI, okay? Just FYI. Next thing we're going to do is, first thing is this. Give me 1 second. First thing is this. Jay Nutra put M for Misfits. That's sold to him for $24.99. Now, Jared Inc. was second. Michael snared first on Dio at $34.99. Then Pickle gets one for $34.99. Paula, you were third, only had two. Then Anthony Riddle, then X-Wing. Mike Quadrini gets Duran for $40. This is sold to Mike Quadrini for $40. Let me take care of that right quick. This is sold. And then over here, give me 1 second. Alive then. So we'll sell it for that original bid with Brian Stern at $175, okay? We'll sell this for $175 to Brian Stern. Let's put this away right here, all right? Now, that just leaves the Omni. And I think we're hung up. We're about to sell it to Stephen A. Young for $105, okay? And Tony McDaniel's out. We're about to sell it for $105. Next is Dead Kennedys, just $19.99. Bedtime for Democracy and Norman Greenbaum. These have been lingering around forever. Let's get it down all the way to $19.99. Spirit in the Sky is all analog too. That's crazy. $19.99. All right, so we're about to have a clean slate for Kiss auctions. Folks, I essentially have 2/3 of a crate full of auctions. Like I said, we usually spend all night bidding on these because they sometimes will be bid on for 15 or 20 minutes straight. And it's just one after another, okay? So right now, Kaysen has it for $106. Stephen A. Young, we're not done. We're calling that one Kiss. So let me put up something different over here so we know exactly what to bid on. And we'll call this one Lock. Okay, as in Lock Up Your Daughters. Hello, Kenny Begley. This is Lock Up Your Daughters, a Kiss bootleg for unofficial live in Albuquerque, New Mexico, 1984. We're going to call this one Lock as in lock up your daughters. That way we can run two. $55 start on that one. Autumn gets Dead Kennedys. It was $19.99. And then Mortgage Guy Rob was next. Kiss has a new bid for $110. There's this one. This is pretty recent. Crazy to see this already discounted. But $29.99 for the Rhino High Fidelity, or excuse me, for the Rhino Reserve, $29.99 for the car Shake It Up. And that's all analog. Chris Bellman at Bernie Grumman Mastering, $29.99 for Shake It Up. Adam Bernardi gets Spirit for $19.99. Great price on that. Tracy McFadden has a Lock Up Your Daughters for $60. Sorry, Tracy. Lock for $60. Craig Thomas on the cars for $29. Man, nice, with Cruiser on there. And then Chad Sauls gets the second one, and Dave Ferguson gets the third and final one. The cars are sold out. Is Billy still available? We have one Billy Nichols left at $19.99. Next is Winter Sun. Let's do $12 off at $24.99. Winter Sun, orange vinyl, $24.99. And let's do Lydia Lunch at $24.99. Lydia was $33, Smoke in the Shadows. Also Winter Sun $24, and Allison Krause for $24.99. Now That I Have Found You, okay? So over here, we got two Kiss Up. We got Kiss and Lock, as in Kiss Omni and Lock Up Your Daughters. Lock opened at $60 with Tracy. Then JD bid $55. We sold all three cars. Stacy, you were fourth. Kiss at the Omni got a new bid for $115. Stephen A. Young, you were out. Stephen Chesney, you were fifth on the cars. Lock got a new bid for $65. It goes back to Tracy McFadden now. And Denise gets the Billy Nichols at $19.99. And now we have Stephen A. Young got on the Kiss Omni. Looks like that is going to be going to Case and Palamumbo at $115. Devin Reese on Winter Sun at $24.99. And Autumn Betts gets Lydia Lunch at $24.99. Dan Popovich at $70 on Lock. And there's one more in here, Beach House Bloom. That was $33. Let's do that for $24.99. Beach House Bloom, $24.99 on that. Okay? And I have filled up another crate. So right now I'm going to swap out crates. Plus, we're at the end of this crate. Let me grab this one. Holy moly. It's a lot of sold vinyl already. We've pretty much filled up 4 full crates here of nothing but sold vinyl, new vinyl on sale stuff. So that's pretty remarkable. I knew it was about the first of the month last week when I had like 16 crates of nothing but brand new and sealed vinyl. And I thought two things. Holy moly, that's a lot. Holy moly, that's a lot of money sitting there. So we better start discounting some of this and get it sold. Luckily, it's the first of the month. It also falls on a holiday, which is great for sales. And it was on a day where all of our record pricers have the day off. Actually, John was here. He marked 3 crates of new arrivals. Probably won't even get to those till tomorrow because he's off. He's off tomorrow, so I'm going to save those 3. If I do any vintage stuff tonight, it's going to be all on sale stuff, and there's more new vinyl coming. We're not done. I see a crate here with early August stuff I'm thinking about discounting, and like I said, if I get crazy, I might go ahead and do some kind of discount on everything else that's in stock. So there's that. Let's see where we're at now on our auctions. Lock has a bid for $85. Tracy bid first. Wow, we're not done on Kiss. George Samberes has this for $120. Kaysen, you were outbid, okay? And let's read through these one more time. We need to get some of these talking heads sold. I can't believe those didn't get claimed. A lot of metal left in here, too. So here is the first thing left in here. Demu Bigor Eonian, Coke bottle clear vinyl. A 2LP, I believe. I know it is a gatefold jacket, $29.99. And then Napalm Death, Harmony Corruption, that is $29.99. So Adam Bernardi wants a Beach House and a Talking Heads. That helps me out a lot there. He gets a Talking Heads for $29. He gets a Beach House for $24. As y'all know, if we do new vinyl on sale, it's about once a month. So that's the night. Tonight's the night. Our next auction is a sealed copy of Devo. A sealed copy of Devo that I pulled out randomly from over here earlier. And this was Duty Now for the Future. And this is sealed, a Rocktober exclusive on magenta colored vinyl, a sealed copy. It's going to go up for a $20 start. $20 start on that. $20 start on that. Also, we have Crow Mags at $29.99. That is the Age of Coral on red vinyl. And we have Surathon Gold. That is Dark Parade at $29.99. A lot of metal there for $29. Dead Kennedys live at Old Woodruff. That's $29. Talking Heads, we have 2 left. That's More Songs About Buildings and Food. Red vinyl, a deluxe edition with an LP with bonus tracks. And Alison Krauss, Now That I've Found You, a collection. Alison Krauss is $24.99. Any on sale Ozzy? No, but I do have some insane autographs to reveal to y'all for this upcoming week. I'm probably going to run it Thursday, but I do have an Eddie Van Halen autograph that we're probably going to run on Thursday. So everybody just get ready for that. Should have another crazy Thursday night. I might even put it up before, but get ready. It will be a 4-digit price tag, so that can go ahead and get your wallet ready too. But I've only the second time I've been able to offer an Eddie Van Halen. No deal done yet on the Green Days, so no deal done yet on those. All right, let's go back to the top. So what happened was George Sambaras came in on Kiss at $120. Locke had a bid for $90. And then Kiss got a bid for $125 with Kaysen. And then George came back in at $130. Dan Popovich is out on Locke. So is Tracy. Devo got a bid for $20. Nick Galetti put VH. And VH was for, what was VH for, Nick Galetti? That typically means Van Halen. Kiss got a new bid for $131. Devo 20 again, another 20, then a 25. Kiss 136. Devo is at 30. And then Kiss is at 137. Mark White wants a Talking Heads at $29.99. I do have Filter Short Bus. I do have Filter Short Bus. All right, so everything left from the on-sale batch tonight is right over here in this crate. We've almost filled up a whole crate over here of leftover on-sale stuff, which will make great content for tomorrow morning's video, but I would love to sell everything to y'all tonight. Demi Bigore was $29. Devo is sealed at $35. And over here we have Devo at $31. I think we're done on Locke. The last bit on Locke that came in was a final call to J.D. Conklin at $90. So we're about to sell that one, okay? Let's put away this crate that is now empty. And let me walk up front and see what was left up there on the racks. Let me do a quick walkthrough and see what is left, okay? There's a couple things up here that really don't need to be discounted. That's still August, or that I have replenished up here. That's a new album, but it's ready to be discounted, and here we go. All right. Fantastical. So logical, magical. All right, so the racks are empty up front. We will be doing some $6.99 crates tonight, for sure. At some point, I'm probably going to walk up front and say, let's do $6.99, and anything that's left, we will boondle, okay? And I know how y'all feel about your boondles. First thing is, let me tag this for Joseph Alves. He gets a filter at sticker price, okay? There's that. Devo is not OG. It's a Rocktober exclusive reissue. Let's see what we got here in this crate. All right. Yep, there's May. There's April. There's July. Yep, this is a Hatchet Ed crate. So let me sort through these right quick. And then that's relatively new stuff there. Yep, that's mid-August stuff. So this stuff's not ready yet. I'll go ahead and mark. These are early August and kind of recent, so we'll knock these out. Yeah, and I already showed some of these earlier. All right, so here's a few more. We're almost done. The new vinyl is it's getting there. We're almost finished. Right now, I'm just going through non-payments that, like I said, got cursed with reused or old stickers that have maybe even been restocked. I've got a couple crates over here to purge. And we're almost ready for this stuff, okay? And I've walked away. Every time I come over, there's new bids almost on everything. So let's see what's going on. Big Kiss Night. Thank y'all for continuing to support Collectco night after night. Pretty amazing. Very excited about the future here. Every day I'm like, where are we going to go to next? What's the next level? All right. Okay. So first things first. Kiss, which is Omni. George Sambaris has it for $150. Casing's out. Lock, I don't think, got another bid since that last bid. So it was sold to J.D. Conklin for $90. Over here, we got Devo. Duty now for the future. Devo. Duty now for the future. This is sealed on magenta colored vinyl. It's a Rocktober exclusive from about 3 or 4 or 5 years ago. How long ago? A few years ago. 5 years ago. A Rocktober exclusive from about 5 years ago. It is sealed, and Daryl Johnson has it for $33. Next thing, Hiram Aponte did want that Demu Bigor Eonian at $29.99. Okay, there's that. And then we are at the bottom. Okay, we are at the bottom. How to figure out how to clone yourself. That would be amazing. I do need one more Chad on here selling every night. The nights I'm not gone, when even Paul can't maybe make it, or I need another Chad in a different part of the store selling coins right now. And comics. Could you imagine? I tell everybody that works there, I was like, eventually, at some point, we're going to be selling as many possibly toys, comics, but whatever you want to call it. There'll be a live stream going. You know, just, we got to pace ourselves, though, okay? We got to pace ourselves. So right now, we're calling that one Kiss. It's about done, though. Let's put this one up and call it Revenge, okay? If you want to bid on this one, call it Revenge. Revenge. We have Revenge, and this is on blue marble vinyl, a 1994 U.S. blue marble vinyl, numbered. First release in the United States with the original inner sleeve, $145 start. So this is 94 blue marbled with original inner sleeve, numbered. If you want to bid on this one, put Revenge, $145 start. Devo is sold to Daryl Johnson for $33, and then this Kiss is sold to George Sambaris for $150. Get Laura. Anytime Laura's here doing a sale, that means less Laura crates and less auctions. We've ran the numbers. We just can't do that. I think she's much happier just pricing records. If we had her, that's a lot less Laura crates and a lot less auctions. Next thing over here is the following. So that one's going to be called Revenge. We'll call this one Kiss, Street Hustlers. She may have a blue moon or so, but I think she honestly would rather just be getting auctions ready. We have live at Stad Hall in Vienna, Austria. Let's call this one Kiss, Street Hustlers, live with insert and poster, a $75 start. I had a bid of $35 on Devo. Daryl Johnson and Jared Inc., y'all's bids were way out of order, okay? Earlier, 2 or 3 minutes before y'all even bid, Gerald Whitworth had $35 on Devo. Daryl Johnson, you've been outbid. This is at $35, okay? This is at $35. George Sambaris wants to pay for this Kiss live at the Omni, and he wants to send it to Tony McDaniel free at no charge. So whoever's watching this, whoever's tagging this, charge this to George Sambaris, send it to Tony McDaniel at $0.00, okay? No charge for him. The next record in here is Cramps, on sale at $24.99. Big Beat from Badsville. Big Beat from Badsville. $5 off, $24.99 for the Cramps. Big Beat from Badsville, $24.99. Now Devo all of a sudden still getting bids, $39, now $40. No bid on Kiss yet. No bid on Revenge yet. Going once, going twice. Next thing is Bad Religion, Suffer. Bad Religion is $24.99. Also, we had one of these earlier. Here's another opportunity. Men at Work, their Ultimate Collection, $24.99 on that. I did pull Demu Bigor for you. Jared Inc. on C for Cramps. That is $24.99. Devo's now at $41 with Gerald Whitworth. Mike Torres has Revenge at $145. Let's look at this again. Kiss Revenge is a 1994 U.S. blue marble vinyl numbered, the first release ever here in the United States. It is in shrink with the OB and the insert. It only has one bid for $145. Over here next to it, Vinnie Vincent alert, Vinnie Vincent alert, Vinnie Vincent alert, Kiss Street Hustlers, live, Austria, 1983, with an insert and a poster, limited edition of 100. That is at $75. Devo is a Rhino Rocktober exclusive from 2020. A sealed Devo Rhino Rocktober exclusive on magenta colored vinyl. And the high bid is Gerald Whitworth at $41. $41. So earlier, we had a minute work. I know earlier for sure there was a backup bidder. There's Bad Religion, and there's the Cramps, $24.99. Next thing is Stranger Things, music from Seasons 1 and music from Seasons 2. This is $24.99, $24.99. Also, I have Napalm Death, Utopia Banished. Let's make Napalm Death $29.99. Revenge has a new bid for $150. Over here, we have Kiss. This has another bid for $75. Brian Stern, there was already a bid for $75. Now Devo is at $49. Now Devo is at $49 with Mark Lent. Over here, we have 2 copies of Utopia. Anthony Riddle put 5DT. 5DT. Not for sure on that one, but I have the newest Black Keys album. I'm down to just a handful. 2, 4, 6 copies. No Rain, No Flowers. Indie exclusive red vinyl, $24.99. John Howard gets a Napalm Death at $29.99. Revenge has a new bid for $160. Kiss has a new bid for $80. And then Devo is at $49 of Mark Lent. That means that Gerald Whitworth is out. This is sold. This is sold. This is sold. This is sold. Devo is sold to Mark Lent for $49. The Black Keys is sold to Adam Bernardi for $24.99. Gerald Whitworth gets a Black Keys for $24.99. Jared Inc. John claimed Cramps before me. Over here, way up at the top, John Howard gets a Cramps and Jared Inc. Luckily, I've got 2 of them. Give one to John Howard, give one to Jared Inc. Make sure they both get one. There was one pulled earlier for either John or Jared. I think Jared, but make sure John gets one as well. They're both going to get one. We sold Napalm Death also to John Howard. Kiss was at $80. Adam Bernardi got a Black Keys. The other Black Keys went to Gerald Whitworth. Christina Curtis also gets a Black Keys at $24.99. John Kaiser put R-E-R-E-N for Re-En. Oh, he was going to bid on Revenge. Kiss is at $82. And then over here, Revenge is at $175. And then Brian Reynolds on Men at Work. This is sold to Brian Reynolds for $24.99. Over here is Slayer. This is South of Heaven, $24.99. This is $10 off on Slayer. Do what? You just heard me correctly, $24.99. Circle Jerks, Wild and in the Streets. The Circle Jerks is remastered from the original analog tapes in limited edition to 3,000 orange colored vinyl, $24.99. Jay Neutra on S for Slayer, sold for $24.99. Dave Ferguson, Next on Slayer for $24.99. I've got 3 Black Keys left. Saxon, only 1 left. Unleash the Beast, limited edition of 1,500 on red vinyl for $29.99. That's for Saxon. Hiram next on Slayer. Paul next on Slayer. A Perfect Circle. These were $46.99. I'll do these for, let's do these for $34.99. $34.99 for A Perfect Circle. So first, let's start here for Kiss Street Hustlers, okay? Kiss Street Hustlers has a high bid with Brian Stern at $85. If you're not Brian Stern, you don't have the high bid. Over here is Revenge at $180. Revenge with John Kaiser, and then Mike Torrey's bid $185. Garrett gets a perfect circle for $34.99. Daryl Johnson was next. Peter Murphy on indigo colored vinyl for $24.99. Love Hysteria. And then The Sound of Music for $24.99. Holy moly, Chad needs a drink of water. Let me go up front and get that right quick. I need a Dasani bottle of water, $24.99, okay? $24.99 for this Dasani bottle of water. I know you may say, Chad, that seems awfully high for a bottle of water, but not when you want it. I guarantee you, if you was in the desert and you had your debit card and somebody walked up to you and said, bottle of water, sir, $24.99, you would probably swap your debit card for it. Okay, thanks for my water break. I greatly appreciate y'all allowing me to do that. Y'all are such kind people. Revenge is at 190. Mike Torrey's, it's up to you now, 121, okay? Over here is Kiss. The last bid was Brian Stern at 85. The bidder before him was J.D. Conklin. Now, I know J.D. said he's out. So JD's out. So this sold to Brian Stern for $85. Now, Brian, you're a first-time buyer. What I'm going to do is, since you've purchased a lot tonight, we're probably going to go ahead and invoice you early tomorrow, okay? I probably, if you buy a few more things, I might try to get a hold of Ed tonight, or me go ahead and send you an invoice. But since you've already bought several auctions, you're probably well over the $500 mark. And since you're new for tonight, no big deal. We do this quite often. We may have you go ahead and pay. And what we're probably going to do is I'll tell Ed to go ahead and pay you as soon as, or go ahead and invoice you as soon as they've rewatched the sale. Okay? Because if you buy anything else this week, your invoice could really get up there. So be prepared. It'll come to your email. They'll probably have to do it after they already get all this stuff keyed in, okay? Just FYI. Let's read through this again. And just because you're a first-time buyer, I'm sure you're good for it, but believe me, we've had a bunch of people get on here. They buy a couple $1,000s worth of stuff. Next morning, crickets. And then their account disappears. So we don't want that to happen. So just saying, if you got the money, honey, I've got the time. We have everything still available over here in this crate. Let's go ahead and put this one up. That's Revenge. We'll call this one. We'll call this one Kiss Takes Tokyo. We'll just call this one Kiss because we're calling that one Revenge. This is Kiss at Budokan Hall in 77 and at the LA Forum in 77. It's on clear vinyl, and Kiss is going to go up for a $55 start. $55 start on that. Next thing is John Kaiser on RA. He's bidding on Revenge. Here's what's left in here. Bad Religion Suffer, $24.99. Stranger Things, music from seasons 1 and 2, $24.99. Napalm Death, I still got one copy left of this, $29.99 for Utopia Banished. Also, The Black Keys, No Rain, No Flowers. That's on red vinyl, $24.99. Circle Jerks, I did that one for $29.99. Wild in the Streets on orange vinyl, a deluxe edition. Wow, still got Saxon at $29.99. Peter Murphy was $24.99. And The Sound of Music, How to Solve a Problem Like Maria, as featured in a show known as Seinfeld. How do you solve a problem like Maria? $24.99. Is the Kiss LP a single or double? The Kiss Tokyo is a double LP. It is a double LP, all right? This is all on sale new vinyl. I'm getting near the end. I think I've got a few more crates to look through, and then at this point, I think it might be best if we go ahead and get into vintage pre-owned. I want to go through the stuff that I didn't get to see for the nights I was here. I heard John and Laura mark quite a bit, and Paul, so kind of excited about that. I still got a few things to discount from early August, and this crate right over here, we're going to wipe it out, and we're going to go into nothing but vintage for the rest of the night. No new arrivals tonight. 0 new arrivals tonight. It's Labor Day. Everybody had a paid vacation day today. That was on me. That was on the house. Paid vacation day. Still, though, several people showed up for work. They was like, Chad, we just don't take days off. I'm not joking either. Ed had to come in. John showed up. They would rather be here. They's like, we don't have anything to do at our house. We'd rather be here working. I'm like, sounds good to me. Bob Riger on Stranger Things, $24.99. We're going to do nothing but vintage on sale tonight. Could we go through a lower crate? Absolutely. But nobody was here today. Holiday, paid vacation day here at Coletco. Revenge is the following. Mike Torrey's at $200. John Kaiser, you're out. Kiss is at $95. Over here is all the new vinyl that has been left for tonight. And I'm going to grab this right over here. We have filled up pretty much a whole crate over here of nothing but leftover on sale new vinyl. We will hit it one more time before the show concludes. I've got 3 more crates kind of over here to purge. And then everything else will probably be on sale another month from now. But here's some stuff from August 6th. And I'm probably just going to go through the whole crate and discount some of these. They've been shown probably to death. And now it's time to discount them and hopefully get them sold. So this is probably some of the most recent. Yep, this one's from August 6th. This is some of the most recent new vinyl that's going to be on sale tonight. Okay? This is some of the most recent new vinyl that's on sale tonight. This right here. This is some of the most recent, newest arrivals. Everything in here should sell because this is pretty recent stuff. This may be one of the last crates of brand new sealed vinyl on sale before we get into vintage buy it now best offer. I'm excited to do, like I said, maybe the crates when I wasn't here that Paul went through, and we'll go ahead and take offers, okay? Kaiser, it was up to you on the Revenge. The last bid was Mike Torrey's at $200, and then over here is Kiss. J.D. Conklin bid $95, and then Glenn bid $95. Here's what's next. Queens of the Stone Age, rated R. We'll do these $12 off at just $24.99. You heard me correctly. Queens of the Stone Age is $24.99. That's rated R, $24.99. We'll do $10 off the best of REM, $34.99. $34.99, the best of REM. Seth did come in. He did. He did come in. Paul came in too. I'm telling you, I've given people work here days off, and they still want to come into work. It's a bizarre phenomenon. I don't know if many of y'all would do that at y'all's jobs, but I'll be like, paid vacation, and they'll be like, honestly, I'd rather just come in and work. And I'm like, okay, sounds good to me. That's better than paying you and not getting here and getting something done. We have Kiss at 97 with Glenn Butch Rhodes, and that's still getting a bid. I think we're done on that. Wow, nobody's claimed Queens of the Stone Age or REM. Alert, alert. There's on sale new vinyl in here. Hello, Brian Call on Queens at $24.99. That is sold. And we have NWA straight out of Compton, $24.99. Mark White on REM at $34. 1 Queens of Stone Age left. 1 REM left. 1 NWA. Lothel gets the other Queens of Stone Age at $24. And then over here, this is Kiss Revenge. Kiss Revenge. Kiss Revenge. This is sold. Kiss Revenge. Mike Torrey's at $200, okay? Now over here, Kiss Takes Tokyo. J.D. Conklin at $100. The first thing was Mark Stanley on NWA. Bill Hannum next on Queens of the Stone Age. And then X-Wing, and then Mega Blast, and then Christina Curtis. There's REM at $34.99. Next thing is the following. We have Kiss, Que Pasa Hombre. If you want to bid on this one, no. We'll do this one, Saints. If you want to bid on this one, we'll bid on this one as Saints. This is Saints in Charleston. please put Saints. It's live in Charleston, West Virginia, 1903. That looks like an 03. 1983. Could you imagine them coming back in a time machine in 1903, dressed like that with those instruments? They'd probably be like, good God, kill these people. This is on white vinyl, limited to 125 with poster and 5 photos. Put Saints. Saints. Uh-oh. Who's on the cover? Good gosh. There he is. A $95 start. All right. This is the most probably insane crate of the week because it's stuff that shouldn't be on sale. Okay? So far of, I should say, the show. Another Queens of Stone Age. $34.99 on that one. Queens of Stone Age like clockwork. $34.99. The Clash. We'll do those at $29.99. London Calling. $29.99. Kiss is at $102. Saints is a $95 start. Our next auction is Sealed Talking Heads, $77. This is sealed. It's another Rhino Rocktober exclusive on green vinyl, Psycho Killer. That's going to go up for a $25 start. Talking Heads, $77. Talking Heads, $77. That is a $25 start. Lothel on Queens at $34.99. Clash goes to Pergy 33 at $29, then John Durden at $29. Daryl Johnson was next, and then Jeff Sapia. And then Talking Heads is at $25. Paying full price. Yes, if you didn't pay full, if we don't sell some of this stuff at full price, then there wouldn't be any new vinyl at all. I would stop ordering it. I would be like, well, that's it for new vinyl. No one's buying it anymore. But that's unfortunately, or fortunately, not the story. Fortunately, sometimes we sell so much of it, I can't keep up with it. Melvin's is $24.99. This is for Ozma. Ozma, $5 off, $24.99. John Durden needs to put back Clash. So instead of John Durden, that second copy, give it to Daryl Johnson. Daryl Johnson, you will be getting the Clash. Talking Heads 25, Talking Heads 25, Talking Heads 30. Josie Singbell does want that last REM at $34.99. Then Scott Fellows, you were next. Melvin's at $24. So what about Kiss over here? J.D. Conklin's out. This is sold to Glenn Butch Rhodes at $102. No one has bid on Saints in Charleston. Final call for a $95 start. Could that be our first no bid? One more look. It's a double LP on white vinyl. And we have what? A $95 start on this. Talking Heads. This is on green vinyl. It's at $30. I have Queens of Stone Age and Time New Roman. If I grab that, please put back. That has not been in the crate. No, it has not. We have Dochi, Alligator Bites Never Heal. That was $36, $12 off, $24.99. Saints over here. Saints in Charleston is a 2LP, $95 start on that one. Okay? Over here, I have Def Leppard, $10 off for Hysteria. Do what? $34.99. It's a Big Bad Beautiful Day. Beautiful Day is $19.99 on colored vinyl. Eric Van Leuven on Dochi at $24.99. Now Saints is at $95. Now if you want to bid it, you got to go through J.D. Conklin. Now Talking Heads $34. Now Def Leppard sold to Chris Frazier at $34. Pickle was next. Let's add another Kiss auction. So we're calling that one Saints. That means the next one we can just call Kiss. And that one we'll put up right now. And at this point, you may say, my God, Chad, what else could you possibly be putting up for auction tonight? And I say, just relax. We got a copy of Kiss Killers. This is a 1982 Netherlands import in VG Plus condition. Kiss Killers is in VG Plus condition, a $25 start. It does have a little bit of a seam cut right up here. I should say a seam crackle. Other than that, we'll have to call it VG Plus, $25 start. Chain of Strength. I'm going to do these $15 off and make them $24.99. Looks like a hardcore album. It's called The One Thing That Still Holds True. Chain of Strength is $24.99. Any more Billy Joe River of Dreams? I do not have any more Billy Joe River of Dreams. Chain of Strength is $24.99. And then over here, I've got We're the Meatmen and You Suck. That's also $24.99. The Crow is $10 off at $34.99. Vixen's $24.99 for Rare Vintage. And the Melvin's Houdini, Third Man Pressing, $10 off, $29.99 for Melvin's Houdini. $29.99. Saints is sold to J.D. Conklin for $95. Sold, sold, sold. Talking Heads over here. Solarplex Studios has this for $34. It's a Rhino exclusive, Rocktober exclusive on green vinyl. Green vinyl. It's sealed for $34. Kiss Killers does not have a bid yet for $25. Kind of wild. Both Vixens are sold. Brian Stern and Christina Curtis, $24 and $24. The Crow is sold to Chris Johnson at $34.99. Houdini is sold to Jared Inc. at $29.99. Kiss has a bid for $25. Our next auction, we're not going to call this one Kiss because there's another one up. We're going to call this one Chopper. What does this one say? Chopper what? It's called Chopper Cheeks. What's that say? Chopper. Choppers and Cheeks, plural. Sorry, the hop sticker was covering it up. We'll call this one Chopper, okay? That way we can run two at the same time. Chopper and Cheeks is on white vinyl. This is from the Rock and Roll Over Tour. It's rehearsals at Camp Curtis Guild Armory in Reading, Massachusetts, 1976 red vinyl, a $35 start. So Killers has a bid for $25.25 and now $30. The only thing left in here is Melvin's at $24.99 for Ozma. It's a Big Bad Beautiful Day at $19.99 colored vinyl. Chain of Strength is $24. That was $15 off. And the Meat Men, We're the Meat Men and You Suck at $24.99. Well, that's not too bad. I mean, the crate's pretty full over here, but I don't know how many crates that in a row was. 5, 6, 7, and all the new vinyls right over here. And let's immediately go into Vintage Buy It Now Best Offer. And here's what I'll say. Tonight when I'm cleaning up, or maybe even later tonight, if I run across more crates that I've overlooked that's from July or maybe early August, there could be more mixed in later tonight as I clean up and move stuff around, or you could see more possibly with all the leftovers, because when I really clean up here at night, I'll be like, oh dang, here's a whole nother crate of stuff from, you know, July 12th that I could have put on sale, and that always happens. I usually find something. So there's that. That was pretty amazing. That, folks, was 5 hours. Well, no, I started at 6. That was about 4 hours of nothing but on sale new vinyl. That was pretty epic, and that was pretty amazing. We have filled up pretty much 6, I guess that's now going on 6 full crates, and I'm pretty exhausted. About time to go to bed. See y'all tomorrow, 5 o'clock. Just kidding. We got several hours still here to go. We got Talking Heads over here. Talking Heads is sold to Solarplex Studios for $34. Kiss Killers. We're calling Killers Kiss in the chat. That's at $40 with Solarplex, and we're calling Chopper. And Chopper's at $35 of J.D. Conklin. Let's go right into another crate, and everything in here is going to be Buy It Now or Best Offer. I think this is the first one I want to go through. I'm very curious about some of the stuff that was marked that I didn't get to see. I always like getting to see stuff that I didn't get to see, and this looks like some pretty dang good stuff that I didn't get to see. And let's take offers on these, and you may see some stuff that you didn't get to see. These are all going to be Buy It Now or Best Offer, okay? Buy It Now or Best Offer. Let's go ahead and get started on these. First come, first serve. If you ain't first, you're last. Make sure you get in your offer quickly or your claim. Some people just go ahead and claim it. They're like, Chad, I don't have time to make an offer. I better just go ahead and claim this right now. All right, so right now we're waiting on a couple people. We're waiting on absolutely nobody. All right, these auctions are going. Wow. Choppers and Chicks, just one bid for J.D. Conklin, $35. That is sold. Wow, might be the deal of the night. A Kiss bootleg with a motorcycle on the cover. That's unusual. That's going to go up for $35 and sold to J.D. Conklin. Wow, and this gets asked about all the time. Kiss Killers, Kiss Killers, Kiss Killers. And guess what? Just a couple bids and it's sold to Solarplex Studios for $40. Unbelievable. That is sold. Let's put up some more then. That table is clear. Still got a few more Japanese pressings over here too. the first thing we're going to do is this. This is actually a really scarce pressing. Folks, this is official and it's real. It's an Argentinian import, an official pressing of Kiss Destroyer. It says Destructor on the cover. It's a 1980 scarce Argentinian import in VG condition. That's what the cover looked like in Argentina in 1980. How cool is that? This is official pressing, and this is going to go up for a $45 start. That's official. It's an Argentinian pressing from 1980. And now let's do another bootleg. And the next bootleg over here is going to be the following. And that is, actually, we'll call this one just Gene Simmons. This is a Gene Simmons album that was never released on vinyl. It's him with all these half-nude, scandalous-looking women he's hanging out with. It's called Gene Simmons, and it's called A-Hole, okay? Spelled with A-S-S and then hole. This album has never been released on vinyl, so this is a bootleg, unofficial pressing, $75 start for Gene Simmons. That's now up for bid, okay? This vintage crate is buy it now or best offer. So you can put Kiss on this one or Destructor, and you can put GS for Gene Simmons on this one. Oh, man, hold on. I got stretched. I'm thinking about that public sub I had earlier. Whew, good stuff. All right, right off the bat, a great Fleetwood Mac album, Mirage. It has the original on her sleeve, no condition notes on the vinyl. A beautiful OG copy for $19.99. That has Gypsy on it and Hold Me and Oh Diane. Fleetwood Mac, $19.99. Man, that's worth it just for Gypsy. We have the Dave Clark 5's Greatest Hits. It looks like a spanking copy in shrink wrap. Original yellow Epic label, stamped matrices, and I'm glad all over. That is $9.99. A nice looking Dave Clark 5 Greatest Hits. That's worth it just for glad all over. Mirage is sold to Melanie Jennings. Thank you, Melanie. Stephen Chesney was next. There's Dave Clark 5. Tubular Bells. Also the music from the movie The Exorcist. This is $14.99, done by Mike Oldfield, $14.99. That's a German press, too. Wow, look at that. Beautiful vinyl, super high quality. That is Tubular Bells, $14.99. Gene Simmons is already at $115, and the Argentinian Destroyer is still at $50 with Tom Kelly, okay? $50 with Tom Kelly. This is the Notting Hillbillies, missing, $36.99. There's a Stoughton Public Library stamp on the front. The Notting Hillbillies, $36.99. This is Benbow. Buy it now, best offer. Yes, Daryl Johnson on outfield. Still got Dave Clark 5. There's the Notting Hillbillies. I'm here to sell records. Consider this a Labor Day sale, okay? Our vintage is always on sale. If we ever do, quote, a sale here at this establishment, it's always on new vinyl. Our vintage pretty much is always on sale. And then the auctions, you determine the price. You can bid once, you can bid 100 times. Nielsen, $19.99. K-N-N-I-L-L-S-S-O-N-N. Nielsen. $19.99. Y'all can determine the price on these. It's up to me, though, and y'all can determine the price on those. We call it an auction. Y'all set the prices on these. I'm not pricing anything. I'm not pricing anything here either. I mean, y'all can go ahead and claim them, but it is a best offer crate. So if we ever do on sale in this establishment, it's going to be on new vinyl. That's always no more, no less. Here's our next auction, a Japanese pressing of David Coverdale. Take a look at this. David Coverdale. Now they've rebuilt this as a Whitesnake album. Like they've recently put this back into print, and they've pretty much took his name off and just called it Whitesnake. But it's David Coverdale, North Winds. A Japanese pressing with Obi, $35 start on that. Okay, Chuck Haley offered 7 on Dave Clark 5. That's sold to Chuck Haley. There's Nielsen, and there's the Notting Hillbillies. Wishbone Ash locked in. Wishbone Ash. They have really cool music. This one happens to be on Atlantic. No condition notes, $19.99. Does Argentina have any inserts? This has 0 items with it. Just the jacket and a VG disc. The high bid on that, by the way, is John Kaiser at $50, now JD at $55. Gene Simmons is at $117. JD Conklin's out, so $117. And then how did Solarplex go out? What happened here? The high bid on this, Solarplex, you have it at 100. Did somebody bid more than 117 on this? Solarplex, you have this at $117, okay? You have that. Argentinians at 55 with J.D. Conklin. John Kaiser, you are out. The Johnny Otis show cutting up. Johnny Otis is $19.99. This has other people appearing on it, such as Sugarcane Harris, Delmar Evans, $19.99. That's on the Epic label. $19.99 for the Johnny Otis show. Very cool record here. Sufficiently Breathless by Captain Beyond. A 1973 Terre Haute original pressing from Capricorn Records. Gatefold jacket. $34.99. Their stuff's always super collectible. Very cool stuff there. Captain Beyond, Sufficiently Breathless. This is the Marcus King Band, Carolina Confessions. Marcus King at $39.99. That is 180 gram, of course, black vinyl, $39.99. We have Destroyer at 60, now Destroyer at another 60. Tom Kelly bid 61st. That means that John Kaiser's out and J.D. Conklin. Gene Simmons is sold to Solarplex for $117. And David Coverdale, North Winds, has one bid with J.D. Conklin at $35. Just waiting for David Johnson to bid. We have the Commodores 13, $14.99. The Commodores 13, $14.99. Al Green, he is the lot. Al Green is in shrink wrap, $24.99. He is the lot, $24.99. Angel, Sinful. Angel is $19.99. And Brother Jack McDuff, To Seek a New Home, from 1970 on Blue Note. Brother Jack McDuff, $49.99. Donna gets the Commodores for $10. That's sold to Donna. Argentina out, Destroyer out. And then Mark Lent on J.O. And J.O. was for something. I'm not for sure. Johnny Otis. That is sold to Mark Lent here. Let's put up another auction. So they're done on Argentina. Looks like Tom Kelly, you're going to be getting that. Let's see what else I have left. If anybody's waiting on something from the Japanese band at this point, you probably need to remind me, and we'll bump it up. The first thing I have is this pretty rare radio promo before, and I've had something that looked just like this before. I'm surprised more people hadn't asked for this. It's so rare. The first thing I'm going to do is sell David Coverdale, and this is sold to J.D. Conklin for $35. That is sold, just one bid. That is sold. Over here is Kiss, the Argentinian press, Scarce. And this is sold to Tom Kelly for $60. Very cool on that. I love foreign pressings of big bands like that. That's pretty cool there. And then here is this. This is the special edition for radio airplay only of Kiss Rock and Roll Over. It's a 76 US OG DJ only promo. There are signatures from the jacket of the DJs at the radio station out of Cincinnati. So I remember having something like this, and the guy we bought this collection from might have bought this from us at some point, or just this particular copy out of Cincinnati, the DJs maybe had signed more than one copy, because I had one that looked just like this with these signatures on them, which are radio station DJs. So this is Kiss. It's a special edition radio airplay only copy, okay? So this is a pretty scarce record to begin with. Some of them have sold as much as $670 on Discogs in VG Plus condition. It has the inner sleeve just like the original. It's got a special custom label that says Kiss Special Edition, not for sale, special edition, radio airplay only. Laura has graded it conservatively VG, and we're willing to start this at just $195. $195 VG condition. $195 is the starting bid. If this gets close to $500, I wouldn't be surprised. It is now up for bid. $195. That is now up for bid, okay? Chris Martin gets Angel for $12. Thank you, Chris Martin. That's so to you. We're in a buy it now best offer bin. We got Al Green again, and this one time Al Green is in love, $24.99. I'm not for sure what's the radio station call signals. It's got the signatures on the front. It doesn't actually have a radio station stamping, though. There it is, though, $195, the radio promo for Rock and Roll Over. That's a pretty desirable Kiss record there. You can bid on that one as Kiss, okay, and then we'll put up another one and call it something different. We'll go ahead and put this one up and call it, here's another one, Saints. We had one earlier called Saints. This is live at Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto, 1983. A soundboard recording with 24-page booklet and poster. It is Vinnie Vincent, and that is Kiss live in Maple Leaf Gardens, 1983. If you want to bid on this one, put Saints, and we'll put this over here as Kiss, okay? Next thing is Donna on Al Green for $18. Sell that to Donna for $18. John Kaiser's in at $195. He put $190. It was $195. No big deal there. And then who signed it? And then over here, who signed this? It's signed by the radio station DJs. It's signed by the radio. It looks like we got over here is a pen scribble and then 56 and BC. This one looks like something Stewart. This one looks like Bo Elliott. That looks like Ted McKay. And that looks like Greg Bale or Grog, I don't know, something Bale or Ball. Probably Bale. Ted McKay, Bo Elliott, and then 56 and BC maybe, and then something, okay? This is a $195 bid. How much is Saints? That is going to be a $65 start, okay? $65 start. Here we go. Next thing is this. If you're ready to go with me, Jimmy McGriff, the Super Funk Collection. From Groove Merchant, 1974, Jimmy McGriff, $34.99. $34.99. So Saints is a $65 start. We already have a bid for $95. Kiss, we're calling this one Kiss. It's a $195 bid with John Kaiser. A VG copy. This should be getting bids like the screen should be lit up right now. The screen should be lit up with Kiss bids for both auctions. Especially this one. A VG Plus copy sold for $600 and something. Just saying. Over here, we have Van Morrison, A Sense of Wonder, $34.99. Van Morrison, Black Mercury label, super clean. Now Saints is at $95 with Solar, now $96 with Solarplex Studios. Neil Young, Comes a Time, $34.99. Another really nice record. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Stevie Wonder, signed, sealed, delivered, I'm yours. Nice to see this with no condition notes from 1970. That's unusual by itself. $39.99. I hate to do this, but I'm moving the Kiss Rock and Roll Over radio station copy, a final call to John Kaiser for $195. Our next auction is a Japanese pressing of Led Zeppelin's Physical Graffiti. This is going to go up for a $95 star. Ra-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. That's Cashmere. This is a 2 LP, near mint minus and pristine. It has the lyric insert with Night Flight. I just received a message from blah, 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 da, dun, da. I won't try to sing like Robert Plant. I will start wailing, and then everybody be wanting me to sing more, and then I'll get famous, and then I'll go on the road as a touring Robert Plant impersonator. This is now up for bid, $95. Daryl Johnson says, hot diggity dog, I'm in immediately at $95. We have the very best of Bird, Charlie Parker. This is a 2 LP, $29.99. The very best of Bird, Charlie Parker, a 2 LP, $29.99. John Cale. This is John Cale Comes Alive, a 1984 alternate rock, $26.99. John Cale, $26.99. John Kaiser, I have done everything possible to try to get you outbid. I have begged people. I have pleaded with people. I have tried to convince people. I have done everything for them to outbid you at more than $195. It did not work. I failed to get you outbid. So congratulations. You get this for just one bid at $195. That might be the second deal of the night. Just one bid at $195. That was pretty wild. Tracy just asked what the high bid was. I've been over here begging people to bid for the last half hour. Saints, the last bid that came in on this was Alonzo at 105. Zeppelin has one bid for 95. And Larry Gonzalez says this is the most awesome night in Coletco history. Larry Gonzalez is going on record saying this is the best night of Coletco he's ever watched in his life. Donna gets Charlie Parker for $20. Sell that to Donna for $20. Over here, I have the Cannonball Adderley Quintet from 1974, $24.99. The Cannonball Adderley Quintet on Fantasy, $24.99. Hiram has Led Zeppelin with Trampled Underfoot. Also, don't forget about the Rover, Down by the Seaside. What is going on right now? What a great album. Also, we have Hooters, Nervous Night, $14.99. Cannonball Adderley. Donna, I will sell this to you for $20. Next thing I have is the Partridge Family Notebook, $19.99. The Partridge Family Notebook, $19.99. Saints is sold, and this one is sold to Alonzo for $105. $105. Donna gets Cannonball for $20. Donna was Ryan Mustaine was second. Zeppelin's at $115. A Japanese pressing of Physical Graffiti. Our next Kiss auction. If you want to bid on this one, we'll call it Kiss. Firehouse in Detroit. This is Kiss live in Detroit at Cobo Hall. This is 1977, January 29th, 1977. Kiss, VG Plus condition, a $25 start. $25 start. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. The World in Sound, 1966. That looks pretty interesting. Never seen that one before. Produced by your AP Broadcast News, $14.99. The World in Sound, 1966. Also, Jefferson Starship Gold as a picture disc, $29.99. And Ted Nugent Free For All. A little bit of a pen scribble there on the cover. Meatloaf on lead vocals, though, $14.99. Kiss has one bid with Solarplex for $25. Our next auction, if you want to bid on this one, let's abbreviate this one. RARO. Y'all know what that means. Rock and Roll Over, okay? We'll call this one Rock and Roll Over so we can run two at the same time. This is an original 1976 Japanese pressing with the lyric insert and the sticker. It's in VG Plus condition, a $65 start. This is a Japanese Rock and Roll Over pressing. It does have the insert with some humidity damage. It does have the sticker sheet, though. And, of course, it's a Gayfo jacket. And also, I want to let you know, the sticky's not too sticky on this one, okay? As you can see, they're almost like loose pieces on a piece of paper, okay? The sticker is it's almost like loose puzzle pieces. And then the cover's VG Plus with Obi, all right? Let's go back to the top. Sonic Boom is long gone. Kiss has a bid for $125. Led Zeppelin was at $125. Firehouse got a bid for $25.25. Led Zeppelin got a bid for $130. Next is Ted Nugent 12, Ted Nugent 12, Ted Nugent 10. So let's give it to Solarplex first. He gets Ted Nugent for $12. And then Christina was next. And then Alonzo, WS 1966 for 10. Let me pause there before I answer any more questions or accept offers. I got to swap out crates. We have filled up our fifth full crate. I said 6 earlier. That is sold. Pretty epic, and especially since we're now just really getting into vintage for the first time tonight. We got a long ways to go if you want to rock and roll. That's what they say. Here we go. Here we go. I'm going to touch my toes. We got to get a good stretch in. I don't stretch enough. I need to stretch more often, don't I? Oh, wow. I hear stuff popping that I didn't even know could pop. Okay. Here we go. Stretch. All right, let's get the other leg. Okay. Everything's back in place. Oh, sharp pain through my hip. Hold on. Okay. I'm back on 2 feet. I'm balanced. I'm good to go. 30. All right, Scott Old Man said World and Sound. Sell that to Scott for $10. Rock and Roll over 65. Zeppelin 140. Daryl's out. How much was Jefferson? $29.99. Kiss has a bid for 30. All right, and let's go over here. Let's show a couple more records. I'll do a rundown. Hall & Oates Big Bam Boom, $19.99 for Hall & Oates. Nice. Genesis, A Trick of the Tail. Genesis is $19.99. Nice, clean-looking copy here. Let's check it out. Gatefold jacket, and it is a beautiful copy. That is a beautiful copy. Over here, Lothel, $22, and he gets Jefferson and he gets Genesis as sticker. Those are gone, folks. All right, let's start from the left over here. Led Zeppelin, Hiram Aponte has it for $140. $140 on Led Zeppelin. Daryl Johnson's out, so that could be a final call. Right here in the middle, this was called Kiss Firehouse in Detroit. Todd Rocks has it for $30. J.D. Conklin had already bid $30, so J.D. came in first at $30. Everybody else is out. And then over here, Rock and Roll Over, the Japanese pressing that's also complete. Sheldon Bergenhire, the only bidder, at $65. Blaine Zapnick on jeans for $15. He put jeans for $15. That might have been something that's already sold. That was for Genesis. That's already sold. Next is Captain Beefheart and his Magic Man, Mirror Man. This is a reissue on 180 gram. Captain Beefheart's $29.99. I've got Captain Beefheart back-to-back. This one's called the Legendary A&M Sessions. More Captain Beefheart. A 1984 pressing. VG condition, $14.99. This is King Crimson. So now we're getting to the check condition stuff. And if Paul did even show these the other night, he did not take offers on check condition. So now you can make offers on the check condition stuff, which really I don't like doing too much. But here we go with King Crimson Islands, a VG Plus, $24.99. Now Kiss has a new bid for $31, now $35, and now another $35. Ryan Mustaine wants that first Captain Beefheart. Also, we have Jethro Tull Aqua Lung sitting on the park bench. This is in VG condition, $9.99. Also, Billy Joe, VG Plus, $9.99. Blank on King Crimson, that is sold. And we have Neil Young. Everybody knows This Is Nowhere. Down by the river. EX, that is $32.99. Jethro, Matt, I will split that with you, and we'll say $7. I'll split in your favor. $7 for sitting on the park bench. And then here is Led Zeppelin, and this is sold. Congratulations, Hiram Aponte. Led Zeppelin, $140. Oh, let the sun beat down upon my face. I am a traveler of both time and space, to be where I have been. Secret elders of a gentle race. We'll just stop right there. That is sold. And then Kiss. The last bid that came in was J.D. Conklin, 35. Solarplex out. Todd Rocks out. And then at the buzzer, a new bid came in for Rock and Roll Over at $70. And that means that Sheldon's out. Casey, that might as well done it. Matt gets Jethro for $7. Solarplex gets Billy Joel for sticker. And then over here we have next Janis Joplin Pearl, VG condition, $14.99. That is Janis Joplin Pearl, VG $14.99. And Journey Departure, VG Plus $14.99. Any way you want it, that's the way you need it. Any way you want it. And then this is Kiss, Rock and Roll Over, Soda Cason. Paul, Boo. That soda casing for $70. Don't sing the lemon song. That's my favorite. I can vocalize the instruments. Ra da 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 da. Ra da 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 da. Ra da da da. Casey, you better be careful with these sticker sheets. Like I said, they're basically loose puzzle pieces. All right, there's that. Okay, over here. So Kiss had got, we got Kiss at 40. Brian Call got Janis Joplin Pearl. Melanie Jennings was next. Kiss is at 45. Dave Ferguson offered 12 on Journey. That's sold. And Deep Purple, Come Taste the Band, VG Plus, $19.99. The Jimi Hendrix Concerts, a double LP, EX, $49.99. I should have quit you long time ago. Run, dun, dun, down, down, run, da, da. Next, we'll call this one, no. We'll do this one next because I don't know what to call this one. We'll call this one Black Diamond, okay? Black Diamond is live in Memphis, 1974. This is Memphis, Lafayette Music Room, originally an FM broadcast. It's called Black Diamond, VG Plus, $25 start on that one, okay? This Kiss is at 45 of JD. Everybody else is out. Please call this one Black Diamond if you're bidding, okay? Just saying. And we have Rush Hemispheres. Nice. EX, $32.99 for Hemispheres. Whoa. How about a Child's Garden of Grass? This record is all about dope, okay? Dope smoking, dope collecting, dope everything. VG, $14.99. Jefferson Airplane. Speaking of dope, this is Surlistic Pillow, a 1967 original stereo copy of this classic album, $64.99. Don't You Want Somebody to Love, White Rabbit, Grace Slick, Jefferson Airplane, OG, Bill Hannum on BD for $25, and that was for, no, that was Bill Reese offered $14.99 for Deep Purple. Okay, Black Diamond has a bid for $25. Jefferson Airplane sold to Matt for $50. Scott Oman gets Grass for $10. And then we're about to sell Kiss over there, Firehouse. Let's put up another Japanese pressing right quick. And this Japanese pressing is going to go up for a $25 start. This is the Secret Policeman's Concert with Clapton, with Sting, with Bob Geldof, with Donovan. This is going to go up for a $25 start. It's a Japanese pressing. It has the insert. Phil Collins also plays on here. Sting, did I mention Jeff Beck and Eric Clapton? You can tell where the cover has a few of those humidity spots on it. Just a $25 start on that one. Over here, Van Morrison, Hard Nose the Highway. This is VG Plus, $24.99. Nice. The OG Pink Panther. Henry Mancini, VG, $9.99. That's an original, too. LSP stereo from RCA Victor. George Thorogood, move it on over. VG Plus, $14.99. And Journey, Look Into the Future. VG Plus, $24.99. Yes, this was buy it now best offer. We're about to breeze through them quickly a second time. This one, I didn't see any other bids. We got to sell it. We got 3,000 more to get to. This is sold to J.D. Conklin for $45. Sold to J.D. Conklin for $45. That is sold. That is gone. It is over. Black Diamond just has one bid. Black Diamond has a bid, and that bid is with Bill Hannum at $25. Daryl, I did not see your offer till Rush for right now. Daryl Johnson, you get Rush for $25, and then a Secret Policeman has a bid for $25. Okay, next was Ryan Mustaine on Pink Panther. Sold his sticker. Jay Neutra gets George Thorogood for $10. And Nick Bergeron gets Journey for $16.99. Nice. Let's read through those again. Let's put up this Kiss, and we'll call this one Kiss, okay? This is Que Pasa Hombre. Oh, my gosh. Another one with Vinnie Vincent on the cover. That, folks, carries a premium. This is live at the Civic Center, El Paso. I spent a month there one night. Texas. That's Texas, folks. It used to be the Republic of Texas. 1983. This is when it was a state in 1983. It has the poster and it has a paper craft box. Let's see what that looks like. I hadn't pulled most of these out to look at them. This is El Paso. I spent a month there one night. This is in VG Plus condition, a 75 El Paso. This comes with a cubicle kind of craft box. You cut this out and you fold it up and it makes a Kiss cube. Okay, and then here's a Kiss poster. There's your Kiss cube. Here's your Kiss poster. A lot of these tonight, I hadn't even showed you inserts. I've just been saying poster and booklet. So many of these over here have great inserts with them. Here's a prime example. If you want to bid on this one, just put it as Kiss. It's a $75 start. It's live in El Paso. I spent a month there one night. And then Secret Policeman's the Japanese pressing. It's Secret Policeman's concert. One bid for $25. Black Diamond has had one bid for $25 for about 30 minutes with Bill Hannum. Honestly, he's had it for 4 minutes. It's at $25. If you want to bid on that one, put Black Diamond or BD like he did. We're going to call this one Kiss. This crate was pretty much full when I brought it over. We're going to breeze through these again. Buy it now or best offer. We have the Notting Hillbillies, $36.99. Also, Nielsen by Nielsen, $19.99. Wishbone Ash, Locked In, $19.99. Captain Beyond, Sufficiently Breathless, $34.99. This one was Marcus King at $39.99. Al Green, He Is the Light, $24.99. Brother Jack McDuff, To Seek a New Home, 1970, $49.99. If you're ready, come go with me. Jimmy McGriff, The Super Funk Collection. McGriff is $34.99. We have Van Morrison, A Sense of Wonder, $34 as well. Same price for Neil Young, Comes a Time. Stevie Wonder, Signed, Sealed, Delivered. This also has his amazing cover of We Can Work It Out. That is, of course, originally the Beatles song, sung by Paul McCartney. Such a great cover here from Stevie Wonder. That's actually unusually nice to see that from 1970 in that kind of condition. Try to see things my way. Hey, only time will tell. His cover is so good of that song. Next thing is John Cale Comes Alive, 1984, $26.99. Hooters, Nervous Night, $14.99. The Partridge Family Notebook, $19.99. Hall & Oates, $19.99. Captain Beefheart, VG, $14.99. Neil Young, EX, $32.99. Also, Jimi Hendrix Concert, EX, $49.99. Van Morrison, Hard Nosed the Highway, VG Plus, $24.99. Black Diamond did get a new bid from Solarplex a couple minutes ago. Bill Hannum, you've been outbid. He has that for $26, okay? The Secret Policeman, you got one bid for $25. That's sold to Daryl Johnson for $25. Sold to Daryl for $25. Another Buy It Now Best Offer crate coming up right now. And we have Kiss. And this is Quapasa Hombre. And this Kiss has a bid with Matt Parsons at $90. If you're not Matt Parsons, then you do not have the bid on this auction, okay? He has it for $90. Bill Hannum's back in on Black Diamond at $27. Solarplex, you're out. Blaine Zapnick is going to get Captain Beyond. Sufficiently Breathless, okay? Sufficiently Breathless. Let's find a new crate. And let's find a new auction. And let's find more new stuff. Which one shall we go through next? Did I go through... I have not seen any of these. This looks like a killer stuff in here. Let's go through these. Holy moly. Slash, Metallica, good gosh. Doors, Fleetwood Mac, Boston. Holy moly. Let's go through these best offer. This is no condition notes. No condition notes. And then over here is Kiss at $33. And then Steve McGee, what about my $95? How about somebody just bid 100? Because now we might have a tied bid. Somebody's at 95. Alonzo also bid 95. And John Durden, he would like to purchase the Hooters album, Nervous Night, for $10. That is so to John Durden. And now Black Diamond's at $30. and then I'll figure out if I need to who was first at 95. I have a feeling that's going to be irrelevant in about 30 seconds when somebody else bids 100. Matt Parsons or somebody else, we're about to find out. Let's go through another crate over here, BINBO, folks. And you may ask me, how do you find yourself living in a shotgun shack? Whatever that's supposed to mean. Now Kiss is at $110. Stevie Wonder is an OG 1970, no condition notes, $39.99. First person who asked was Bill Stern. Next person is Adam Bernardi. I had a feeling John Durden wanted to buy that record just to make some sort of comment relating to the fact that the album name was Hooters. There's a good chance he bought that just for $10 to make that comment. I knew it. I had a feeling he was willing to buy that for $10 just to make that statement. I had a feeling something like that was going to be the next chat. And folks, there it is on my screen. All right, so here's Kiss. It's at $125. $125. John Durden said, yep, that was worth the $10. That was worth it. Over here is Black Diamond at $40. Okay. First thing we have is the following. Let's go ahead and go through these. Buy it now, best offer. And you may ask yourself, Chad, what else possibly could you be bringing at us tonight at these amazing prices with this amazing format? You're offering us these sales, and this is just incredible. And all I've got to say is you're welcome, and we're not even nowhere near done on the Kiss stuff. The last bid on Black Diamond was 78 Trans Am at $40. And then over here, Kiss Quepasa. This is at $125 of Alonzo Breezy, Brensno Jr. We got a $25 offer for Stevie Wonder. Adam, I had that marked 39. Let's do a $3 bump, and I would love to sell that for you. You'll be thanking me later, okay? Here we go. This is buy now best offer stuff. Boston, self-titled, Walmart exclusive on blue vinyl. More Than a Feeling. I woke up this morning and the sun was gone. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, a VG copy, textured cover, $14.99. Secondhand News. Such a great opening track on that album. We have Stevie Wonder, sold for $28. What an amazing cover of We Can Work It Out. That is sold to Adam Bernardi for $28. Great stuff in this crate coming up. All best offer too. How about the Doors? Weird Scenes Inside the Gold Mine. EX Edition, $29.99. That's pretty sweet there. Over here, Black Diamonds at 41 with Solarplex. That means that 78 Trans Am, you're out. I hope we're all done on Kiss. The last bid on Kiss was Alonzo at 125. First thing we have is Mike Quindrani on Fleetwood Mac. That's sold to Mike for $10, okay? Next thing over here is Queens of Stone Age, Like Clockwork. EX Edition, just $27.99. Christina, I just sold him Fleetwood Mac for $10. I would have loved to sold that to you for $12. Scott, I think we're too far apart on Boston. Demolition Doll Rods, there is a difference. A 2004 US, this is a garage album. VG Plus, $14.99. Metallica, Death Magnetic, a 2014 and shrink with hop sticker. Metallica, $34.99. Are we done on Kiss? I've lost some people. Alonzo has this for $125. Matt offered $23 for Queens of Stone Age. Sold. Black Diamond, 78 Trans Am's out. This is sold to Solarplex for $41. I just shot myself in the foot over $2 again. There was a $25 offer. What am I doing? I better pace myself on some of these offers. Slash, Orgy of the Damned, sealed for $29.99. That's a 2 LP. That's Slash, as in Guns N' Roses. We have The Accidents, Poison Chalice. This is sealed at $34.99. Metallica at $25. I will sell this for $30. $30 on Metallica. Saga, a 2021 prog album, $24.99. There's a $30. I was about to say, there's got to be a $30 offer right around the corner. There it is. Here's our next Kiss auction. I'm surprised more people hadn't asked for this. Always a desirable official pressing. This is Kiss. This is You Wanted the Best, You Got It. Kiss. This is a 1996 OG with merch order form, a fantastic copy. This is OG with the merch insert there. Super cool, in shrink with height, $125 start. Over here is this Kiss. This is sold to Alonzo Breezy, Brinsno Jr. for $125. That is the exact opening bid for this Kiss over here. This Kiss is also a $125 start, okay? That is Kiss. You wanted the best, you got it. There is Kiss. And then let's put this right over here. Next thing is the following. We have Queens of Stone Age. We sold that already. Solarplex gets Metallica for $30. What is the title of Saga? Saga is called Worlds Apart. It's a 2021, $24.99. Kiss is now up for bid. Let's put another one up. Something we can call something different. How about Love Gun? If you want to bid on this, put Love. This is actually an OG complete. It's a 77 OG pressing of Love Gun, a US, with the merch form and the Love Gun. It's in VG Plus condition overall. A little bit of a cover ding over here. We'll call it a VG cover. Love Gun. If you want to bet on this, put Love. Over here, then we're going to call this one Kiss, okay? Next is 1111 Dave Alvin, $24.99. A 2LP Dave Alvin, $24.99. And we have 50-foot combo, the Monstrophonic Sound live at Ernsto's. This is a 2004 Belgium surf album sealed at $19.99. And then Voodoo Rhythm Records. This is the Come and Go. Voodoo Rhythm Records, a 2005 Switzerland garage punk sealed $12.99. So we got Kiss, $125. We got Love Gun at $45 and now at $50. And then our next auction, we had one of these the other night, and then we have another one. This is the soundtrack to Death Wish 2, music by Jimmy Page. This is going to go up for a $15 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP, there's the insert, there's the cover, there's the Obi. This is a $15 start. Daryl Johnson on Surf for $15. That was probably for this one right here. That was 50 foot. That's so to Daryl. Mortgage Guy Rob, a close second. Over here is Sweatmaster Tom Tom Bullet, a 2005 Denmark. That's a garage album, $14.99. The Marked Men on the outside. That is sealed at $19.99. And then we have the best of Son and Cher. This is actually a Friday music pressing on 180 gram. All their best works on there, $19.99. So right now, John Kaiser has You Wanted the Best, You Got the Best. He has that at just one bid for $125. Love Gun, the most recent bid on this was Michael Wood at $55. Chris Frazier, you're out. Matt, you're out. Jimmy Page is a $15 start. What is the start on Love Gun? It's already got multiple bids. Next is what is the Doors in the crate? The Doors that's in the crate is Weird Scenes Inside the Gold Mine. That's a 2LP EX condition, $29.99. Jimmy Page does have a bid with Bob Cobb at $15. Now Love Guns at $60. Here's Peter Gabriel, the Melt album. It's a half-speed master over 2 LPs, near mint, $34.99. David Pokey's offer $24 for Clash. Sold to David Pokey for $24. Thank you. Next, over here is Devo, Are We Not Men? Limited edition golf ball white colored vinyl sealed Devo with the rare Tom Brady cover variant, $29.99. Boston, so we've had an offer for $15 and now $20. I had it marked $29. I will sell Boston at $25. It's on blue vinyl, a Walmart exclusive. I think it's demanding more money now than what it originally cost at Walmart when it was sold. I will do $25 on it. Then we got a $20 offer on the Doors, and I had that one marked at $29. John Kaiser, I'll do that for $24, and it's yours. Jared Inc. gets Devo. That's sold to Jared Inc. a sticker. I was about to say, the other Devo records that hadn't sold, I've put them out for auction, and they've sold for more than what they originally priced for tonight. Rob Fordham gets Peter Gabriel at $30. Mike Quadrini says he'll take Boston for $25. John Kaiser says he'll take the Doors for $24. John Kaiser also gets this Kiss auction. He was the only bidder at $125. That is sold, $125. Thank you on that. Let's put that away. and that was the only bid and minimum bid on that. Love Gun is now moving to a final call, and the last bid was Michael Wood at $55. If you want to bid on that one, put Love. Like I said, Jimmy Page, just one bid, $15. Two more records and another Kiss. Talking Heads, this is live, 1978 Chicago. That is an unofficial sealed at $29.99. And Roy Gallagher Blueprint, that is $19.99 for Roy Gallagher Blueprint. $19.99. We'll call, I think there's some people been waiting for this one. I just now really ran across it. Kiss Burning Hellfire in Tokyo. This is live in Tokyo, Kyoto, in 1977 on white vinyl. It's numbered to 500. If you want to bid on this one, you can put Kiss, a $45 start. The View from Here, the San Francisco compilation. This is VG Plus $14.99. And there's a note from Laura. At least one good band is on this comp. Camper Van Beethoven is on here. Happiness is a Porpoise Mouth. VG Plus $14.99 on that one. And then over here we have Love Gun 60 Talking Heads is sold to Daryl Johnson for $25. Any inserts in the Kiss? This one here, yes, it has the merch insert and the Love Gun with the bang. It has the merch insert and the Love Gun with the bang. That's at $60 right now. Greg Lee offered $15 for Roy Gallagher. That's sold. Is that Death Wish? It's a Jimmy Page Japanese pressing. It's a Japanese pressing of the Death Wish 2 soundtrack, music by Jimmy Page. One bid for $15. I was about to sell it. Is there any inserts in this one? Burning Hellfire. It has 2 LPs on white vinyl, and that's it. It's numbered on the back to 500. All right, next auction is Gaspacho, TikTok. Gaspacho is VG Plus $17.99. We have Miss Christine, Bittersweet, a pop rock album, EX $12.99. Sting, The Dream of the Blue Turtles. Sting is a Columbia House copy, EX $17.99. Daryl Johnson on 8 from View from Above. Daryl, I'll do that for $10 if you want it. I also have Pearl Jam Alive, a Record Store Day exclusive, EX $14.99. That is the Pearl Jam exclusive of, or Record Store Day exclusive of Alive. The Masonics, Royal and Ancient. The Masonics is in VG Plus condition, $12.99. And we have the what? The Wish-A-Cans. The Wish something. I may be off on that one. It's VG Plus, $9.99. All right, so the last bid that came in on Love Gun is now a final call unless there was a new bid for $60. And then Kiss over here, the Hellfire Tokyo, had a opening bid for $50, then $45, then $55. We already saw Roy Gallagher. Daryl's pending on View from Above. We have an offer on Pearl Jam and then 4 claims on Pearl Jam. So, Matt, this is yours if you want it, but it will be $14.99 because after you at $14.99, Tom McEwen claimed it, then Steve Ritchie, then Bill Hannum. So give Daryl Johnson View from Above for $10. And let's go ahead and sell Bob Cobb, the Jimmy Page, for $15. Just one bid on that. Kind of surprised. I think the first couple of times I had those brought a lot more, these Jimmy Page soundtracks. I mean, how cool is that? The cover, and then Jimmy Page is on the Obi. Just thought maybe there'd be more Zeppelin fans after that, but there it is. All right, and now Kiss is at $65. Love Gun's at $65. So Love Gun's at $65, and Kiss is at $65. So a lot of people wanted Pearl Jam. Matt is going to pass, and so that means it goes to the next person. And that was Tom McEwen. So, Tom, you do get Pearl Jam. All right, thank you on that one. Next is coming up right now. We have Stardust Cowboy. Legendary Stardust Cowboy, Launchpad Favorites. This is sealed, $19.99. And this is a country rock album, $19.99. Now Love Gun, no. Kiss, so if you're bidding on Kiss, you're bidding on this one here. It's at $75. Love Gun over here just got a new bid for $65. And the person who had it for the longest was who? Chris Frazier. So Chris, let me know if you want back in. You put Kiss 66. Did you mean Love Gun? Make sure on Love Gun, you put Love Gun and Kiss over here. Thomas Ujar, hello, y'all. I've been out of pocket watching from Honduras. Whoa, Honduras viewer tuned in tonight. Thomas Ujar, a regular. Let's go ahead and put up a Japanese pressing. These are always great to have on Japanese vinyl. Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits. It's called Greatest Hits 2. I don't know why, because it has all the classic stuff like Mrs. Robinson, The Sound of Silence, I Am the Rock. $15 start on that. That is a gatefold jacket with booklet. Just $15 start on Simon & Garfunkel. Amazing music, of course. So Chris is back in on Love Gun at 66. Next in here is the Harakiris. They even break it down with syllables. Thank you. The Harakiris. This is a 2004 German garage, sealed for $14.99. Simon & Garfunkel, 15. Love Gun is at 70. Next auction is Neil Young at the cellar door. Neil Young is $29.99. That's a great live concert. Neil Young at the cellar door, and Steve Miller Band, The Joker. That's a new 180 grams sealed from 2017. $19.99. Simon & Garfunkel has another $15 bid. Now Love Gun's at 70. So let's clarify on Kiss in the middle. Glenn Butch Rhodes has this for $75. I think over here, Love Gun is done, okay? And Love Gun is at 70. We got Daryl Jenkins on 10 for the Hackeries. This one here, Daryl Johnson, I'll go ahead and sell that to you. Bill Hannum gets Neil Young for $25. That's sold to Bill Hannum. And we have Dream Unending. And this is a death doom metal album, $24.99. What does that say on the spine? Dream Unending. Tide Turns Eternal. Tide Turns Eternal on really cool colored vinyl. The Pop Rivets, John's Hat, in Ben Grinchman, live in Germany. A 1980 UK garage punk at $19.99. All right, so Love Gun is sold to Chad Sauls for $70. And then this Kiss here, we're about to sell it. I think we're done. Glenn Butch Rhodes has it for $75. And then Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits. We have two $15 bids. Matt bid first, and then Brian Stern tied them. So Brian Stern, you're out. William Drugovich gets popped for $18. And then Kiss Fantasy Cover. Kiss Fantasy Cover, okay? Kiss Fantasy Cover. Fantasy Cover. Can you let me know what that is? I'm not for sure if I know what that is, honestly. Next is introducing Mama Guitar. 1999 Germany, Beat Garage, sealed for $19.99. Hell on Heels, Dogs, Records, and Wine, a 2007 U.S. Garage Punk, $14.99. And the Hall Monitors, Up to No Good, 2017, also Garage Music, $19.99. And the Future Primitives, Songs We Taught Ourselves, that is sealed. Another garage album, $19.99. All right, so this Kiss back here, without a doubt now, is sold to Glenn Butch Rhodes for $75. It's the solo poster inserts all in one cover. Okay, I know what that is. I saw that right back here. So right now, we're just down to one Japanese pressing of Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits. They are referring to this one right here. It's the solo album posters, yeah. It is, wow. This right here, look at this. It's an official Argentinian import. A 1981 Argentinian import, rare and highly sought after, with alternate cover of what album, though? Hotter Than Hell? Quay Inferno? Mas Caliente, Quay Inferno? Maybe Hotter Than Hell? It's in G plus condition. Some have sold for close to $500, or is this Rock and Roll Over? What is this? I can't tell. I bet it's Rock and Roll Over. Yeah, I bet it's Rock and Roll Over. All right, so this is a $175 start. Argentinian import, rare and highly sought after. The vinyl's in G plus, rare. And I think it's an Argentinian cover of Rock and Roll Over. That's pretty dang cool. So this is official. This was officially released in Argentina on Casablanca Records. It looks like an 81 Argentinian import of Rock and Roll Over. Maybe it is Hotter Than Hell. What is this? Or is it just something, is it just a compilation? Mas Caliente, Quay Inferno. To me, that looks like Hotter Than Hell. So, I'm not for sure. but it's a rare Argentinian import, $175 start. The median on this thing on Discogs is $351, with some selling close to $500. Wow. So that's pretty amazing. Oh, sorry, I'm having to stretch again. Taking a couple days off ruined me, folks. I'm out of shape from doing these sales, taking a couple days off. My body's like, Chad, what have you done? All right, Simon and Garfunkel over here. Simon and Garfunkel, the last bid was Brian Stern at $25. Blaine's out, and I think Matt's out, okay? Kiss has a bid for $175. Let's keep going through this crate. We have something here. This is Strangers in a Strange Land, sealed at $19.99. We have the Rippers, a gut feeling. The Rippers is a 2007 U.S. Garage Blues, $14.99. The Improbables, that is a 2007 U.S. Garage Punk, sealed, $14.99. Los Flamin' Guays, Rito y Alma, that's sealed, a R&B soul album for $9.99. And then a Atlantic Thrills Punk Garage, $14.99, and Elvis Moody Blue, which is going to be here on blue vinyl, $29.99. Daryl Johnson on Rippers for $10. Serve that to Daryl Johnson. Okay, so Simon & Garfunkel is sold. A Japanese present here, Brian Stern, $25. It is in G plus condition. Yeah, G plus condition with a really nice cover though. 180 is the high bid. And this is sold. Let's put this in a brand new sleeve for him. That was a pretty interesting crate there. Lots of cool stuff there. This is all new to me. This was stuff probably shown the couple nights I was in Atlanta at the Tennessee game. So what we're going to do is try to breeze through these one more time, make sure everybody got what they wanted. We're definitely going to call this one Kiss. We're going to call this one Kiss. And right now it's at $180. I think it needs to bring twice that much, but that's just my opinion. Not as just a salesman, but as an evaluation of what I just seen on stats. But it might not. We'll find out. If you want to bid on this one, call it Japan, okay? Call it Japan. This is Kiss, Osaka, Japan, 1977. This is live in Kosaminikan Hall. I'm sure I just butchered that. It has both original inner sleeves and a poster. They did 100 copies. VG Plus, if you want to bid on this one, put Japan. $65 on that one. The next offer was La Flamin' for $7. Sell that to Adam Bernardi for $7. Grumpy Moose Gaming on Dream Unending for $22. Let me see if I can find that one. Dream Unending. Yep. Sell that to Grumpy Moose Gaming for $22. Kiss is at $190, then $185. Okay. Now let's try to breeze through these one more time, especially some of this stuff earlier in the crate. And you might want more information. You might have been researching. Now you're ready to make an offer. So the Kiss album has the cover from Casablanca, of course. It just has like a plastic inner sleeve. Almost looks like a Japanese inner sleeve. But it's just plastic. No other inserts inside of it. And that's it. That might be what you're talking about. It's unmarked. It's just a plastic inner sleeve. Looks like something that probably would have come foreign. Okay. There's that. There's this. Thank you, new buyer, Brian Stern. And there's that and there's that. All right. Let's read through these quickly. That way we can go ahead and go into another one. I feel like there's some really good, more vintage stuff tucked away over here. I'm very excited to read through. But first, we got to make sure everybody has got everything they want out of here. And then I'm probably going to do one more crate, and then we'll show all the new vinyl from earlier tonight that was on sale that didn't sell. Demolition Doll Rods, there is a difference. 2004, VG Plus, $14.99. The Accidents, Poison Chalice, sealed, $34.99. Saga, Worlds Apart, $24.99. William Drugovich on DDR for $11. DDR for $11, and was that this right here? That's sold to William Drugovich for $11. Thank you. Over here, we have 1111 Dave Alvin, $24.99. Haven't seen a half-off crate in a long time. You probably haven't. Probably not going to see one if you keep asking, Jim B. That's a flag. That's another 2-day delay for a half-off crate. Now everybody can blame you. We have, this is sealed, the Come and Go 2 for $12.99. And We have Sweatmaster Tom Tom Bullet. Sweatmaster is a 2005 Denmark Garage album, sealed, $14.99. Kiss is at $205, and then Japan has one bid for $70. William Drigovich on the Come and Goals for $9. That's sold. Chad just want to put it there. So if you could tell the crew to look at it. Ed will be back in tomorrow. He basically came in today when he wasn't supposed to go ahead and send invoices for Labor Day, and he'll be back tomorrow morning. He'll start replying to all invoices and messages. So he'll be doing that very soon. Over here, we got the Mark Men on the outside. This is sealed, an Art Rock Punk, $19.99. Saga, Adam Bernardi for $15. That is $18 if you want it. It's marked $24.99. Also over here, we had the Best and Son and Cher Friday Music, 180 gram. The Beat Goes On. Also, Gazpacho TikTok, VG Plus, $17.99. Miss Christine Bittersweet EX, $12.99. Saga is sold for $18 to Adam Bernardi. Goodbye. And we have Sting, The Dream of the Blue Turtles, EX, $17.99. It is a Columbia House copy. A little bit of wear and tear going on down here and a little bit of rotting. Argentina's at $210. And I think, wow, Japan just got one bid, right? And this thing is sold to Glenn Butch Roach for $70. Argentina's still getting bid. No surprise there. Let's go ahead and put this up. And here's another Love Gun. So if you want to bid on this one, you can put Love Gun. Now, I've never seen this happen. They have cut out the image of Kiss up here. I think that was obviously done secondhand, but they have cut out the image of Kiss that's on the Obi. But this is still a nice Japanese pressing with the original under sleeve and sort of partial Obi, $45 start on that. Next is the Masonics Royal and Ancient, VG Plus $12.99. We have the Wish Nikons. This is spelled W-I-S-H, Wish Ni Axe, Wishniacs, maybe, Wishniacs. VG Plus, $9.99. Rob Fordham gets Gazpacho for $12, sold. Argentina's at $2.25. We have over here a Legendary Stardust Cowboy, Launchpad favorite, sealed at $19.99. Steve Miller Band, The Joker. Some people call me Maurice. $19.99. The Masonics is sold to Daryl Johnson for $8. Introducing Mama Guitar, sealed at $19.99. Hell on Wheels, Dogs, Records, and Wine, sealed $14.99. The Hall Monitors, Up to No Good, sealed $19.99. The Vulture, The Future Primitives, sealed $19.99. This one was sealed, also $19.99. Strangers in a Strange Land, The Wishniacs, thank you. The Wishniacs, The Improbables is sealed for $14.99. Atlantic Thrills was sealed $14, and Moody Blue, $29.99. Unchained Melody, nice, Way Down. All right, so Argentina's at $225. It's up to Chad Sauls. No bid on Love Gun for a $45 start, a Japanese pressing. Going to once and going to twice. I'm going to condense this crate, or I'm going to condense the last crate with this crate. And we've went to 2 crates here, and we have sold quite a bit. Looks like they put out some good stuff. I'm telling you, those shows, Paul's going to be doing a lot of Saturday night shows in the future. It's football season. I know I'm going to be gone this Saturday, the next Saturday, the next Saturday. Then it's an off week, but I may be going to a game anyways. And then it's another Saturday and another Saturday. And so you got to make sure, because you could have got further. Imagine what he sold that you don't see left in here. Imagine what got grabbed up. All right, Grumpy Moose Gaming on Steve Miller at $15. That is sold to Grumpy Moose Gaming at $15, okay? Over here, Kiss is this at $225. This rare and highly sought after Argentinian press. Let's set that crate right over here, and let's go through another one to go through. Buy it now, best offer. Buy it now, best offer. Somebody, when I was walking away, said bundle. Now, you talking about everything that was left in that crate? I'll price it to you before I condensed them. And let's go through this crate, buy it now or best offer, okay? Should be some pretty good looking stuff in here from what I'm seeing. I think this is what I want to go through. Maybe. Let me see what else is over here. Let me see what's in this crate. And don't worry, that wasn't as bad as it sounded. That was a whole crate of empty poster tubes. Let me move this over here. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. That's Devo. Yeah. Love Gun has a bid for 45. Neil Rigler bundle deal. Okay, so let's go back and revisit that right quick. I love the sound of that. Who doesn't love a good bundle? All right, so the first thing I have here for a bundle deal is everything that was left in here, okay? Now, about the best way for me to do that, it started with the accidents, is just add them up as I go. So we'll say 20, 30, 40, 55, 65, 75, 85, 95, 105, 110, 130, 135, 145, 155, 165, 170, 180, and 200. So the last crate that was up here, $200 for everything that's left. Okay? Now we have Love Gun. This is sold to Solar Plex Studios for $45. The rare Argentinian press of Hotter Than Hell is sold to Mike Anderson for $225. So $200 for everything that's left in the crate. I basically just did most of them at $5 and $10 off. A lot of them at $10 off. And a lot of them was $19.99 that I made for $10. So Neil, that would be $200 for everything that's left in there. How many's left? Let me bring them up here where you can see them. And probably if I added them up a second time, I'd probably come up with a different price. But that was at $200. That was from here back. That's where the other crate started. That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That was 17 records. That was $200 divided by 17. That is $11.76 a piece. $11.76 a piece. All right. While he's thinking about that, and I have to still swap out crates, let's put up another Kiss auction. And this one is Kiss. This is a vintage bootleg. This is Kiss. Kiss the Girls and Make Them Die. This is Live at the Ritz. It's actually a vintage bootleg. 1988, both discs are EXEX Plus, a $55 start. A $55 start. The Kiss the Girls and Make Them Die. Live at the Ritz, $55 start on that. And then we'll have to call this other one a different title. And the other title we'll call this one Foundations, okay? So you can put Found or Foundations. Found or Foundations. Kiss, Foundations Forum, Burbank, California, 1993. This is live in Burbank, 1993, with insert, a $55 start as well. Whoa, comes with this little insert thing here, and that's Kiss. If you want to bet on that, you can call it Foundations. Also a $55 start, okay? And like I said, Neil, so the way I did that is like I put that in for 20, and then like a lot of these that were 14, I put them in for 10. A lot of these were 14, I put in for 10. A lot of these were 19, I put them in for either 15 or 10. So there's that. But yeah, a lot of that's new and sealed. So, but yeah, 17 records for $200 if anybody decides they do want that. I'm going to put them back over here. Let me see what the next crate is we want to go through. I feel like I've gone through that one before. I know I went through that one the other night. Just trying to look around here and see what I did and didn't see the other night. Here we go. Here's one I don't think I've been through before for sure. Yeah, let's go through this one. Buy it now, our best offer here. And let's get rolling, okay? J.D. Conklin has both. He has both. High bids right now at $55. Excellent. Excellent. Everybody, please don't forget, this morning I worked on posting a ton of Rocktober exclusives. That's a big deal from Rhino. It's called Rocktober Exclusives. I've posted about maybe a third of them, and it was pretty epic today. Yes, Big Generator, Dream Theater, Systematic Chaos, The Ramones, Pet Cemetery. We sold our soul for Rock and Roll, Black Sabbath, Hi-Fi, ZZ Top, Eliminator, Rhino Reserve, Yes 90125. Today is Yes Day, by the way, 90125. September 1st, 25. Pretty cool. And then the David Lee Roth box set. I was getting hounded on that when it first was announced. It was a Rhino exclusive forever. And they're now finally letting us sell it. They've finally saying, all right, we'll let y'all sell them. Here it is. And for those that's waited until I could get it, thank you. It's now available. Mr. Bungle's up for pre-order. We have The Doors. That's also a Rhino Reserve title. That's going to sound epic. More Hi-Fi, ZZ Top. They're breaking up that set now where you can buy them individually. Now Rush, 2002, 2012. That includes Snake and Arrows and Feedback, which have been long out of print. So a lot of people are buying it just for those two titles. And then the ones I posted the other day, this has been out of print forever. Stone Temple Pilots, self-titled. And we have over here, there's G, happy birthday for her over the weekend. And there's Porno for Pyros. That's been long out of print. That's another Rhino Reserve. And if you scroll even further, you might see other stuff like Allison Krauss. That's been only available through MoFi for about $500 on Discogs. That's live, Allison Krauss of Union Station. We got Ozzy showing up tomorrow. And you can just keep scrolling. You can click on my name in the group and just keep scrolling and keep scrolling. And then we have the Beatles Anthology. There's the Beatles Anthology. And then we have Elvis Sings, which is now out of stock. And you can just keep scrolling and keep scrolling, okay? Some things have already come in. Some things are gone. Or there it is. Now, I have, we got more. I've only posted about a third of them, okay? How many more Kiss are left? We've got 2. We have 5 more Kiss auctions to do. We're almost done with Kiss, and we might be done with auctions altogether after that. JD still has both of these at $55 each, okay? And then didn't Walmart do that color? The BS Black Sabbath? Yeah, they did. It was a Walmart exclusive, and then it was also a Rhino exclusive from years ago. They did it for like another, maybe even a Rocktober, like back in 2012 or something, like a long time ago, or 2017. So it's about the third time it's been reissued on green vinyl. Yeah, it's about the third time, but right now it's out of print, so they're bringing it back for about the third time. Please make sure you pre-order stuff, because by the end of the week, I'm going to, hopefully all the algorithms has hit everybody. And usually titles like that, I'll order 5 or 10 extras of everything. Because that night, when all that stuff starts showing in, when all that stuff starts showing up, all those exclusives in October, every Monday, because we'll start getting them every Monday before they come out, it will be like a couple hours of us just tagging pre-orders and selling extras. So if you want to get on it now, those are epic. Those are epic releases, okay? Rocktober puts out some of the greatest. Most of those are out of print, never released on vinyl. Out of print, never been reissued. Out of print, or they're analog cuts. All the ZZ Tops will be $39.99. That's for Eliminator. That's for DeGuelo. I've also got to post El Loco and Recycler. Recycler hadn't been reissued individually like that since I think it came out. So there is so much great stuff coming out in October. Those Mondays when all that stuff starts showing up, or maybe Tuesdays or Wednesdays, it'll be epic. And in the meantime, there's incredible releases coming out this week and all of September. Just saying. Jimmy McGriff and Junior Parker. Everything in here is buy now or best offer. Jimmy McGriff, Junior Parker, $24.99. I encourage you to join Whole Lot of Records if you're on Facebook. If you're not on Facebook, we can take you down for any pre-order you want to be on. They will write it down. I will comment your name for you. However, if you want in on the pre-orders, I recommend going yourself and commenting. Okay? I would comment if you have, because if for some reason we're allocated something If you can go comment right now, by the time they write down your name in the morning, give it to me the next day, and I'll finally have time to go comment your name for you, then you may be further down the line than you want to be. But most of this stuff they usually make lots of, okay? There's not many Rhino exclusives that are pretty limited. They usually make plenty of it. I can actually go buy all the stuff from last year. It's all still in stock. I think I can buy any Rocktober exclusive from last year. It's all still in stock. And start your year off right. They usually make gobs of that stuff because they're such big titles. They don't want to run out. But I think when they do run out, they're kind of done. But they do have here, historically, they've made lots of them. Now, they may be overproducing and saying, hey, we're not going to make as much this time. I have no idea. All right, sorry for all the talking, but those were very important announcements. Make sure if you need a link to our private group, you're in there. JD Conklin, you get both of these. Wow, the last 4 things I've sold are all KISS auctions. That's how long it's been since I've tagged a record out of the crate. Let's put up 2 more, and let's hit this crate hot and heavy, or hard and heavy, I should say. How much is ZZ Top, early and often? How much is Rush Box? I think it's 140 Rush Box. Rush Box is MT Matte. Rush Box is 159. If you can, I need every ZZ Top, maybe break it up in 2 months if possible. Every ZZ Top. Now, when you say every ZZ Top, now, do you mean you want everything they've ever made on Rhino High Fidelity? Is that what you're talking about? You want all the High Fidelity exclusives? Or do you mean you want... I think that's what he means. I think he's meaning I want all of the ZZ Top High Fidelity series. I can probably do that. Most of them are still in stock. Now, some of those, if anything's going to go out of stock, it's going to be the high fidelity stuff and the analog, high, you know, that kind of stuff. Okay. All right. New auctions. Here we go. We have KISS. We'll call this one KISS. First I drink, then I smoke. The unreleased 1975 Magna Graphics Studio demos. The entire 1975 Magna Graphics demos on red vinyl from 1975, a $25 start. That's our first. You can bid on that one by putting KISS. Here's the next one. You can bid on this one by putting Alive 2. This is a Japanese pressing from the Japanese box, okay? So I don't have a lot of details other than it's a near mint minus and pristine copy of KISS Alive 2. There's 1 LP. There's 2 LPs. There's one inner sleeve. There's the other inner sleeve. There's the book. No tattoos. Gatefold jacket. A $35 start on Alive. Put KISS and then Alive, okay? Do you think an OG Deguelo sounds better than Rhino? I'm not qualified to make that determination. However, any of those Rhino High Fidelity series have pretty much blown out of the water any other pressing that's ever existed. I think pretty much any Rhino High Fidelity pressing has been the go-to for just about any record that's been manufactured here lately. I think they have done top of the line. I don't think anybody has really said any of those can be beat. Maybe a couple instances. Of course, it's all opinionated, but you get what I mean. Jimmy McGriff and Junior Parker, $24.99. We have the Confessor, Joe Walsh, in shrink wrap. This is a vintage crate of best offer. Joe Walsh, the Confessor. You can go ahead and buy these or make offers, and we're here to sell stuff. I love, right now, comments are just rolling in. 2 minutes ago, 1 minute ago, 3 minutes ago. People are commenting the heck out of these pre-orders. I love it. The Who Face Dances, $19.99. The Who Face Dances. It has the original inner sleeve. $19.99. As soon as tonight's over, I'm going to kick back in my chair up front. I'm going to eat whatever snack I brought, and I'm going to spend about an hour and a half and try to schedule. I'm going to try to schedule the rest of those pre-orders every half hour for tomorrow. So it'll be like 6:30 a.m., 7, 7:30, 8:30 a.m., and then we'll probably jump back to like 10, then 11, 11:30. There should be one every half hour. That's how it was today. One was uploading every half hour automatically. Boston, $34.99 for third stage. Boston, with the original inner sleeve. Joe Walsh, that would be $15 if you want it. It was marked $19.99. We have Walt Disney's Cinderella in shrink wrap. Wow, no one bought this originally? That's unusual, $19.99. Over here, Kiss is at $40 with Steve McGee. No one has been on a live. Final call for $35. Next is Cheap Trick. Cheap Trick is a gold stamp promo, $19.99. And Cheap Trick is called Standing on the Edge, $19.99 on that. Vloddercheck, first on Cinderella at $15, sold to Vloddercheck. Next is Cream, Goodbye. I love the song on here, Badge, $29.99. It's actually written by George Harrison. Kenny Begley, next on Cinderella. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. I just shot myself in the foot. With the Beatles, a 2012 180 gram. The Beatles is $29.99. Alive has a bid for $35. Another offer came in on Cinderella. We have John Mayall, Memories, $26.99. The Cannonball Adderley Quintet, Mercy, 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 live at the club. That's a good one. $34.99. Cannonball Adderley, 1965. So Kiss is at $43 with Glenn Butch Rhodes. Over here, Alive is at $35 with Jeff Sapia. Next is Bags Meets West, Milt Jackson and Wes Montgomery, a 2011 pressing, $34.99 on Riverside. Donna, if you want Cannonball Adderley, it's yours at $34.99. Even though you made an offer for $28, somebody came in right behind you and claimed it. Jeff Beck is $19.99. Tim that's Beck Bogart a piece at $19.99. Roy Buchanan, When a Guitar Plays the Blues, $19.99 on that. And we have Doing What Comes Naturally, Charles Wright, $39.99. And then Donna offered $28 for Bags over here. And this was $34.99. And wait a second, because let me slow down for a second, because there's some stuff coming up that could mean the same thing twice. So give me 1 second. Oh, I just had to pop my knee. That felt really good. Okay, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to update Alive and Kiss. Okay? So the first thing I have is the following. This Kiss auction is at, sorry, I'm blocking the camera. This Kiss auction right here. How about we go to the top cam? There we go. Let's go to the top cam. My wide body is blocking half the camera. This Kiss auction right here. The high bid on this Kiss auction is Glenn Butch Rhodes at $43. Everybody else is out. Alive 2 has a new bid with Buddy Cordova at $40. We got two pendings over here on Cannonball and Milt Jackson and Wes Montgomery. Donna, over here was the Cannonball Adderley Quintet, this one right here that I'm holding. This was stickered at $34.99. You made an offer, and then there was a claim, and then there was another claim. So if you want it, it's $34.99. Then you put Bags at $28. Okay, and then there was an offer for $25. And then Ryan Mustaine put CB. And CB was probably for Cannonball. Okay, so that was another claim at Cannonball. But it's up to Donna. So Donna, right now, you were the first and highest offer on this. So I'm going to go ahead and sell this to you for $28. That's sold to you for $28. It's up to you on Cannonball. It will be sticker price if you want it. Eric Van Leuven on Cheap Trick at $15. That's sold to him for $15, not a problem. She does take Cannonball at sticker price. That's sold to Donna at sticker price. Next is Qua, Yorma Calcoen. Yorma Calcoen, he was the guitarist in Jefferson Airplane, Jefferson Starship, Hot Tuna, etc., etc. $14.99. Foreigner, Feels Like the Very First Time. It's actually just a self-titled debut. It does have the original inner sleeve. I Would Climb Any Mountain, Sail Across the Stormy Sea. Now, I don't know who got outbid on Live. Jeff Sapia. You're out on Alive. Buddy Cordova has it for $40. I'm about to sell it to him. I've already said this twice. Now I'm saying it 3 times. Glenn Butch Rhodes has this Kiss over here for $43. Ryan Mustaine on Qua. That's sold to Ryan Mustaine. Next is Ace, No Strings. Ace is $12.99. We have The Grateful Dead. What a long, strange trip this has been. The best of the Grateful Dead. It's a 2 LP, $44.99. Grateful Dead. The Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, $34.99. The Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, nice clean copy, $34.99. One of the few official releases of the Beatles playing live. They played like 500 shows over in Hamburg, Germany, maybe 3,000. I don't know. They played a lot. Almost none of it was recorded. And of course, when they were here in America, they toured for just a few years. A couple years, really. Yeah, just 2 years. Very little was recorded in high quality. So, and if it was recorded, all you heard was just girls screaming their lungs out. Jeff Sapia's out on a live. This is sold to Buddy Cordova at $40. Buddy Cordova, $40. They then had to retire to the studio, and that's when they really started cooking. They really started cooking. They stopped playing live, and they were pumping out some incredible stuff. That's one of the few official releases there. And really all that Hamburg stuff, none of that's really authorized by the Beatles. That was tapes that were found by whatever that one guy was, and they were reproduced, and all that's never really authorized. All that McCartney, none of them have ever seen a dime from any of that. They do get paid for this one, though. That's sold to Solarplex. And then this one here is sold, and this one sold to Glenn Butch Rhodes for $43. Okay, now we're ready for more new auctions. Let's put this one up. This is an official release. This is Kiss Unmasked. This is an 86 Netherlands. An 86 Netherlands picture disc. They only made 1,500, and they were individually numbered, okay? They were individually numbered down here on the bottom. A Netherlands official picture disc. This one's numbered 426. This is actually a pretty pricey record. $125 start. A 1986 Netherlands unmasked picture disc numbered. $125 start. That's now up for bid. And this one here. Okay, so this one here, I don't know what I originally started it for, but I think this was a Hatchet Ed no payment, okay? So let me show you this, okay? Here's what it sold for the last time. $190. So let's restart it at $125. We'll call this Kobo. If you want to bid on this one, Kobo. C-O-B-O, Kobo. Kobo is an unofficial from Detroit, Michigan, 1983 on blue vinyl. And yes, it does have Vinnie Vincent. That's what it sold for the last time, and evidently somebody didn't pay for it. So we're looking for a $125 start on the loudest band in Motor City. If you want to bid on this one, put Kobo. If you want to bid on this one, put Kiss. 2 more Kiss auctions, some of the last ones and some of the more pricier ones, $125 start. Next is REO Speedwagon. You can tune a piano, but you can't tuna fish. I love tuna fish and crackers. This is $19.99 in shrink wrap. We have Jackson Browne Hold Out. Jackson Browne is $14.99. And Chris Christopherson Repossessed. This is Chris Christopherson, $24.99. So unmasked, Matt Parsons has it for $125. He's bidding on Kiss. This one we're going to call Kiss, or you can put unmasked to really clarify for me. And then Kobo's also $125. The last time it sold for $190. Dolly Parton, Here You Come Again. Dolly is $24.99. And we have Earth, Wind, and Fire. Earth, Wind, and Fire is $14.99. Unmasked $130, Unmasked $130. Probably some people's done some Discog searching, and they probably went, holy crap, that's a rare record. Over here, we have Jonathan Richman and the Modern Lovers. Jonathan Sings, $34.99. Also, Last Exit by Traffic, that's $19.99. And Elvis Golden Records. This one looks different. It's mono, has Fred Goodwin on the back. Wow, he bought this in 1964. Fred bought this in July of 64. I was about to say, it's not a first press, I can tell you from this border, but it is a 64, or it's a mono copy. It probably is from 64, honestly. Man, though, that is so nice. That's unusual to see that high grade. And folks, let me tell you, this is in mono. One of the worst sounding records you'll ever hear is the rechanneled, reprocessed stereo of this record. It sounds like it was recorded in a tunnel on a, I don't know, it sounds horrible. But the mono versions are like unbelievably on a much bigger level. $19.99. It was the first Kiss concert I saw, Buddy Cordova. Cobalt Hall, Michigan, 1983. Wow, sounds like you need to buy that. Also over here, we have Olivia Newton-John. Have you ever been mellow? Olivia Newton-John's $9.99. And then Gone with the Wind is $19.99. Does this have a poster or something with it? It's got a book in the gatefold. Max Steiner, that's $19.99. Kiss is at $150 with John Kaiser. We have Jose Feliciano with this embossed cover. 10 to 23, $9.99 for Jose Feliciano. Next is The Who. Who Are You? Who. The Who is $19.99. And then we have Long John Baldry, $14.99. The Carpenters Made in America is $9.99. Also, we have Ron Wood, Give Me Some Neck, $19.99, and Nick Gilder is $9.99. All right, all those were best offer. How many people we still got watching the feed right now? 193 people still tuned in here on this wonderful Labor Day. It's been a new vinyl on sale night. We've also are 3 crates into Buy It Now Best Offer. And we have been live for 5.5 hours. I'll be live at least tonight for a couple more hours. Might be here as late as 1, maybe sooner. Depends on how many people I still have watching and how hungry I get. And when I realize how much work I have to do to get ready for tomorrow so we can do this all over again. But either way, thank you and welcome. Jim B says he's going to bed. Good night. See you tomorrow. I know you'll be back. You've got bills to pay, so you've got to watch so you can grab steals and make money on them. That's okay with me, though. Just make sure that you pay your bills, which you do. So I know you got to pay these bills so you can pay your other bills so they don't come repossess your vehicles. Grumpy Moose Gaming gets Elvis Presley for $15. That is sold. I have 0 box sets in stock. 0. I guess at this point I'm going to start looking for them for you. The only thing I have in stock is Metallica Ride the Lightning. It's got a bump corner. It's got 1 corner ding, and I've knocked $25 off on that. I would love to sell it to you. Even if you have it, trust me, you need another one, right? I have it. I have it. You need to buy it. $12 on Traffic, sold to Adam Bernardi. Next over here, nobody bid on Kobo, $125 buy it now. This is why we ban people who don't pay for auctions, because there could have been somebody else that was the backup bidder that would have paid $185. They're not watching right now. This is why we block people who don't pay for their stuff. This cost us a lot of money having to resell this. $125. It last sold for $190. Next over here is Unmasked. The high bid is John Kaiser at $150. I've said that once. Now I'm saying it twice. It's been 3 minutes ago. I'm assuming everybody's done bidding. Chad Anderson gets Dolly Parton for $20. This is sold to Chad Anderson for $20. And then we have Bill Samus getting Cobo Hall for $1.25. That's sold to Bill Samus for $125. And then Unmasked is a final call. I'm just going to read the titles that's left in here. If anybody wants a price, let me know. We got another Kiss auction to run. And it's that time of night. Before I get into other discount stuff, I'm going to remind you of everything that was left over from the Labor Day on sale new vinyl sale. We might have some people tuning in late that didn't get to see all the new vinyl that was on sale. It's only a once-a-month occasion. I usually do it on the first of the month regardless. Tonight, it was a great night. We didn't have anybody really here working to price new arrivals, and it is Labor Day, so take advantage of the on-sale new vinyl. There's still some great titles still left over here, and we're going to knock that out in just a second. John Kaiser, congratulations on this. So do you for $150 on that. And Kaysen just bid $151, and Kaysen, that came in a minute too late. Trust me, I would have loved to taken another bidder, but John Kaiser had that for almost 5 minutes. Here comes our next Kiss auction. This is Reunion Square Garden Kiss, unofficial, $55 start. The only reason Jim B doesn't bid on the bootlegs, he can't sell them on Discogs. He's like, dang it. It's banned. I can't sell it. This is Kiss, Reunion Square Garden. This is going to go up, a 2022 red vinyl. Paul says, or Laura says, it looks more purple than red. This is Kiss at Madison Square Garden in 1996, part of that reunion tour. Here's what's left in here. Jimmy McGriff, Jr. Parker, The Who, Face Dances, Boston, Third Stage. If you need a price or if you want to make an offer, go right ahead. Joe Walsh, The Confessor, Cream, Goodbye. The Beatles, with the Beatles, John Mayall, Memories, Jeff Beck, Tim Bogart, and Carmina Peace, Roy Buchanan, Charles Wright, Doing What Comes Naturally, Foreigner, their self-titled debut, Ace, No Strings, Grateful Dead, what a long, strange trip this has been. Joe Walsh has no condition notes on the vinyl. The cover is in partial shrink. I say partial because it's a little torn up here, but it's pretty dang nice. No condition notes, 1999. It's got somebody's thumbprint on it right there. Needs to be re-cleaned a second time. But yes, 1999. Over here is REO Speedwagon, 1999. Jim B says, Chad knows everything. Tell me something I don't know. Jackson Brown Holdout, still got that one. Chris Christopherson Repossessed, Earth, Wind, and Fire. Jonathan Sings, Olivia Newton-John. By the way, Jonathan Sings is Jonathan Richman and the Modern Lovers. Gone with the Wind soundtrack was 1999. Jose Feliciano, The Who, Lon John Bondry, The Carpenters, Ron Wood, and Nick Gilder. Nick Gilder. All right. I'm about ready for my monster. Whew. Regardless of how much longer I'm going to be live tonight, I've got a lot of stuff to do. Let me see what else is left over here in this crate. Boom, boom. Here we go. I got a Japanese pressing of Blondie. Blondie, folks. This is called Eat to the Beat. This has some great songs on it, including Dreamin'. And Blondie's going to go up for just a $25 start. And I have an announcement because I just checked over here in my last supplemental crate. Guess what? This is the last Kiss auction. That's it. Let's go out with, let's not leave one behind. It is a $55 start, Union Square Garden, and that's it. Solarplex wants Foreigner and Boston. You got it. He gets Foreigner and he gets Boston. Let's knock those out for him. Thank you and thank you. And I think the Christina Curtis gets Gone with the Wind for 15. I think I can almost condense the first 3 recap bins at best offer here into one crate. I think honestly I can. So that way I know where everything is. And we empty crates and we free up space. And some of these that don't get grabbed, you never know. We might see them as soon as this morning or tomorrow morning in the on sale new vinyl crates, okay? So what I'm going to do, here's the new vinyl from tonight that's on sale. I don't know how many crates I went through. We sold about 6 full crates, maybe, yeah, 6. And here is everything that's left. And let's go through these one more time. I'll be quick. Let me take a handful out here so I have some room to work with. Let me take these out. I'll put them back in just a second. But that way I have a little bit of room to operate here. Okay, be able to flip through these. Is the Kiss collection all sold now? Oh my gosh, no, we're not even close. They told me we might be at the halfway point. No, we're not even close from being done. Maybe the halfway point is what they're telling me. Plus, I've recently unearthed some more Kiss collectibles, and we've unearthed hundreds of Kiss posters. So I think Kiss Monday night will be a staple in what we do, even if we run out of vinyl. This incredible poster collection, we're either going to start mixing them in, or when we sell all the vinyl later this year, we're going to start doing the rest of the Kiss collectibles, which is posters and other just really cool stuff. So here we go. And even some of this was pretty recent, or maybe some stuff Laura had ordered, Paul had ordered, whichever. Japanese Breakfast is $19.99 Jubilee. This has a little bit of a ding here. $19.99 for Japanese Breakfast Jubilee. $19.99 on that. K. Webster, I Know I'm Funny. $19.99. A lot of $19.99 stuff still left in here, including Carolina Polachek, Desire, I Want to Turn Into You. That's on exclusive copper vinyl. And then Shed, Title Fight. That was only $19.99, and also did $19.99 on Earl Sweatshirt, some rap songs. Those are all $19.99. Dwarves, this was Rex Everything. That was only $19.99. And Vader, De Profundis, yellow vinyl. I did those at $24.99. The cheapest record of the whole bin, now playing, Richie Valens, red translucent vinyl, La Bamba, $14.99. Solarplex Studio, You're Out on Kiss, Buddy Cordova has that for $60. Blondie does not have a bid yet, looking for a $25 start. I've got Coulter Wall on red vinyl. I've got this for $19.99. That was $29.99. I've sold about 5 of these. I've got 3 left. Saxon, Dogs of War. Music on vinyl, numbered to 1,000 on silver-colored vinyl. Saxon is $29.99. Sam Cooke on clear vinyl. That is technically a self-titled album by the man himself. Sam Cooke, $24.99. Unto Others, Strength. We've sold one. There's one left. $19.99 for Unto Others. That was $29. The Callous Cowboy, Celebrity Therapist, also $19.99. That was $29.99. And then I still got 3 copies of Dag Nasty, Wig Out at Dinko's. Those are $10 off, $19.99 on those. Cold, A Different Kind of Pain. That was $38. I marked those down to $29. I've lost Solarplex Studio on Kiss. Final Call to Buddy Cordova at $60. Moss Icon, I got these down to $19.99. This is still available. It is $19.99. It's actually got a title. Wind in Liberation Fly. Librinum Wits in Liberation Fly. I think it's got to be punk or hardcore or something like that. I just know I got that off a playlist. I ordered 2 and I never did sell one. I've marked them down. I still hadn't sold them. Cradle of Filth is $24.99. Evermore Darkly. Dusty Springfield in Memphis, Son of a Preacher Man. That's on clear vinyl at $24.99. FKA Twigs, that was EU Sexua, $19.99. He's back in on Kiss. Nobody bid on Blondie, a $25 buy now. As of tonight, there's no bids. And let's not make Blondie the first. So if somebody wants to go ahead and grab it, $25 buy now on Blondie, Eat to the Beat. 25 on that. Solarplex is back in on Kiss at 61. That means Buddy Cordova, you've been outbid. Michael Hirara on Richie Valens. That goes in. Make sure he gets that for $14.99. Next is Law Dispute, and that is called Wildlife. $10 off on that one, $29.99. This was Pink Panthers. Fancy that. Red collage colored vinyl, $19.99. And then Witchcraft. I still got all 4 of these. Witchcraft, IDAG, IDAG, $29.99 on that. That's on colored vinyl. Quicksand Slip, last copy at $24, $10 off. Morbid Angels, $29. Altars of Madness. Bad Religion Suffer was $5 off at $24. Napalm Death, Utopia Banished was $29. That was originally $38. I got the new Black Keys album at $24.99, and that's the Black Keys. No Rain, No Flowers. I was looking for the color. Yeah, red vinyl. Red vinyl. Buddy Cordova, now let me know on Kiss. Blondie's a $25 buy it now if anybody wants that. Now for the stuff I pulled out. I sold 1 Richie Valens La Bamba. That's better than nothing. That's better than nothing. The cheapest record in the crate sold. Here we go. I got Circle Jerks at $29.99. Wild in the Streets. Over here, I had Saxon, Unleash the Beast at $29. Peter Murphy, Love Hysteria was $24. We have The Sound of Music at $24.99. Craft. Also, another Napalm Death. Harmony Corruption, that one was $29. Crow Mags, The Age of Coral was $29. Seraphim Gold Dark Parade was $29. Dead Kennedys, Live at the Old Waldorf, that was $29. Talking Heads, More Songs About Buildings and Food, that was $29. Allison Krauss, Now That I Found You, that was $24. Solarplex, You've Been Outbid on Kiss. Buddy Cordova has it for $65. Melvin's Ozma was $24. It's a Big Bad Beautiful Day was $19.99. Chain of Strength, The One Thing That Still Holds True was $24. That was $39. And We're the Meat Men and You Suck. And I did that one for $24.99. All right. Well, that was a lot of reading to sell 1 Richie Valens La Bamba, but I'm assuming most people bought whatever they already got, or there's nothing in there that fits your fancy. I would love something to fit your fancy, but evidently nothing in there does fit your fancy. All right, so let's go through another crate then. First thing I'm going to do is figure out a crate that I have not gone through myself, and we're going to try to find that. And we're going to probably either take offers or maybe go up front and fill up a crate of $6.99ers. Now, the way I've been doing the $6.99ers, I've been working on a segment up front, basically just taking a crate, filling it up with records and just saying everything is $6.99. Hiram wants Witchcraft. Excellent. You made that whole crate worthwhile for me, Hiram. Thank you on that one. Kiss is sold to Buddy Cordova for $65. I have an announcement. All Kiss records for tonight has been sold, and Blondie was a buy it now for $25, okay? There's that. That's the only no bid tonight. So let me take my crate up front. Let's do some vintage $6.99. I think there's a couple people specifically waiting for me to do that. So let me go do that. And then I think there's still some recent stuff back here behind me from, you know, the nights I wasn't here that we can do best offer, okay? Dave Ferguson is itching for some $6.99. He is shaking uncontrollably. So let me go up here and do that. In the meantime, let me put something here on the table for y'all to look at. And I'm going to ask everybody a simple question as I go up front and get some records, because it's going to take me a couple minutes. All right? And here's my question. Let me know where you're watching from. I would love to know where you're watching from, okay? So let me know there in the chat. I'm going to grab my empty crate. We're going to go up front. We're going to fill up a crate of $6.99. Everybody likes those $6.99 records. They're practically free. You're basically getting paid to buy them at $6.99. So let's go up here and find the $6.99 crates and the $6.99 records. I love them myself. We've been selling a ton of $6.99. Also, while I'm up here, I am going to grab a Monster energy drink, and maybe, just maybe, I think I've got a snack up here. Turkey and cheese sliders on Hawaiian rolls. That sounds pretty good, eh? Make sure the stuff is actually good to eat. Sale by September 3rd. What is today? The 1st? Sounds like I can eat these then. Where's that monster at? Nothing like a good monster. Turkey. Okay. Let's see. We'll start right here. Trust me, y'all want me to get a snack in if you want me in a good mood for the rest of the night. Otherwise, I could get pretty dang cranky. All right, I think we're off to a good start here. Sure. We're about to blow some stuff out at $6.99. Yeah, y'all gonna like these. All right, let's do this. Labor Day. All right. Whew, halfway through my snack, I'm starting to feel better. I turned it to low energy Chad there. Low energy Jeb. All right, thanks for sticking with me. Let's do some $6.99. Let me scarf down a couple more bites here. I'm on a Hawaiian turkey slider cheddar thing from Publix, and I'm about to complement it with this ice cold monster. Okay, first I'll do Blondie for $20 for Larry Gonzalez if he wants it. $20 on that. And we'll do these at $6.99. Okay, $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99, no less, no more, no more, no less. T-Connection, self-titled, $6.99 on Dash Records. T-Connection, self-titled. Cursive, Get Fixed. Cursive is sealed on silver and black vinyl, $6.99. Charlie McLean, Radio Heart. Charlie McLean is $6.99. Gene Shepard, Here and Now, featuring Another Lonely Night, sealed for $6.99. Harrison Johnson and his Los Angeles Community Singers, sealed for $6.99. Cursive at $6.99 is sold to Craig Thomas. Jim B was second. Womp, womp, womp. We have American Sampler, Buddy Spiker. This is $6.99. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Let's Go, $6.99. Cover damage on the back. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. More Dirt Band, also cover damage. I bet those were together at some point. Same kind of damage. Curious Phelan, Tony Banks, $6.99 from the famous Charisma. Tony Banks from Genesis. Whatever's Right, Lonnie Mack. Lonnie Mack is $6.99. Don McLean, self-titled. You may know him from the song American Pie. This has the original inner sleeve with it. That's from that Wisconsin collection. That guy left notes. Record mint. Music, great. Sound, mint. He left little notes. He listened to everything. $6.99 on that. Also, we have Public Announcement. Mamacita. This is sealed at $6.99. A 12-inch single, it looks like. Donovan, Like It Is. Donovan is $6.99. And Dry Jack, Whale City. A 1979 Fusion. A Fusion record that's sealed, never opened. Dry Jack, Whale City. Mick Wheels, Fern Hill. Mick Wheels is an 88 UK copy. That's $6.99. And so is the Fireballs Bottle of Wine. No condition notes on this. Probably a VG or less cover. That is $6.99. Is Donovan a compilation? Donovan is Well, it's on a weird label, Hickory. I actually think it's an original album. Summer, Why Do They Treat Me? Catch the Universal Soldier. Universal Soldier's on here. I think this is an actual original album. It's just he went over to this label here, Hickory. So yeah, I think that's an actual original album on that one. $6.99 in his discography. Yeah. Okay. Over here we have Fortress. Fortress is $6.99. Grumpy Moose Gaming on DM ST. That was for Don McLean self-titled. That's sold to Grumpy Moose Gaming. That was the first selection or the second selection out of this $6.99 crate. Thank you for that. Let me see what's going on over here. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I saw something I had to reply to. I didn't see from hours ago. Public announcement is sold to Nat Reynolds at $6.99. Ryan Mustaine on Dry Jack for $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99. Joey Osbrook's Nitty Gritty. There we go. Some people coming in, some late claims. There we go. $6.99, $6.99. And we have, well, no doubt about the price. It's $6.99. Charla Benedict on Mayan Television label. $6.99. Some interesting stuff in here. Be Yourself Adventures on Donovan. I'm assuming, Adam, you'll pass. Then Chuck Haley says he'll take it. But I think we might have a new buyer unless they're under a different handle than normal. Be Yourself Adventures on Donovan for $6.99. Next thing in here is Don Sugarcane Harris, I'm on Your Case. That is now $6.99, a blues record there. Jim Ciascio and Gene Shepard for $6.99. That was a few back, but we still have it. That was right here, sealed record. That's sold to Jim Ciascio at $6.99. Ides of March, World Woven. And this has a promo sticker on the front, $6.99. $6.99. Spanking Our Gang Live. This is $6.99. Spanking Our Gang. Also, the Stylistics, let's put it all together. There is a little of writing on the cover. This is now $6.99. It also has an old sticky note on the back. I don't know if this is where it was from a putback bin or something, but there's the Stylistics. So I think Be Yourself Adventures, you do get the Donovan for $6.99. If you're a first-time buyer, say yes, first-time buyer, and then we need to get you registered and get some information from you. But just let me know, okay? Also at $6.99 is Sonny and Cher, All I Ever Need Is You. And this is $6.99. It's on the cap label, no condition notes. I am a first-time buyer. Okay, welcome to Coletco. Since you're on YouTube, there's a link in the description of this live video, and it's a link to our website where you can fill out the first-time buyer form, okay? You can fill out the first-time buyer form on that, and when you do that, let me know. Sorry, my brain went dead for a second. After you're done with that, let me know. You'll get an invoice on Monday. So the good news is this is the first night of the week. So for the rest of the week, you can buy records at $8 in limited shipping. As you see, here in just the next half hour, you might see one person buy 30 records. It's very common because they know they got $8 in limited shipping. Plus, this stuff is like clearance. This is like vintage on sale, probably about the cheapest it's going to get until the end here, and I'm probably going to bundle it with somebody. We got a lot of vinyl to sell. Your pick at $6.99, $8 in limited shipping. I'm here tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Paul will be here on Saturday. Gordon Lightfoot, a clean copy for $6.99. 10cc Bloody Taurus, $6.99. Derek Clark says the Mick Wills is Irish psych folk rock, leprechaun rock. Leprechaun rock. I don't hear that too often. This is $6.99. It's Irish psych folk rock, leprechaun rock. Tom McEwen. I would love to listen to that just to hear what leprechaun rock sounds like. Tom McEwen on Gordon Lightfoot. That one has Daylight, Katie, Come On. That's a good one there. Grumpy Moose Gaming, second on Gordon Lightfoot. I've also got Scott McKenzie. And, of course, this has his big hit, San Francisco. If you're going to San Francisco, as featured in Forrest Gump. $6.99 for Scott McKenzie. Here's a soundtrack, music by Blood, Sweat, and Tears. And that is The Owl and the Pussycat with Barbra Streisand and George Segal. $6.99 on that. That's pretty interesting. Also, the Young Bloods. Speaking of Forrest Gump, of course, they were known for their big song, Come On, People Now, Smile on Your Brother. This is a different album, though, Sunlight. Orange RCA label, $6.99 on Young Bloods and The Weavers. Some folk here for you. Reunion at Carnegie Hall, 1963. This is on Vanguard, very big label for folk music from that era. $6.99. Folk right during that era, right before rock. There was a lot of folk music right there, I guess you could say, all through the mid-60s, right before rock, really, British invasion, right before British invasion. Folk was a huge genre. A lot of hippies listening to that, pre-rock stuff. Chain Lightning, Don McLean, $6.99. Jim Ciascio on the Weavers, sold for $6.99. This is What Month Were You Born? A comical look at your horoscope. This is $6.99, so it will tell you how bad off you are because you were born a Leo. $6.99. Chuck Haley on Owl and the Pussycat. That's sold to Chuck Haley for $6.99. And Seals and Crofts, Get Closer. Seals and Crofts, that's $6.99. And Hair, the American Tribal Love Rock Musical, another big movie, another big soundtrack here, $6.99. Hair, $6.99. They talk about that on Seinfeld. Mick Willis. Jackie says, I've got to try some Leprechaun rock. That's like, oh, Leprechaun rock. I have no idea. That's probably, hopefully it doesn't sound like that. Hopefully he doesn't go, hey, this is Leprechaun rock. Josie St. Bell on Seals. For some reason, you got to do this. If you're a leprechaun, you got to move your fist back and forth like this and go, hey, I'm a leprechaun. So Josie St. Bell got Seals. Christina Curtis was What Year Were You Born? That's sold to Christina Curtis. And Jim Ciascio on Hair at $6.99. Those leprechauns, though, they're always swinging their arm back and forth like this. We have James Taylor, Mudslide Slim. Nice, clean copy, just $6.99, and it's the OG first label, $6.99. Ocean, Give Tomorrow's Children One More Chance. Ocean on Kama Sutra, 1972, $6.99. Shakedown on JT, that was a very nice copy for just $6.99. We got Shiitake with John McLaughlin, $6.99 with Shiitake, and Ennio Morricone soundtrack here, La Professionnelle. Most of the rest of it's in French, Bande Original du Film. It's an Ennio Morricone soundtrack, though, from The Professional, spelled Le Professionnel, $6.99. Over here, $6.99, $6.99. And that was for DM. Don McLean, so to Grumpy Moose Gaming. Adam Bernardi on The Professional, an Ennio Morricone soundtrack for just $6.99. We have Twangy Guitar Will Travel by Dwayne Eddy. And that is a super nice copy at just $6.99. We have London Town, Paul McCartney and Wings with poster. With a little luck, you can, that is Wings, London Town, $6.99. McCartney. Denny Lane, his wife Linda, sold to Shakedown. Great price there at $6.99. Thank you on that. Also $6.99 is Leo Kottke, Burnt Lips. And that's $6.99 for old Leo there. Also Johnny Rivers, A Road. Johnny Rivers is $6.99. Trying to figure out that song everybody always asks me now. Something about slow dancing. Adam Bernardi on Leo Kottke. That's sold to him for $6.99. And also $6.99 is oh man, my brain just went flat. This is a radio broadcast, Cruising America with Cousin Brucey. These are really cool. This is a full original radio broadcast of hits for just $6.99. A great price for this triple LP. That was the steal of the crate. Look at the original sticker price from back in March. That was the steal of the crate for sure. Paula was third on Paul McCartney. Jim Ciascio on Dwayne Eddy. And Shakedown gets Cruisin' Eddie for $6.99. And then the last couple for $6.99 was Sierra. Sierra is $6.99, and also $6.99 is Alda Reserve, Love Goes On. Alda Reserve, a gold stamp promo, $6.99. All right, we got to breeze through these one more time, and then I might try to offer them to somebody for a what kind of deal? A bundle deal. A bundle deal. Chad needs another bite of Hawaiian turkey slider over here. Mmm. Delicious. By the way, everybody's been billed. I thought of Cousin Eddie, and I thought of Christmas Vacation. Everybody's been billed for your Chevy Chase autograph. So if you wanted a Chevy Chase autograph, and you didn't get a bill today for one, I have them in stock. I got 2 designs left. If you wanted a Chevy Chase, you should have been billed for one today. So I've got about 20 left, I think. So I would love to see one. There are 0 auctions left. We're doing nothing but vintage discounts for the rest of the night. I don't really have any miscellaneous. Well, not really. No, I mean, it depends on what you mean maybe by miscellaneous. I don't have really anything. I'm going to try to focus on some of these vintage crates. I'm going to try to fill up 2 or 3 more in the next hour or so, maybe even the next half hour, 40 minutes. And we're not going to do that unless I keep just reading titles. T-Connection, $6.99. Also, Charlie McCrane, Radio Heart, everything in here is $6.99. Even Harrison Johnson, Sealed, Gospel Fusion album. American Sampler by Buddy Spicher, S-P-I-C-H-E-R. A Curious Feeling, Tony Banks. Whatever's Light, Lonnie Mack. The Fireballs Bottle of Wine. Fortress, that is Hands in the Teal. Charla Benedict. Don Sugarcane Harris, I'm on Your Case. Ides of March. Spanking Our Gang Live. The Stylistics, Sonny and Cher. 10cc Bloody Taurus. Scott McKenzie. The Youngbloods. Karen Robbins put PL. PL was something for Karen. I don't know. Ocean, John McLaughlin, Johnny Rivers, Sierra, and Alda Reserve. Karen wanted PL. PL. Not for sure. Final call. I'm going to make sure no late requests come in. I'm about to count these and offer them as a bundle. Got to get all these sold. We're going to sell them to somebody as a bundle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, approximately. Should be 22. Here's the price. Somebody's going to buy them all right now, $85. $85. That is $3.86 a piece. Okay, everything that's left in here. Not bad titles. Wide variety of mix. There was a little bit of everything, literally. $85. Then I got to go up front and refill the crate. As soon as I do some stretching. That was the right side of my neck. And there went the left side. And, oh, there we go. Feel a lot better after all that. Or we can just wrap it up right now. We got to get the bundle sold. It's really a little bit too early to start issuing threats, but I will say I really need somebody to come through here for me, okay? I really need somebody to step up to the plate and say, Chad, you know what? I'm going to step up to the plate right now, man, I'm going to help you out. I'm going to help myself out. I'm going to go ahead and do it. Give me the bundle. And you're going to get these in the mail and be like, my gosh, I'm glad I did this. Imagine if I hadn't have bought these, how sad and miserable I would be. So, you know, think about it. John Kaiser's offered $80. Sold! 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 Now that's what I'm talking about. One crate brought back here full, one crate leaving empty. Mr. Kaiser. He didn't want to wake up in the morning and regret that. He wants to be able to look at himself in the mirror in the morning when he's brushing his teeth and being like, man, I did something great. I did something wonderful. I did something that's going to make me have a better day today. I bought a bundle from Chad. Rest of y'all, maybe you'll get the next one so you don't feel as much regret. Let's go up here and grab some more records. Let's keep this show on the road, like they say. Let's do some more. At how much? Surely, Chad, you can't keep this up. Yep, we are. $6.99. Here it comes. $6.99. I'm loading up the crate right now. I'm pulling these straight out of this crate. They're all going to be $6.99. I just hope you're watching to take advantage of it. If not, you may miss out. And you may go, dang it, golly, why do I keep doing this to myself? And I'm going to be like, well, you know, here we go. The other crate I kind of flipped through to kind of get an idea. These were just pulled straight out of the crates. So y'all going to be just as surprised as I am. These are all $6.99. Bobby Whitlock, I think he just passed away. Yeah, he was with Eric Clapton and Derek and the Dominoes, a white label promo of Raw Velvet. This was $24.99. To give you an idea, this was $24.99. Closing these out at $6.99. Freddie Hubbard Lifeline. Freddie Hubbard's an 87 US on Blue Note. Freddie Hubbard just $6.99 from Blue Note. Weatherly, Jim Weatherly is $6.99. American and Clean Country Gazette. Country Gazette is an 81 US original. That's a bluegrass album. $6.99 on that one. Steel Eye Span, Storm Force 10. Steel Eye Span is in VG Plus condition. $6.99. Shakedown on Bobby Whitlock for $6.99. Adam Bernardi on Freddie Herbert for $6.99. Patrick Lear on BW for $6.99. That was for Bobby Whitlock. So, Patrick, you were second. Shakedown beat you to that one. Zobra the Greek soundtrack. Music by Mikis Theodorakis. Zobra the Greek, VG Plus, $6.99. Also, excuse me, Jim Capaldi, Electric Nights. That is a white label promo. VG Plus, $6.99. Adam Bernardi on Zobra the Greek, $6.99. We have Azar Lawrence, People Moving. An original 1977 U.S. jazz funk album. How much, Chad? $6.99. Hope everybody's paying attention to the sticker right now. That is Azar Lawrence, People Moving. Brenda Lee sings Everybody Knows This Is Nowhere. No, everybody sings Everybody Knows. On Decca, $6.99 for that. Also, we have Rosemary Clooney and the Hollows. Ring Around the Rosie, Rosemary Clooney. $6.99 on that. Leon Russell, Stop All That Jazz. Mr. Leon is $6.99. Jim B is getting the $250 funk record for $6.99. He is getting the Azar Lawrence. I think that's what he's commenting. as ZL. I hope so. I don't think there's any other ZLs in here. Leon Russell, Stop All That Jazz, no condition note, $6.99. It's on Shelter Records. New Christy Minstrel, Sing and Play Cowboys and Indians, $6.99. A Columbia 2i original label, $6.99. Firefall, Undertow, a little bit of writing on the cover. Firefall is just $6.99. Adam Bernardi Does Want Leon Russell at $6.99. The Big Sound of the Big Bands, that's also $6.99. We have Leo Sayer. That is $6.99. Johnny Winter, Second Winter. This is a 2 LP gatefold compilation. How much? Just $6.99. No condition notes. Chuck Haley on New Christy Minstrel. So the Chuck Haley for $6.99. Adam Bernardi on Big Bands for $6.99. And Dave Ferguson on Firefall for $6.99. All right, next thing over here is Hot Chocolate, Cereal Park. Hot Chocolate is now just $6.99. Do what? You heard me correctly. Also, Greg Beddinger on Johnny Winter. Grumpy Moose Gaming was second. These are just $6.99. You're hearing me correctly. You don't have to go adjust your hearing aid. Patrick Lear on Hot Chocolate for $6.99. That's sold to Patrick Lear 72. Also, the Silencers, A Letter from St. Paul, $6.99. And Rebel Shoes, Squalls, $6.99 for that. Rebel Shoes, Squalls. Sammy Smith, Sunshine, $6.99 on Sammy Smith. And Quincy Jones Roots, Shrink and Hop Sticker, now just $6.99. The Circle, Neon, that's also $6.99. A little bit of cover damage at the top. That's on the original Columbia 2i label in mono. The Circle, Neon, $6.99. My crate over here has actually gotten pretty full, so while I have a quick second, let me go ahead and swap out crates right quick. This one is pretty plumb full. Wow, John marked 3 new arrival crates tonight. We didn't even get to them, but we're going to save those for tomorrow because he's not here. He's swapping up days a little bit. Paul leaves for Wednesday. Paul leaves Wednesday for South Carolina, going to buy another big collection in South Carolina. South Carolina. I meant to text this, right, by the way. Oh, Paul's already sent me tomorrow's auctions, too. Okay, next thing over here is Jim B on KG. Quincy Jones, that's sold to Jim B for $6.99. And Grumpy Moose Gaming was second on that one. All right, let's keep going. It's $6.99. Leon Loves on Steel Rising Records. It's sealed, a 12-inch single. Once is not enough. $6.99. Jim B wants to pass to Grumpy Moose Gaming. And this is sold to you for $6.99. Roots and Shrink and Hop. Quincy Jones, $6.99. Also at $6.99 is Songs of the Cities by Roy Drusky, $6.99. That's a classic country artist there. Beautiful copy on this Black Mercury label, $6.99 on that. Neon is sold to Adam Bernardi. Everything in here is how much? Just $6.99. Preacher Jack, 3,000 bar rooms later. Preacher Jack is $6.99. Till the Clouds Roll By soundtrack. That is $6.99 on that. No condition notes. John Schneider, Trying to Outrun the Wind. Schneider is $6.99. And Golden Hits of Shirley Bassey. Of course, she's known for doing Goldfinger. This is a 71 UK, and it's on here. Goldfinger. Round, down, da-da-da-da-da. He's the man. The man with a da-da. John Schneider has sold to Joey Osbooks. That's right. Jim calculated some profits on that Quincy J. Jones. He said, you know what? I'm going to pass on this. My bad. Oh, man, he's starting to sweat bullets now all of a sudden up there. We have from Maui with Love, the piano artist of Martin Dini, $6.99, $6.99. Edgar Winter Group, $6.99. Shock Treatment, no condition notes on that one. And W.C. Fields, this is $6.99. His original voice tracks from his movies. Oh, W.C. Fields there, $6.99. And Johnny Winter, again, this time still alive and well, $6.99. So there's Johnny Winter. Excuse me, this was Edgar Winter back here. Edgar Winter sold to Adam Bernardi at $6.99. Todd Rundgren's Utopia is VG Plus $6.99. What do we have here? Dalek. Prince something. It's on Go Vinyl for $6.99. And that's Dalek, I believe. Deerhoof, Reveal, sealed on sun-colored vinyl for $6.99. Do what? Shakedown on Dalek for $6.99. Deerhoof. Buddy Morrow, Night Train. I always like that cover. $6.99. Buddy Morrow, Night Train, $6.99. All right, and then over here we have Quincy Jones Sounds. Quincy Jones Sounds. That is $6.99. And we also have Tony Orlando and Dawn's Greatest Hits, $6.99. And Tom Jones Country, $6.99. And Bobby Cole, A Point of View, Record Store Day Mono, sealed for $6.99. All right, so Shakedown put Dalek, okay? Then Jim B put D. Now that D locked him in for something. That D locked him in for something. It could have been for Dalek or it could have been for Deerhoof. It's up to Jim B. He put a D. Now, if he wants Deerhoof, it's his. If not, it goes to Eric Van Leuven. He says Deerhoof, obviously. It could have been for Dalek, but we don't know. He just put D. We got to take Jim B's word for it. That is Deerhoof. Then Eric Van Leuven. Then Craig was technically second on Dalek. And then Craig technically third on Deerhoof. Then Ron Duffield fourth. And then Adam Bernardi on Night Train. That sold to Adam Bernardi for $6.99. Michael Rudolph wants Ring Around Rose. That was for Rosemary Clooney over here, $6.99. Shakedown on Bobby Cole for $6.99. That was another sealed record that was originally $30. That sold to Shakedown for $6.99. And we have Peter, Paul, and Mary, A Song Will Rise. Peter, Paul, and Mary is $6.99. PPM, folks. Over here, we got Animals in the Dark, a 2008 country blues folk. That was $6.99. Lady Beware, the original soundtrack, $6.99, a gold stamp promo. And Focus, Hamburger Concerto, yellow Atco label, $6.99. Grumpy Moose Gaming on QJ, the other Quincy Jones here. That's sold to Grumpy Moose Gaming. All right, we need to run through those again at $6.99 quickly, and then we're going to count them and make a bundle deal with somebody. We have to. We need to. We're going to. We have to. First thing is Weatherly. That is $6.99. Also, American and Clean, Country Gazette. Everything in here is still $6.99. Even Still I Span, Storm Force 10. Electric Nights, Jim Capaldi. Brenda Lee sings songs everybody knows. Leo Sayer. The Silencers, Letter from St. Paul. Rebel Shoes, Squalls. Sammy Smith. The 12-inch single of Leon Love, Once Is Not Enough. Roy Drusky, Songs of the Cities. Preacher Jack, 3,000 Barrooms Later, Till the Clouds Blow By soundtrack. The Golden Hits of Shirley Bassey. Tom Maui with Love, Martin Denny, From Maui with Love. W.C. Fields, Johnny Winter still available. In Shrink Wrap, still alive and well. Super nice copy. Tony Orlando and Dawn's Greatest Hits. Todd Rundgren's Utopia. Tom Jones Country. Peter, Paul, and Mary. Animals in the Dark. I keep wanting to say Animals as Leaders because that's the name of another band. And then Lady Beware and Focus. Tracy, Night Train already sold to Adam Bernardi. Buddy Morrow is already gone. Actually, I talked about you today, Tracy. John was, cooling stuff out for our dollar sale. And I was like, well, did you put any like easy listening adult contemporary that's in really clean condition that we maybe can pull out and sell before it gets discarded? And he's like, yeah, I think I ran across some, but not as nice as like what Fred Goodwin have. Like most of these are going to need cleaning and sleeving and, and that kind of stuff. So I'm thinking I'm going to have Paul, before a lot of this stuff gets discarded, maybe go through it one more time. I wish I could go through them. Of course, flipping through 100 U-Haul boxes of records just tonight would take all night and into the morning. I just don't have time to do it. But I've been thinking about, if I find some stuff like that, pull it out so I can sell some of y'all into bundles. And then, okay, I have to fess up. It was for Daily. Give deer to whoever was first. Jim B's conscience says took it over. This man does have a conscience, everybody. He is a legitimate person. He's saying, he says his D was for Dalek, even though he could have took Deerhoof. He is going to say it was for Dalek, so it needs to go to Eric Van Leuven. He can't live with himself in the morning. He can't live with himself in the morning. He was going to wake up and be like, oh, no, I misled all those poor souls. I misled all those poor souls last night. I can't live with myself. Eric Van Leuven, congratulations. You got yourself a good old-fashioned deer hoof there. Now, if you still want it, it's yours for $6.99. I'm tagging you for it. If not, it goes to Craig Thomas, okay? Next thing over here is Paula on Brenda Lee. Paul on Brenda Lee for $6.99 if you find any Doris Day. So Doris Day, yeah, Mac Davis, Morris Day, Mac Davis, and then Joy Fino is looking for Ronnie Millsap. Okay? So I've got some eyes, yeah. And what I'm trying to do before all this stuff gets discarded, what I want to do is I want to make sure if it's clean, if that stuff before it gets discarded, if it's clean, I might try it. I might try it at $6.99. It would have to be a night like tonight when there's not much else going on. Y'all know that's when I show this kind of stuff. I can't show it any other time. Tonight would be the best time. So the first thing I have is, yeah, a lot of that stuff we normally wouldn't put out. Okay? We normally wouldn't put out. Like some of the stuff y'all are reading off. I know what Tracy likes, Doris Day. Yeah, we got to find some of that stuff. And Mac Davis. I got John. We talked about it today. John Durden. I got our John working on Mac Davis. He said he's just going to have to keep his eyes open. Carpenter, Sinatra. Usually Sinatra and Carpenters gets put out, though. And they would just be in discount crates if they don't sell. Larry, you may have not heard me earlier. I did tell you I would take 20 for Blondie. 20 for Blondie. Okay. Any metal. Now, what exactly do you mean by that question? Are you talking about in the $6.99 crates, or are you talking about do we have any metal for sale in general? And then I have an answer for both of you. Larry said he'll take 20 on Blondie. Oh, I didn't even hear him say that. He just asked me what's the lowest I would take. Okay, so here's what's left. I read through those twice, right? I did, okay. Make sure Larry Gonzalez gets this. Let's bundle the rest of these. Okay? Let's bundle the rest of these. First thing I have is the following. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Almost the same as last time. So I already know the price. 85 divided by 23. So $85 for those 23 records. That's $3.69 a piece. $6.99 metal. I don't want to sound like, let me put this in the nicest way possible. That will never, ever happen. That'll be the nicest way possible, I could say that. If we have something hard rock or metal, it will be auctioned on Thursday night, and the average price is probably $50 and up. So there is nothing ever that cheap. If you do find metal records at $7 a piece, I'll take 10,000 of them and pay in cash. So that's just not going to happen. That would be a steal. You would be committing robbery with somebody. But if you are local, or if you are lucky enough to find something like that and you want to like double your money, I am your guy, okay? That would be the find of a century. That stuff is far and few between. Let's sell this bundle. I'll go do another crate if we can do this bundle here. Our metal and hard rock is featured at Thursday night at auction. There will never be anything like that in a $6.99 crate. Ever. You got to ask. Yeah, it doesn't hurt to ask. But yeah, that would be insane. I would go out of business. I would have to close the doors, fire everybody, and I'd be living in a van down by the river. That will never happen. Thursday night, you can tune in. There will be some insane metal auctions. Most of the stuff's going to be bringing 50, 100, 250, 500, 1,000, 800, 400, 300. That is the most desirable genre. But yeah, I'll take, I'm a buyer at that price, not a seller. Yeah, anything. I would love to buy a mint condition metal collection for $7 a piece. Whew, we'd be spinning. I'd have to blow the air horn in my own face. I'd have to take this air horn, point it right in my face, and just no ear protection, just right in my face. Bundle, $85. Maybe Dave Ferguson, you want to buy this bundle, and then that will get you on a better path to scoring a metal record for $6.99. But first, you got to buy this bundle. John Kaiser's already stepped up to the plate once. There's surely at least one more bundler out there. Surely. Surely. We've bought some collections before where we've paid, oh my gosh, per record on average, we've had to pay way up there just to be able to secure a deal. I mean, some people have collections that are six figures, easily. We have to really step up to the plate sometimes to secure some of this stuff. Otherwise, there'd be people be like, where's the metal, Chad? You don't have any metal anymore. And I'm like, well, we just had to drop, we could have bought a brand new Porsche for what we just paid for this guy's collection, but it's coming. John Kaiser said, don't call him Shirley. I just need one person to continue the show. Hip hop. Still hadn't got that call, Jim B. Still hadn't got that call. And if I do, I think if I do one day say we bought a hip hop collection, I bet it won't be no more than 300. If it's more than 3 or if it's more than 500, I'll be surprised. So. Sold to John Kaiser, $75. The show continues. Let's go get some more. Sold to John Kaiser for $75. Folks, y'all owe him some big thanks. $75. Bun. Done. Done. John Durden has 500 plus wrap, but they're not for sale. They've got to be for sale for it to count. They got to be for sale. All right, let's get some more over here. $6.99, $6.99, $6.99. Here we go. I'm picking them out right now. I'm making sure this is the next crate I want to do. Yeah, $6.99, $6.99, $6.99, $6.99. Here we go. Let's keep these rolling. Boom, 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 boom. Yes, 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 I'm liking all these. $6.99, $6.99, $6.99. Here we go, 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 here we go. $6.99. I don't even think there's 500 new rap albums in print. I don't think if I went through the rap discography on the largest distributor, Vintage OG rap albums, I don't know if you could order 500. I really don't think you could, honestly. I would have to get a list of artists, but I think if I ordered every, like, let's just start with, like, the big names. Like, if I ordered every Snoop, Dre, I mean, we even want to, like, say, and that's the problem, like, sometimes I don't know what people's looking for. And most of them are singles. Most of them are 12-inch singles. It's like albums that, I don't know, I can't name you 500. So I'm trying to think, like, is there even, like, I'd have to see a list. I would love for somebody to make me a list of 500 rap albums. And I will try to, I would love to order a fifth of them one night just to say, hey, we've got 100 new and sealed rap albums coming up. I need a list of 100 to start with. And I'll order it all on one night so it all comes in at once. And I bet it will do very well. I'd have to order. That would be like 5 crates of rap albums, probably 100 if I ordered just one of each. And then I could take waiting lists. But man, if somebody named 100 albums, full length, you know, that would be a lot to order. And I don't even know if they would all be even in print. I could do Eminem, Run DMC, LL Cool J, and then some of the other stuff that sells really good, like Tupac, NWA, some of that stuff. But Public Enemy, Beastie Boys. I already order a lot of that stuff. Public Enemy, Beastie Boys. I order that on a regular basis. After some of the obvious stuff, I run out of options. I'm like, okay, what's next? I know Dougie Fresh, Fresh Prince. I know Beastie. I know Public. I know Run DMC. I know LL Cool J. Of course, I already named off some other ones that I always go to first, like Eminem and all this other stuff. So I'm like, but then I run out of options. I'm like, okay, I don't know what's next, because I don't listen to that and I don't really know much about it. So I have ordered some stuff that looks interesting to me, and then it hadn't sometimes sold. And we've had a ton of just like rap 12-inch singles. They'll dig them out, and John will be like, all this stuff's rap and hip-hop, and man, we've went through before, none of it's really sold. So we have to, you know, discount it. I'm going to mute my mic. All right. I have ate all 4 of my Hawaiian king roll turkey and cheddar sliders, so there'll be no more pausing except to drink my Monster. Everything in here is $6.99. Chet Atkins, the First Nashville Guitar Quartet, $6.99 for Chet Atkins. George Benson, I Got a Woman and Some Blues. Wow, that was $39.99. Clean copy, George Benson, $6.99. Over here, we got the Waterloo soundtrack, music by Nino Rota. That is $6.99 from Fred's collection. He bought it in March of 1974. Patrick Lear, Quick on George Benson at $6.99. Square Dance USA is $6.99. Called by Don Stewart with Cliffy Stone's music. Jim B, third on George Benson. Michael Rudolph was second. Ian Gom, What a Blow, $6.99. And we have Time Bandits, Can't Wait for Another World. Shrink and Hop, $6.99. broadcast tributes, the long lost Bing and Judy off the air performances. That would be Judy Garland and Bing Crosby with the Howdy Doody looking guy there, $6.99. Also, we have Tom T. Hall for the people in the last hard town. Tom T. Hall, legendary country singer Tom T. Hall, $6.99. Excuse me, same price for Chet Atkins, Picks on the Pops. Chet Atkins with Arthur Fiedler, $6.99. Tracy Songer on the Bing Crosby. Are y'all aware of the really, 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 really rare Chet Atkins album? I've been looking for it my whole life. So Fred, you know, he had this amazing archive of country music, and I remember when I went to his country wall for the first time in his house. You know, his country wall had about 17,000 country albums on it, and I was looking for this right here. This is the rarest of the rare Chet Atkins. There's only been a couple ever sell. It's called My Brother Sings Chet Atkins. So it is Chet Atkins on guitar, and that's his brother that's doing vocals. That's the last time one has ever sold, to my knowledge. I've been looking at it since 2012 almost, when I found out about it. Probably back in 2014 is when I first found out about it. I had a customer in my first shop when I was in high school. He was a Chet Atkins collector. And he was just trying to find every Chet Atkins record. And I was going through his discography, and I ran across this one. And I was like, holy crap. And that one sold in 2012 for $8,100. And I don't think there's a Discogs entry for it. If it is, I don't think one's ever gone through. I hadn't looked at it, though, in years. There may be a Discogs entry by now. But when I remember when I first found it, there wasn't even a Discogs entry for that one. I wonder if it's on Discogs by now. But I've yet to find one. I've bought some massive country collections. I'm talking about where people have archived every album by almost every artist, but I've yet to find that Chet Atkins. It's kind of like I don't even want it. I just want to find one just to say, wow, it's here. Yeah, there is a Discogs entry now. Let's see if one's come through. Yeah, none for sale, none ever sold. 4 people say they have it. I doubt it. I doubt it. I doubt there's even that many people have it. So, yeah, none ever sold. It looks like they did reissue it for Record Store Day. So if you want an affordable copy, you can get one for $10 on Discogs. But that this copy here, did another one come through eBay? No, that's it. Yeah, here's where one sold. Okay, that one sold for $3,500 in 2013. Okay, so either way, you can say that's like, if you run across it, I bet you could get $5,000 out of it to the right person. So, just crazy. Quartet, that was right back here, right? That sold to Adam Bernardi at $6.99. I would like to listen to it. I didn't even know you could buy the Record Store Day. I would just want to hear, because I was like, usually if people's paying that kind of money for a record, it's got to be something just fantastical. Okay, it's got to be like some kind of mind-blowing vocals on that thing. I would love to listen to it. I might try to find it tonight if it's on YouTube, but every time I see it, that's why when I saw that cover, every time I see this cover, I'm like, because I think it's that record, and when I'm going through records, because it kind of looks like it. So every time I see that one, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'll be flipping through crates, and I'm like, oh, it's just Arthur Fiedler. That is an original Red Seal, though, by the way, because that was on kind of the classical label. Picks on the Pops. That's why it's on the red classical label. Okay, back to $6.99. But now y'all know, if you're ever out thrift storing, yard saling, junk storing, and you run across that, most people discard Chet Atkins stuff. But don't discard Chet Atkins. He's got some great stuff. And those early RCA monos in high grade can demand pretty good money. D.B. Cooper, Dangerous Curves. That's a gold stamp promo. $6.99. D.B. Cooper, Dangerous Curves, a gold stamp promo, $6.99. Julie London, just $6.99 on the Liberty label. What is this one actually called? The End of the World. Julie London, The End of the World, $6.99 on that one. And we have World Star Festival. That is $6.99. World Star Festival in aid of the world's refuge. Who is on this? Shirley Bassey. Frank Sinatra, Barbara Streisand, that gives you an idea. $6.99. Julie London on Topographic. Thank you. Hammer, Black Sheep. Hammer is $6. That's Jan Hammer, $6.99 on that. Of course, you know, they played with Jeff Beck. Ernest Tubbs, Greatest Hits, Volume 2. Mr. Ernest is $6.99. On deck, a clean copy. World Star, that is sold to Adam Bernardi. Feel like we're in a bunch of Fred Goodwin type collection stuff here. We may be. Hey, Quincy Jones, the Dude. Quincy Jones, $6.99 for the Dude. That is just $6.99. And so is Morris Day, the Oak Tree. That's a 12-inch single from Morris Day, $6.99 on that. Claude Hopkins, Music of the Early Jazz Dances. Claude Hopkins is a 58 mono, $6.99. The Persuasions, We Came to Play. The Persuasions was marked 29. How about $6.99 on that one? Green Kappa label, $6.99. Quincy Jones sold to Grumpy Moose Gaming. Also, Jose Feliciano, Sweet Soul Music. He is now $6.99. Patrick Lear on P for Persuasions. At now $6.99, You're My Girl, Romantic Reflections by Jack Webb. Music arranged and conducted by Billy May. Oh, Jack Webb there is $6.99. You're My Girl. The Supremes at their best. Gold Stamp promo, $6.99. Soldier of Fortune, this time more Tom T. Hall there. More Tom T. Hall. Looks like a woman was there in a fur coat smoking her cigarette with her wine, and it looks like she just got up and left him. He's always writing that kind of music. Well, she left me. Next is another Julie London, Love Letters, and a crumbled up sticky note. Another one here from Liberty, and I bet it's nice because I don't see any condition notes on it. And a spanking copy. Just very nice. $6.99. That was so clean. Guy Shard on the Morris Day for $6.99. Thank you, Guy Shard. Grumpy Moose Gaming on the Supremes, and Topographic picking up yet another Julie London at $6.99. Also $6.99 is the Day of the Bullfight. Caramba. Day of the Bullfight. Caramba. That is $6.99. You listen to that and you'll immediately get the urge to go outside and want to fight some bulls. So be careful. My Pick of the Hits, Ernest Tubb and his Texas Troubadour, $6.99. Jose Feliciano again. Canta Otra Vez, $6.99. Mr. Jose Feliciano. Feliz Navidad. I got to find that album. I've yet to really find that on vinyl. I think at one time we had one copy, and when I showed it, I realized what it was. But there it is. Jose Feliciano. Ketty Lester. Ketty. Ketty. The Music of Me. That is an RCA record that was marked $29.99. It is now $6.99. Looks like a female vocalist. 1964 on the back. Uncle Dave 78 Nostalgia Party. A talking machine concert for listening and dancing. So what this is going to be, this is going to be early, probably, did it say wax cylinder? What did it say? 78s. So yeah, 30s. My Sweet Virginia, Durham Dance Band, Reaching for the Moon, 1931. Goodnight Sweetheart, 1931. I was about to say, my first words going to come out of my mouth was late 20s, early 30s music, and that's exactly what it is. 78 party there. Adam on the Ketty Lester. That's sold to Adam for $6.99. Also, we have Johnny Preston, Running Bear. This is $6.99. Mercury Stereo. Also, Tom T. Hall, About Love. More Tom T. Hall at $6.99. The Chevrolet Experience. This is from 1977. I think it was a promotional record for a Chevrolet, probably sales thing, maybe a convention or something. Chevrolet 77, $6.99 on that one. Chevrolet was $29.99. Usually these car type records demand pretty good money because it's a crossover to all the people collecting that kind of stuff. CH, was that for Chevy, Adam Bernardi? If so, it's sold to you. And then Joey Osbrooks was second. Steve Harley, Timeless Flight. Steve Harley is $6.99. And we have Madam X. That's a soundtrack. Music by Joseph Gershenson. Maybe. $6.99. on that. He said CH was not for Chevy. So that was going to go back. Let me find his CH claim. His CH claim was for, what was your CH claim then? So let's go ahead and give Chevy to Joey Osbrooks. Catfish Hodge, Boogeyman Gonna Get Ya. Catfish is $6.99. And Madam X is sold to Jackie Reynolds. Thank you on that. That's enough for me, Peter Yarrow. $6.99 on Peter Yarrow. And Redneck Mothers. This is a compilation with Willie Nelson, Bobby Bear, Gary Stewart, Steve Young, Vernon Oxford, Johnny Russell, Jerry Reed. $6.99 on Redneck. We have Mitch Ryder and the Detroit Wheels. EX Condition. $6.99. $6.99 on that one. Preston Rose on Catfish for $6.99. And then John Durden on Redneck Mothers for $6.99. And we have King Khan and his Shrine Smash Hits. This is a 10-inch recording. Wow, that one is a significant markdown. $6.99 on that. Joey Osbrooks on RN for Redneck. You were second on that one. Van Morrison, just $6.99, a period of transition. And Frankie Avalon, the young Frankie Avalon on Chancellor Records. Nice clean copy. Original wax sleeve, $6.99. Craig Thomas on Smash. That was Smash Hits here. So did Craig Thomas. King Khan and his Shrines. This 10-inch here. Interesting. 2003 French. Let me see if I can get that in a cardboard backer. That way, one, they won't. Sometimes these 10-inch releases get misplaced because they lose them down in the crates. There we go. That's so to Craig. And let's run through these again, okay? Because there might have been some people thinking on something. There might have been some people researching something. And there might be some people, you know, like sewing their buttons on their jacket. We got 131 people. I guarantee somebody is sewing a button on their jacket right now. I guarantee it. Eric Van Leuven on Mitch Ryder. That's sold to him for $6.99. All right, let's run through this again. Waterloo soundtrack. Music by Nino Rota. $6.99. Everything in here. Square Dance USA. Ian Gom. What a Blow. Also, Time Bandits. Can't Wait for Another World. Tom T. Hall for the People in the Last Hard Town. Chet Atkins. Chet Picks on the Pops with Arthur Fiedler and the Boston Pops. D.B. Cooper. Hammer. Black Sheep. Ernest Tubb Greatest Hits Volume 2. Claude Hopkins. Music of the Early Jazz Dances. Jose Feliciano. That might be the Charlatan. What do we have here? Caught in the Fence. The Wiggle Dee Woe. The Original Black Bottom Dance. Walking the Dog. Those are classic dances there. Adam Bernardi on Claude Hopkins, $6.99. Also, we have You're My Girl, Jack Webb. A Soldier of Fortune, Tom T. Hall. A Day of the Bullfight, Caramba. My Pick of the Hits, Ernest Tubb. Jose Feliciano. Uncle Dave's Nostalgic 78 RPM Party. Johnny Preston. Tom T. Hall, About Love. Guy Shard on the Waterloo soundtrack. That's so to Guy Shard. Steve Harley and the Cockney Rebel, Timeless Flight. Peter Yarrow, That's Enough for Me. Van Morrison, big markdown on that one. And young Frankie Avalon. Avon. Anybody used to sell Avon? Selling Avon. An Avon party. I remember my mom talking about that. Selling Avon. Somebody was selling Avon. Avon this, Avon that. Is Breakout on Stateside. Breakout has already sold. It was on New Voice in mono, which I think is the first label. Eric Van Leuven already got that one. All right, here's what we're going to do. It's that time of the night where now I'm getting pretty serious about it. I'm going to count these up. I'm making sure everybody's claimed everything they want. The Van Morrison that's still left is A Period of Transition. which was marked 34. Me and John had a meeting this morning about, we start adjusting stuff about this time of the year, and that's one of the reasons why I didn't leave the store till almost noon today and went home and essentially took a nap. There's certain artists where we kind of price across the board, and then every once in a while I'm like, okay, well, we need to start making this one less and this one more. And I remember today Van Morrison, I was like, Van Morrison's complicated, John, because he's got 1 billion albums. But what we typically do is we mark them like the same for about everything, and then if they don't sell, they get in this situation where they become $6.99. So here is a period of transition. But as y'all know, there's some pretty dang desirable other Van Morrison albums like Moondance and his band in the street choir, and you know, some of those earlier ones, and then his Bang stuff. So, but John can price so many records so fast if we just kind of price stuff the same across the board. And I told him, I said, you just get it cleaned and sleeved and priced. We'll get it sold for the right price to the right person. So another person was Eric Clapton. We pretty much marked the same price for about every Eric Clapton album. But I told John, I said, there's some that almost could be more, but there's some that needs to be a lot less. Like there's some that we show over and over that just don't sell. And I was like, those need to be down there to like $10 and $15 to begin with, because I end up selling them for that anyways. So if anybody's ever curious how we price vintage stuff, but John can price, I mean, that's how sometimes he prices 5 and 6 crates, 200 or 300 albums a day. We basically mark all the same artists, the same price. But sometimes there's outliers, and I'm like, man, that's actually too cheap for that one. And then there's some like, whoa, that's way too much. But they eventually get adjusted for the right price. John Durden, I got you for Ernest Tubb. Do you want Greatest Hits Volume 2 or My Pick of the Hits? Or did you want both? I think that was the only two in there. But eventually everything gets down to about the right price the way we do it. We price them, we take offers, sometimes even do half off, and then flip crates, and then $6.99, and bundles, and eventually it'll all get sold for the right price. Avon and Tupperware, yep. $6.99. These are sold to John Durden. All right, now what I was going to say is it's getting to that point of the night where I would love to sell every bundle so we can go ahead and go into more. If we get hung up on a bundle, we may go ahead and stop. We have filled up now all of a sudden, poof, 8 crates of vinyl doing these, because we're really moving some stuff this way, which is great. So let's count these and let's bundle them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. This time a little less than some. There are a lot more sold out of that one. So 19, I'm going to put in my price, and I'm going to say $75 for these. 75 divided by 19 is $3.94 a piece. $75 for these 19 records. We got to get a bundler, folks. Somebody's got to step up, and I'll go fill up another crate. I figured we could take this to 1 a.m., so that means we at least got to get somebody bought in on this one, okay? I think I just took my gavel apart. I did. I was playing with my gavel, and I took it apart. Let me try to fix this. There we go. Bundle. Hear ye, hear ye. Valve is searching for a bundler. What is $75? I mean, you're getting a whole stack of vinyl there. I mean, what are you going to do with $75? Nothing. What are you going to do with a bunch of records? You're going to enjoy them, you're going to listen to them, and you're going to cherish them. Your money, it's just a bunch of worthless numbers, okay? You can't do anything with it. It's useless. So just say sold and we'll move on and you can thank me later. Otherwise, this great Monday night Labor Day sale may be coming to an end. I would love to do one more and keep this thing going. But there also hadn't been a comment in the last 3 minutes, unless my chat's broken. Is my chat broken? I mean, everybody has went silent on me in the last 3 minutes. Complete silence. Thank you, Patrick Lear. Wow. Everybody's like, please, somebody buy this bundle. Otherwise, Chad may have to say, well, that's it. I mean, we're so close. It's a good bundle, too. It's a fantastic bundle. I do have a billion things to do, like post another 30,000 Rocktober pre-orders for tomorrow. Otherwise, I'm going to have some angry new vinyl buyers. They're going to be like, where's my pre-order? That's not how y'all sound, by the way. That's an exaggeration. Trying to wake up the bundlers. Bundle me, please. Great idea. Bundle me, please. I don't know. Some people, if you Google that, I don't know what would come up. The Postman? What's the Postman? No, I need to watch. I'm rewatching The Last Dance for like the 5th time, but also there's several new things on Netflix I want to watch too, but I don't have time at this rate, or I will have time, I guess. El Loco, yep, I've got to post that. Well, this may be it. Man, so close. It is almost 1 a.m. I feel like I've been on here a lot longer, though. It says I've been on here 6 hours and 55 minutes. I usually go 8 hours, but tonight's been a little off. Well, first of all, I started way too late again. That's Paul and John's fault. I've got to start being rude to my employees. I've got to be like, please, just don't talk to me. I'm trying to get back here and start this sale. But I get cornered like I don't know. All right. Is that it? We all done? No bundlers then. Okay. Everybody got all the new vinyl they wanted from the new vinyl on sale? We sold 8 full crates tonight. It's going to be pretty crazy tomorrow. Tomorrow, a ton of new vinyl because we got backed up for 2 days. The Fugitive. Yeah, I just recently watched that. I threatened that one for a while, but I actually did go watch it. So now it's like I could watch anytime. And then I watched National Treasure. Vocal exercises, yeah. I mean, I'm not joking. Tanner will sometimes come up there and get me away. He'll walk up there and go, you gotta go. He'll pull me away. It's just like, I'm gonna blame John and Paul. Because they'll start talking, and John was talking about arrowheads or something today. And I was like, John, I gotta start the live sale. He's like, oh, I'm sorry. He went into about a 20-minute story on hunting arrowheads, and I was like, John, I got to do the live sale. I could have started 20 minutes ago. La 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 la. Yeah, the Dream Theater. Yep, those are big. Any other big new releases I'm missing? There's got to be some kind of other new releases I'm missing. I got to go through and make sure I've ordered everything that comes out this week, too. We missed a day of new vinyl. That always hurts us because of deliveries. But we'll get caught up with it. But that kills a day of reordering waiting list. So I'll have to be on top of my game. Florence the Machine. I'll have to make a note of that. My business partner, he collects arrowheads, and I had a cousin who was one of the top guys here in the state, Byron McDonald. Byron McDonald. He was like the go-to expert in the state. So he passed away a year or two ago. He had a foremost collection. Just insane. That's a tough skill to acquire. Those kind of skills, to be able to authenticate stuff like that, really takes years of practice. Just like people who appraise pottery and antique jugs and stuff like that. Zeppelin. Let's see. Zeppelin is coming out. I've already got all that posted. I feel like there's something else I've missed. It was one album that had also a deluxe edition. Taylor Swift. Yeah, Taylor Swift. Let me log in over here and see what I can find. Since we got a few minutes to chit-chat, maybe somebody buy the bundle. A lot of people have requested to join the group in the last couple hours. Let me approve all these people. All right. Silverchair Rush. Let me open up the tops. Let me read y'all stuff, and I'll read you stuff that's always on the top sellers, but sometimes I don't know what it is. I'm like, I don't know what this stuff is, and maybe y'all be like, yeah, that's good, or yeah, that's bad. Or I know none of it's probably, quote, bad, but all right, so like, for example, here's some new stuff coming out that's on the top seller list. If I can get it to load. All right, coming soon. How much is the bundle? 19 records, $75. Buckingham Nicks is number 1. Number 2 is XX Tentacion. I don't even know what that is, but it's literally number 2 right now. Number 3, another version of Buckingham Nicks, pink vinyl. Number 4, Whiskey Myers. Womp Whack Thunder. That's already been posted. So is Buckingham Nicks. Those are already posted. I don't know what XXX Tentacion is. I don't even know what that is. New Dropkick Murphys album. Indie exclusive. That's up for pre-order. I got to post that. A Mariah Carey album. Here for It All. My Morning Jacket Z. So that's we're getting into the top 10 still. The other version of Buckingham Nicks, the hi-fi version, it's right now number 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. And then Tron. Tron is the soundtrack by 9 Inch Nails. I definitely need to get that posted. Larry June. I don't know who that is. Amanda Shires. I know who that is, but I hadn't posted either that or Larry June. Of Monsters and Men. Geese. I don't know who Geese is. This is some of the top selling new vinyl pre-orders. They Are Gutting a Body of Wat. That's the name of the artist. Never heard of that in my life. Sabaton. I know Sabaton. Clips. 21 Pilots. That's their new album. I hadn't posted that yet. New Doja Cat. New Roy Brooks. Yellow Card. I don't know who Yellow Card is. All Time Low. Sabaton again, a deluxe indie exclusive. The 2 Mother Love Bone albums. Thrice. Kenny Barron. The Antlers, yellow card again. Carlos Garnett. I mean, a lot of these people, I'm like, I don't know who these people even are. I know who UFO is. There's a reissue of Phenomena coming out on blue vinyl. I know Emojin Heap. They've got something coming out called Speak for Yourself. I think that's a reissue of something from, it's been out of print. Larry June again. Nation of Language. I don't know who that is, but I mean, this stuff must be very popular. Obviously not. I mean, but sometimes I just don't know if it's from the majority of my customer base. I might could sell a few of them, but no. Warren Zevon doesn't have any condition notes. No condition notes on Warren Zevon. Or excuse me, on who asked about this? Van Morrison. This here, $6.99. Yeah, Van Morrison. Yeah, but the other Rocktobers. So what I usually do is if I have time, I'll post the stuff I don't know what it is. Typically, it doesn't do too well, but I might can sell a couple. But it's better than, I mean, all it takes is me copying and pasting and making a post. But yeah. There's some great, but the other Rocktober titles are, Rush, the album box set, ZZ Top El Loco, ZZ Top Eliminator, The Stooges, Alternate Funhouse, Warren Zevon, Excitable Boy, ZZ Top Recycler, ZZ Top DeGuelo, The Ramones Pet Cemetery, Bad Company, Rock and Roll Fantasy, Faces, Early Steps, ZZ Top Afterburner, Warren Zevon, Learning to Flinch Live, Mutineer, Warren Zevon, Mr. Bad Example, Warren Zevon, Fleetwood Mac, Bare Trees, Rhino Reserve, The Doors, Greatest Hits, Rhino Reserve, Fleetwood Mac Tush, Stone Temple Pilots, Self-Titled, Dream Theater, Train of Thought, Dream Theater, 6 Degrees of Inner Turbulence, Jethro Tull, Minstrel in the Gallery, Octavarium, Dream Theater, Systematic Chaos, Dream Theater. These are all Rocktober titles. Mr. Bungle, California, Mr. Bungle, Ministry, Mind's a Terrible Thing to Taste, Ministry, Psalm 69, Disco Volante, Mr. Bungle, Morphine, Good, Lenny Kravitz, Black and White America, The Distillers, Coral Fang, The Von Bondies, Pawn Shop Heart, Death from Above, 1975, You're a Woman, I'm a Machine, Spain, The Blue Moods of Spain, Sex Pistols, Nevermind the Bollocks, Yes, Big Generator, Yes, 90125, David Lee Roth box set, Black Sabbath, We Sold Our Soul for Rock and Roll, New York Dolls, 'Cause I See It So, Topo Negative, The Least of Worst of, Porno for Pyros, and Deep Purple, Made in Japan, Steven Wilson. Yeah, that George Harrison's definitely coming out. I just don't know the whole deal on it. It must just be a repressing that they offer it as a pre-order. So Adam Bernardi, you did want Van Morrison, right? This is sold to Adam Bernardi for $6.99. So now the bundle goes down to, we'll do it for $70 at 18 records. So now that goes down to $388 a piece if anybody wants them. George Harrison, let's go by newest. And it is All Things Must Pass pre-order. Yep. Anniversary edition. That's what it says. It comes out October 3rd. I'll have to look into it further, but yeah, it's on here. I'll definitely post Sabaton. I bet, like you were right, Adam, we could sell a few of those. All right. Well, I'm going to wrap up there. This has been an excellent show tonight. And thank y'all for hope everybody's had a great Labor Day. I'm going to stop there. I'd love to have sold these bundles. And with that, I think I'm going to stop. I'm going to get to work on probably some of the stuff I'm talking about. I'm going to schedule it for tomorrow. I'm going to go ahead and make this morning's videos. It's going to be a lot of the new vinyl on sale. The new vinyl on sale right here. That's going to be a lot of the new video in the morning. Probably split this into 2 crates and then do one more bonus crate of stuff. And that will be that. And then for 6 a.m., some of this may go in the 6 a.m. video, but probably I'll start fresh. I got a lot greater titles to pick from. But we'll stop there. And almost filled up 8 full crates. We were so close on this last bundle. If so, we'd be halfway through the next $6.99 crate by now. But good things must come to an end. George Harrison says all things must pass. He's pretty right. That's prolific words from Mr. Harrison. Sunrise doesn't last all morning. Cloudburst. The new Ed Sheridan. Oh, yeah. I guess that is coming out pretty soon. There's a fly that's about to die. I don't know if I got it or not. Yeah, I'm about to check all. What I usually do is see everything that comes out this week. And if I miss the pre-orders and it's too late, I'll just go ahead and order 2 or 3 copies. And typically I can sell them. But I really screw up when I miss, because usually about anything now I post, we can sell at least 5 copies. Yeah, I feel like we can at least sell just about anything I post a pre-order of. We can sell 5 copies now. So it's just a matter of me taking time to post it, which sometimes can be time consuming. Finding the image and copying and pasting, tracking down, all of a sudden an hour takes, 10 titles, but it's well worth it. I love doing it. I wish I could just do it all day, but I have to do this too as of right now. So, all right, thanks everybody. I am ending the feed. I will be back tomorrow sometime between 5 and 5:45. We'll get started for Tuesday, and there'll be a lot of new stuff when we first